I am the villain's father. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. Lin Luoqing looked at the person in front of him, trembling with each other, flustered, and the cold sweat on his back almost wet his clothes, but he still didn't dare to say a word, but looked at it cautiously and terrified. Looking at the man in front of him, it was a very handsome man with slightly long hair that touched his shoulders a little. He waved his hand, and the flame of the lighter disappeared with his movement. He raised his hand and took a puff of cigarette, his beautiful phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, with a smile on his face. His tone was melodious, and his voice was soft and kind, but there was a bit of coldness in it. How did Mr. Lin fall to this point? He seemed a little puzzled, and his pupils showed a bit of innocence. When Mr. Lin humiliated my uncle, I remember that Mr. Lin was very high-spirited and arrogant. What did you say at that time? Ji Liu's slender fingers tapped on the cigarette, and the gray-white ash fell to the ground. He nodded, as if remembering. You said that my uncle, Toad, wants to eat swan meat. How can it be worthy of you? He said that he didn't know how to look like his own dog, and he also said that even if you marry a dog, you won't marry him. He blinked softly, his long eyelashes concealed a darkness in his eyes like fog, and his tone was as gentle as ever. Since you said so, Mr. Lin, why don't I fulfill your wish and let you marry a dog? Lin Luoqing raised her head in shock, looked at him in disbelief, shook her head constantly, and apologized to him, but Ji Liu was too lazy to listen. He leaned on the back of the chair, took a puff of cigarette, and exhaled cloudy smoke. His expression was calm, with no signs of happiness or anger. He looked at Lin Luoqing and said calmly, Go, Wei, find him a dog. Wei said respectfully, Yes, wait. Just before Wei was about to step out the door, he stopped him again. Lin Luoqing looked at him expectantly, hoping that he would change his mind and let him go, but he heard Ji Liu calmly say, Find a few more. Anyway, it's a big marriage. I have to give Mr. Lin an optional room. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Luoqing considerately, with a gentle and secretive tone. Mr. Lin, you should be very happy with my arrangement. Now, your wish has been fulfilled, so I'm relieved. Lin Luoqing shook his head desperately, begging him for mercy, but Ji Liu didn't even look at him, smoking a cigarette indifferently. After he finished smoking a cigarette, he saw that Wei had brought some stray dogs back, so he became more interested, and looked at those stray dogs with dirty fur with his head propped up. This is a major event for Mr. Lin's marriage. Don't be hasty. Yi, please help me to inform Mr. Lin's relatives, friends and classmates, and ask them if they have time to attend Mr. Lin's wedding. If there is no time, we will give it to him. It can also be broadcast live. Hearing what he said, Lin Luoqing's face instantly turned gray. He knelt in front of Ji Liu, begging him constantly, crying and saying that he was wrong, that he shouldn't have humiliated Ji Yuxiao that much back then. However, Ji Liu pretended he didn't hear it. He stood up gracefully, glanced at the stray dogs not far away, and said regretfully, These dogs don't have any parents, so they can't make Mr. Lin pay their respects again. Gaotang, but luckily Mr. Lin's Gaotang is still there, and I will let them help you officiate the wedding at that time. Lin Luoqing's eyes were full of fear, and he saw Ji Liu stretching his arms and stretching his waist. The weather is so beautiful today, it's really suitable for such a happy event. It's a pity my uncle left early and couldn't see such a pleasant thing, but it doesn't matter, I will help him read it. He tilted his head to look at Lin Luoqing, and the fierceness in his eyes pierced Lin Luoqing through his bangs. Relax well and prepare for your wedding. Lin Luoqing fell limp and sat on the ground, unable to speak a word. Lin Luoqing closed the pages of the book and pressed his temples with a headache. Ever since this supporting character with the same name and surname as him appeared on the stage, he always felt a subtle sense of weirdness when reading the text. Fortunately, Lin Luoqing should be offline soon. He flipped through the pages at the back, and there were not many pages left, which meant that the big villain Ji Liu was finally going offline, and the hero and heroine were finally coming to the finale. Lin Luoqing looked at it all night, and now he was sleepy too. He looked at his watch. It was already past 1 in the morning, and it was time to rest. He put the book on the bedside table, intending to sleep first and read the rest when he gets up tomorrow. After all, he really doesn't want to see someone marry a dog under his own name. No, there may be more than one dog, but a group. Ji Liu, a pervert like Ji Liu, can't do anything. If the wedding is over and he asks Lin Luoqing to have a bridal chamber with the dog again, then Lin Luoqing feels that he will really have no sleep tonight. This is not the car to go to kindergarten. This is the car. It's the bus to the zoo. He wants to jump off the car. Lin Luoqing couldn't help shivering, secretly thinking that this pervert, no wonder the heroine doesn't love him. Normal people who'd like perverts. Normal people just want to escape from perverts, okay? Exclamation mark. He pulled back the quilt and lay down. He only hoped that he could have a good dream, even if he didn't have a good dream, as long as he didn't dream of anything that shouldn't be dreamed. For example, the relationship between human and dog is not over. Lin Luoqing shook her head severely, turned off the lights, closed her eyes, and slowly fell asleep. When Lin Luoqing woke up again, she didn't react for a while. He looked at the bookcase in front of him, blinked, and blinked again. If he remembered correctly, he fell asleep in his own bedroom and on his own bed last night, so how could it be? Lin Luoqing looked at the unimpressive bookcase in front of him, so he couldn't have swam to someone else's house while he was sleepwalking, right? He was wondering, but suddenly heard an indifferent voice behind him. Enough. Lin Luoqing was startled, and looked around, only to find a man with a stern face sitting behind a desk not far away. That he hadn't noticed. The man was very handsome, with deep eyebrows and eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips slightly pursed, as if someone had taken ink and oil paint and outlined and colored him one by one, which made people forget the vulgarity. Lin Luoqing unknowingly put on a scrutinizing look, and thought to himself, who is this? The owner of the bookcase? So I was sleepwalking and was caught by my master? Is it too late for him to apologize now? He probably didn't do anything he shouldn't have done, right? Thinking of this, he felt guilty, and was about to speak, when he heard the other party take a step ahead of him. I never said I would marry you, and I didn't know that your family planned to change someone, so Mr. Lin, you can rest assured that no matter before or after, Ji Yuxiao, will have nothing to do with you, and you don't have to show me your determination to die. What? Mingzi? Listening to his words, Lin Luoqing said in disbelief, I die to show my will? Ji Yuxiao laughed mockingly. Of course you won't show your ambition with death, you just want to humiliate me and express your dislike for me. I understand, Lin Luoqing. He doesn't understand now. Why did he want to humiliate him? Express your dislike for him? Exclamation mark. He doesn't even know him. Don't even know who he is. You just said you were, Ji Yuxiao sneered. Lin Luoqing, are you talking endlessly? I've said it all. I won't marry you. Can you get out? Married? Lin Luoqing looked at the person in front of him. Why do they need to get married? What is going on? He carefully recalled what the other party said when he spoke for the first time. Suddenly, something flashed like lightning. Lin Luoqing raised his head in horror, and said in disbelief, Ji Yuxiao? Ji Yuxiao frowned. His long and narrow eyes were filled with self-evident dislike and disgust. It seemed that if he looked at him too much, his eyes would be dirty. What do you want to say? Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing felt that he didn't want to say anything. He didn't want to say anything now, mainly because he didn't dare to say anything. He understood that he was not sleepwalking at all, but he was wearing a book. He was wearing the romance novel he read before going to bed. What he was wearing was Lin Luoqing, who had the same name and surname as him. The part that humiliated Ji Yuxiao, the law of wearing a book with the same name, really does not deceive me, but can you choose a reliable node to wear? Lin Luoqing was about to die of anger. In the book, the original owner mistakenly thought that Ji Yuxiao, who was accidentally injured and his legs were crippled, decided to give up his half-brother Lin Luoqing and marry him instead, so he came to the door early and humiliated Ji Yuxiao mercilessly and let out the cruel words that I will not marry you even if I marry a dog. That's why Ji Liu wrote Ji Yuxiao into his death note after Ji Yuxiao's death, making him pay for the humiliation he had done to Ji Yuxiao. Of course, the original owner humiliated Ji Yuxiao and Ji Liu not only this time, but the retribution this time was extraordinarily tragic. Lin Luoqing panicked instantly. He just watched the part of Ji Liu's revenge last night, and he was still deeply impressed by the group of stray dogs. He didn't want to have a relationship with those dogs in the future at that time. Dogs may still be good dogs, but people will definitely not be good people. So Lin Luoqing could only politely put on an embarrassed yet polite smile, trying to save his future. I think there must be a misunderstanding between us. Lin Luoqing said softly. Ji Yuxiao sneered. Mr. Lin was joking, What misunderstanding can there be between us? I am just a toad who wants to eat swan meat, and it dares to climb up to a star like you. I am shameless, shameless, and shameless. In the mirror, you should also pee and take a look at yourself. You are right, a useless person like me is naturally not good enough for you, so you don't need to worry, we will not see each other again in the future, Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Hold. Is it so extreme? Exclamation mark. So is the ruthless talk over? The flag has been set, and his dog husband is landing? Lin Luoqing shook his head, and refused in capital letters. He rushed up, walked to Ji Yuxiao's side, grabbed the other's arm, and said in pain, "What are you talking about? How can you be so arrogant? I don't know. You are allowed to say that about yourself, one Ji Yuxiao." Ji Yuxiao looked at his hands indifferently, and said coldly, "Let me remind you, you just said these yourself, Lin." Luoqing immediately put on an expression of embarrassment and entanglement. "I did it to annoy you on purpose, so I said something cruel. Why do you take it seriously? Deliberately annoy me?" Ji Yuxiao chuckled, "Then you did get your wish. I didn't do it on purpose." Lin Luoqing looked at him, and found a new excuse for myself to speak indiscriminately. "I didn't think that we were going to get married, so I wanted to find out in advance your temper, to see if you have domestic violence. That's why you deliberately picked out those inappropriate words." Ji Yuxiao looked at him silently, with a clear expression in his eyes. "I just quietly watched you make up your nonsense." Lin Luoqing was not afraid of him, and showed his professionalism and dedication in acting. He smiled softly, showing a bit of shyness on purpose. "It's not that they all said that you were very good at school. I'm afraid that I will provoke you. You're not happy. What if you hit me? I'm sure I won't be able to. So I want to find out if you have the possibility of domestic violence." He lowered his head and approached Ji Yuxiao with a serious face. "You don't know, the most serious problem in modern marriage is domestic violence, so my worry is very reasonable." Ji Yuxiao listened to his serious nonsense, but was a little confused about his current attitude. "So, this is you? Of course I want to marry you," Lin Luoqing said quickly. Although Ji Yuxiao is the younger brother of Ji Liu's father and uncle of Ji Liu, but since Ji Liu's parents died unexpectedly, he adopted Ji Liu and became his adoptive father. So Ji Liu, the feelings for him are so deep that even after more than 10 years, those who humiliated his uncle will have to pay the price, and him. If he marries Ji Yuxiao, he will also be Ji Liu's adoptive father. Then he will be able to watch Ji Liu grow up. If he dares to let him marry a dog, he will drag him to Ji Yuxiao's place. Before the grave, ask him if his most beloved uncle is like a dog in his eyes? Exclamation mark. Yes, Ji Yuxiao was in poor health. Lin Luoqing remembered that it was written in the book that he died unfortunately a year after his legs were injured, so he only needs to get along with Ji Yuxiao for 1 year, and with 1 year of marriage, he can exchange for a lifetime of peace. It's such a bargain. Quitting is not human. Thinking of this, Lin Luoqing looked at him softer, and reached out to grab his arm. Ji Yuxiao put down his hand and ruthlessly avoided it. Lin Luoqing was not embarrassed either, and simply followed a trend, pinching his leg like a dog. "You may not believe it, but I have actually been secretly in love with you for a long time, Ji Yuxiao." "Then I really don't believe it." He shook Ji Yuxiao's thigh, with a bright and innocent tone. "So you can marry me, okay, bro?" Ji Yuxiao looked at him with complicated emotion. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lin Luoqing continued her acting skills, shaking his thighs constantly. Just shaking, his hands unconsciously went up, and inadvertently touched something that shouldn't be touched. Lin Luoqing was stunned for a moment. Ji Yuxiao took his hand away instantly, and said coldly, "Stop moving." Lin Luoqing looked at him, and suddenly thought of a question. In the case of Ji Yuxiao, they got married, should the car be issued or not? Can Ji Yuxiao start the train? Does his engine still work? 2 legs are useless, can the 3rd leg still be majestic? When the time comes, will their marriage exist in name only, or will it be implemented in every specific step? It's puzzling. "Do you really want to marry me?" Ji Yuxiao asked him suddenly. Lin Luoqing nodded quickly. Of course it's true. Regardless of whether his engine is good or not, this marriage has to be concluded. Only when it's over can he get out of Ji Liu's death note. "I need time to think about it," Ji Yuxiao said seriously. "How long will it take?" Lin Luoqing worried. "Is 1 hour enough? 1 hour is not enough. Is 1 night enough? Either I will ask tomorrow." Ji Yuxiao, "I really want to marry him." "Picture what?" Ji Yuxiao was curious. What was the reason why he couldn't wait to marry him at this time? Surely not his nonsense crush. I'll let you know when I think about it. Hearing this, Lin Luoqing took out her mobile phone without hesitation. Brother, let's add a widget, so that you can tell me at any time. Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing has already called up his widget QR code and handed it to him. This is my QR code, Ji Yuxiao. It's too positive, it's too different from when I first entered the door. Ji Yuxiao gave him a piece of paper and took a pen. Write down your phone number, I will call you when the time comes. Oh. After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, she suddenly remembered that she didn't know the original owner's mobile phone number, so she turned her head and looked at Ji Yuxiao with a smile. It's so strange to write a phone number. Brother, I'll call you. Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao felt that he was really too attentive. There is nothing to be courteous about. Adultery is theft. He felt that Lin Luoqing was definitely not for adultery, and 9 out of 10 it was theft, but what is there for him to worry about here? Ji Yuxiao said the phone number. Lin Luoqing dialed it, and heard the phone ring. He hung up the phone and reminded him, remember to save it in. Ji Yuxiao responded after he finished speaking. He ordered the guest to leave with a calm expression. You can go. Let's go now? Lin Luoqing had superb acting skills. I can't bear it. Can I stay a little longer? While talking, he blinked, looking innocent and pitiful. Ji Yuxiao thinks he is really interesting. What is the reason for being so good at pretending? Or he has already determined that he will never be with him, so he deliberately pretends to be affectionate, trying to occupy the moral high ground between the two. Thinking of this, Ji Yuxiao deliberately hooked his fingers towards him to let him approach. Lin Luoqing didn't know why, so he leaned over and heard Ji Yuxiao ask him, you really don't want to leave? Lin Luoqing nodded quickly. Why? Don't we do something then? What? Lin Luoqing asked back. We're about to get married. Why don't we test the suitability of you and me in advance? Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing looked at him in shock. Fuck. Beast. No wonder Ji Liu is so perverted. You are not a good thing either. Checking for suitability on the first meeting, is that a request that a human being can ask? Looking at the shock on his face, Ji Yuxiao smiled and said, haven't you been in love with me for a long time? Are you unhappy that the male invites you to explore the mysteries of life? Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing slowly brought up a smile on the corner of her lips. Happy, of course happy, it's just brother. He silently looked between his legs. Is your engine okay? Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao gritted his teeth and looked at him. It was my legs that were injured, not the third leg. Lin Luoqing didn't believe it. Lin Luoqing was very suspicious. Could it really be unscathed? The left leg and the right leg are both damaged, but can the middle leg stand out? This is not scientific. Looking at his suspicious eyes, Ji Yuxiao's expression changed. Do you need me to open the box with you now to inspect the goods? Chapter 2. Lin Luoqing. You don't have to. However, he thought so, but he dared not say so. I believe in you. Lin Luoqing nodded firmly. With your conditions, the engine must be big, powerful and good. I believe in you, so you don't need to open the box to inspect the goods at all. One. Believe it or not is not important. It is important to drive or not. He didn't want to get in the car as soon as he came up. The speed of the car was too fast. Hearing what he said, Ji Yuxiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Really? At this time, you will trust me again? I have always believed in you. Lin Luoqing held his hand with a sincere look. I will always believe in you. Ji Yuxiao, pretend again. Even if I'm a cripple, you are weak and strong. One toilet wants to eat swan meat. What are you talking about? Lin Luoqing refused to admit it. It's clearly my humble toad who wants to eat your noble swan meat. Shameless. Lin Luoqing, do you have to say all the cruel words of the original owner just now? It's me who is shameless. Lin Luoqing said helplessly. Ji Yuxiao remained calm, skinless and shameless. Lin Luoqing could only say with tears in her eyes, it's me too. Even if you don't have a mirror, should you and reflect on yourself? It's me. It's all about me. It's all about my humble, affectionate, irrepressible, unattainable and loyal love for you. Every day, under such torture of conscience, under such self-reflection, I continue my feelings for you, and maintain this unending secret love with sadness and pain. Brother, it is really difficult for me. After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, she lowered her head silently, with a look of uncontrollable sadness. Ji Yuxiao, Ji Yuxiao felt that the so-called turning black and white and distorting the facts was nothing more than that. This is really an acting addiction, the actor, it's so touching. Ji Yuxiao sighed. I am also moved by such a secret love. Since you like me so much, then I have nothing to hesitate. You go to the next room to take a bath. You go first. I'll be over in a while. Lin Luoqing? Question mark? No, what's the matter with taking a shower? Exclamation mark. Ji Yuxiao looked at the doubt in his eyes, and smiled slightly. Naturally, it's to check our compatibility. Didn't I just say that? Hold, you really check, play for real? Lin Luoqing looked at him, unable to move his legs, unwilling. Ji Yuxiao asked him, I thought that you, who are so humble, who are so affectionate, and who are so determined, can't wait. Lin Luoqing, or what you just said was a lie to me. Of course it's not one. Lin Luoqing made a quick decision. Isn't it just a bath? He's going now. I just didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Bro, I'm so happy one, he said, shook Ji Yuxiao's hand firmly, pretended to be excited and walked towards the door. Isn't it just a scene? He took over this scene. Good actors are never afraid of any challenge. The same goes for bed scenes. Ji Yuxiao watched him go out excitedly, secretly thought, no one can really act this far, right? Does he really want to drive with himself? Picture what? As he is now, he has to move the car himself. Does he not dislike bicycles? This is too much humiliation. Ji Yuxiao was thinking about it when he heard a knock on the door. Then, the door opened, and Lin Luoqing poked his head in from the outside. Well, brother, can you lend me your pajamas? I didn't bring any clothes, so I can't just wear nothing after taking a shower. Ji Yuxiao, you are really planning to play bicycle with me? Ji Yuxiao pressed the center of his eyebrows with a headache, and the phone on the table rang. In due course he quickly picked up the phone, and hung up the phone after saying twice. You go back first. Ji Yuxiao said calmly, I have something to do here, so I have to go out temporarily. Lin Luoqing almost didn't cheer, but there was a bit of pity on his face. Now? Can't it be later? Ji Yuxiao, so you really want to drive with me? Bike, even if you are here as an undercover agent, your professionalism is amazing. Next time, when? Is the next day? Tomorrow. Lin Luoqing continued to maintain his personality. Will we meet tomorrow? Ji Yuxiao, you said you were a star before, right? Then you must be a good actor. It's okay. Lin Luoqing said modestly, I haven't won the prize yet. Almost. With his acting skills and professional dedication, the best actor will be in his pocket sooner or later, so you can go back now. Then we'll see you tomorrow. Lin Luoqing said with a smile, let's talk. It must be. Lin Luoqing insisted, I'm still waiting to marry you. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ji Yuxiao pretending to be shy, and silently closed the door. Ji Yuxiao couldn't help but leaned back on the chair again, and began to calmly think about what Lin Luoqing was doing. And Lin Luoqing felt relieved, and walked out of Ji's house quickly. He walked too fast, so he didn't see a 4 or 5-year-old child coming out of the door not far after he left. The child is very beautiful. His skin is as white as snow, and he is quite indistinguishable from male and female. He leaned on the railing with his feet on his feet, looked at the door that was just closed. His beautiful phoenix eyes blinked lightly, and he looked puzzled, tilted his head. So this uncle likes his uncle? Although the words at the beginning were not pleasant, but judging from the later development, he seems to like his uncle. Will that uncle marry him? He was thinking about it, but he heard a movement from the study not far away. It was Ji Yuxiao who was about to come out, so he quickly lightened his steps and ran towards his room. I'll go out for a while. Ji Yuxiao knocked on the door, opened the door of his little nephew's room, sat in a wheelchair and said to him without going in. Ji Liu raised his head, showing his pretty and tender face, and nodded obediently. Okay, sister-in-law. Zhang will make dinner for you, so you don't have to wait for me to eat. I'm leaving. Ji Liu waved at him. Dad, come back early. It is good. Ji Yuxiao turned the direction of the wheelchair and controlled the wheelchair to move forward. Ji Liu looked at him and unconsciously put down his pen. He lay down on the table, not knowing what he was thinking, and slowly closed his eyes. Lin Luoqing left Ji Yuxiao's house, and the phone rang. He took it out and saw that there were 3 words broker written on it. Lin Luoqing picked it up and asked, what's wrong? What's the matter? Lin Luoqing, you really don't want to make this movie, do you? You don't even go to the audition. I thought you were just talking about it, but now it seems that you really don't like this male number 3R1 Lin Luoqing? Male. Number 3, what's wrong with the male number 3? Don't treat the supporting role as an actor, as a conscientious and good actor, as he advertised himself. Lin Luoqing immediately replied, I'll be there right away, but can you give me the address again? The manager looked helplessly at the sky. If you still can't do it this time, I will never help you take on the show again in the future. Lin Luoqing comforted him and said, Don't worry, Brother Li, I will definitely audition well and complete the task well. Brother Li didn't believe him. He was not full of confidence before the audition, and he didn't return empty-handed after the audition. If he didn't have a face, he would have given up on Lin Luoqing a long time ago. His heart was higher than the sky, so he didn't look at it. Do you have the strength to show the young master's profile every day, and don't see if you are the young master? The agent resent the email he had sent him before, then ignored him and went on to other things. Lin Luoqing took a taxi according to the address, and it didn't take long to arrive at the audition hotel. Brother Li didn't come, and he just called Lin Luoqing just because he was reminded by the staff why Lin Luoqing hadn't arrived yet. Lin Luoqing didn't blame him either. For an 18th line artist like the original owner, it is impossible for him to be accompanied by a manager who will do everything for him. So Li Jie's not here, which is simply too normal. He asked the staff of the crew, learned about the current audition situation, and left his contact information for the staff, planning to find a secluded place and rehearse in advance. Lin Luoqing got out of the meeting room and went up the stairs, only to find that the design of this hotel is very characteristic. The parking lot is on the top floor, and therefore, this floor is quiet and silent. Isn't it suitable for him to rehearse? Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing coughed, took out her mobile phone, looked at the lines on it, and started her performance. Sitting in the car, Ji Yuxiao raised his hand to look at his watch, planning to get out of the car after an hour. Aren't you going to get out of the car, master? The driver asked him. No. Rush, let them wait. Ji Yuxiao said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sad male voice from outside the open car window. Why did you leave me? One immediately afterwards, the voice changed, and instantly turned into misery and pathos. I don't think about it either. It's just Brother Lu. We have no future. How come? Xiaoyi, you know that I love you, and you love me too, don't you? But I'm your real sister. Bro. I'm the long-lost sister you've been looking for. One. Ji Yuxiao, looking at the familiar face not far away, Ji Yuxiao deeply felt that this script must not pass the review. However, the other party is still immersed in this brother-sister relationship, constantly switching roles, playing both the elder brother and the younger sister, sometimes crazy, sometimes miserable. Ji Yuxiao lowered the window again unknowingly. With great interest admiring Lin Luoqing was very involved in acting, and he even divided into 3 different performance forms in one scene. It's just that Ji Yuxiao became sleepier the more he watched, and his eyelids became heavier. He looked at Lin Luoqing, who was not far away, who was switching roles as if cutting watermelons, slowly closed his eyes, and fell asleep leaning on the car seat. When Ji Yuxiao opened his eyes again, an hour had passed. The driver woke him up and asked him, Master, do you want to get off? Ji Yuxiao sat on the back seat in a daze, and after a while, he said, Did I just fall asleep? The driver nodded. Yes, Master. Ji Yuxiao was silent for a long time. He silently raised his eyelashes, and looked towards the place where Lin Luoqing was standing not far away. He actually fell asleep. It's really rare. Since that accident, he hasn't fallen asleep again. He went to a doctor and a psychiatrist, but nothing worked. Every day, no matter how tired and sleepy he was, he couldn't fall asleep. He seemed to be trapped in that accident, at the moment when his brother and sister-in-law died. But just now, he fell asleep. This is really amazing, so amazing that it is a bit rare at this moment. Ji Yuxiao felt that everything else didn't matter. What was Lin Luoqing doing? Is there anyone else behind him? It doesn't matter what purpose he has. If he can make himself fall asleep peacefully, then he cannot care about the others so much. People can do more things only when they are alive, and it is impossible for a person who cannot sleep normally for a long time to live healthy. He still has a lot of things to do, and Ji Liu has to take care of him, so he doesn't plan to leave so early. Thinking so, Ji Yuxiao found Lin Luoqing's cell phone number and sent him a text message. Congratulations, you can see me tomorrow. Lin Luoqing had just finished going to the bathroom when she saw such a text message and couldn't help but shook her head. Tisk, man, your name is Zilian. Look at you proudly, as if it were my honor to meet you. However, He quickly put on an excited look and replied, "Really? Great, I'm so happy, then you have more fun." Ji Yuxiao quickly replied with a new message. Lin Luoqing, for example? For example, I am willing to fulfill your wish and give you a chance to make your dream come true. I promise to marry you. Lin Luoqing was overjoyed, and quickly sent him several kisses with facial expressions, directly added his widget, and said excitedly, "Brother, you are so kind, I knew I didn't love the wrong person. Kiss, kiss, kiss." Ji Yuxiao, looking at his enthusiastic response, Ji Yuxiao felt that he had superb acting skills and excellent professional ability. At this time, he did not forget his secret love character. He was really an excellent actor, and his salary was not in vain. Chapter 3. Lin Luoqing got an affirmative answer, which is equivalent to getting the gold medal for avoiding death, and jumped out of Ji Liu's death note. He was in a good mood, and he became more involved during the audition. The performance was earth-shattering and touching. Not only did he cry, but the interview staff almost cried. The assistant director in charge of the audition asked him a few questions, and the official told him to go back and wait for an announcement. Lin Luoqing didn't ask too much. After all, there are simply too many things to consider in determining a role, not only your image and acting skills, but also the capital behind you. He has gone through too many auditions, and he has already understood the twists and turns behind it, and he has long learned to calm down. Therefore, Lin Luoqing thanked him politely and left the interview room. After leaving the room, Lin Luoqing walked towards the elevator with ease. Preparing to go home and rest for a while, he had experienced so much in just a few hours. But speaking of which, where's the original owner's house? As he was thinking, a place name automatically popped up in his mind. Lin Luoqing tentatively took a taxi and drove towards this place. Sure enough, as the destination approached, some memories came to his mind vaguely. Those memories are not clear and deep, like a fog, only a vague shadow. But Lin Luoqing is not in a hurry. He has now resolved Ji Liu's biggest crisis, so what else is there to be afraid of? Is there anything more terrifying than villains in this world? No. So he can relax first and wait for the memories belonging to the original owner to return. Slowly the car stopped at the entrance of the community. Lin Luoqing got out of the car, entered the community, and walked towards the familiar unit building. By instinct he didn't even need to think. His hand had already pressed the number 15. After entering the elevator, Lin Luoqing watched the elevator keep going up, stepped out of the elevator door on the 15th floor, turned right with both feet, and came to the door of the house. He took out a key, opened the door, looked at the fairly spacious room in front of him, and silently let out a sigh of relief. It's not easy to finally rest after changing his shoes and entering the door. Lin Luoqing vaguely heard some movement in the kitchen as he passed by the kitchen. Lin Luoqing stepped back suspiciously, walked towards the kitchen vigilantly, and saw a 5 or 6-year-old man in front of the gas stove. The child, who is stepping on the bench, seems to be cooking. Child? Question mark? How could there be children in this house? The original owner is children? Lin Luoqing looked at the child in front of him suspiciously. The child heard the footsteps, turned his head slowly, and met Lin Luoqing's eyes. He looks very good looking, a very handsome kind of good looking. Most children at his age are just cute, but he can already clearly see the delicacy of the facial features and the handsomeness of the outline. His eyelashes are very long, but they are not curly, but drooping densely, covering his 2 clear eyes. He looked at Lin Luoqing, without the child's surprise after seeing their parents back, calm and even a little indifferent. I'm cooking noodles, do you want to eat? Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing couldn't help approaching him, and looked into the pot. There were not many noodles, and there were a few green vegetables swimming in the pot with the noodles, which looked very miserable. You just eat this? He asked the child in front of him. The child gave a cold hum, as if he didn't want to say anything more to him. Lin Luoqing thought for a while, walked to the refrigerator, and opened the refrigerator. I don't know if I don't see it, but I was really shocked when I saw it. The 4th floor of the refrigerator was clean and there was almost nothing there. There were only a few eggs, a handful of vegetables, a bag of dried noodles and 2 tomatoes. He opened the freezer and looked. Good guy. It was also clean and spotless, so the original owner didn't open fire at home? Is this refrigerator just a decoration? Lin Luoqing sighed, walked to the gas stove again, and turned off the fire. The child looked up at him. Although there was doubt in his eyes, there was no expression on his face, let alone surprise. What are you doing? Take you out to eat. Lin Luoqing looked at him. At your age, you are still growing up. How can you eat so lightly? I will take you out to eat something good. It was rare for the child in front of him to show a puzzled, strange and slightly mocking expression. He looked at Lin Luoqing quietly without speaking. Lin Luoqing looked at him with eyes like a fan-shaped statistical chart, and felt a little uncomfortable. What is your expression? Also, he looked at the child in front of him, not daring to reveal the fact that he had changed, and deliberately put on the airs of an adult. Test you, what is the relationship between us? Child, what? Do you call me? Child, what? Do I call you? Child. Lin Luoqing was puzzled. Why don't you speak? The child secretly rolled his eyes helplessly, turned around and fired again. Lin Luoqing simply passed him and closed the main gate. I told you to take you out to eat. Why do you still want to eat noodles? He walked over, reached out and hugged the child in front of him off the bench. The child looked at him in surprise, with an expression of disbelief. Lin Luoqing was about to say something, when he saw bruises on his arm. Not only that, but also a scar that was obviously beaten by something like a stick. He couldn't help pulling the opponent's arm to observe carefully. What's going on here? Lin Luoqing looked at his other arm, which was also bruised. Who hit you? A classmate in your class? Or the teacher? The child in front of him showed that complex look like a fan-shaped statistical chart again, but this time the statistical chart was 3 points puzzled, 4 points speechless, and 3 points mocking Lin Luoqing. Why are you 5 or 6 years old so proficient in fan charts? Shouldn't you be crying and complaining about your grievances, and throwing yourself into the arms of the adults? Exclamation mark. Why do you still have to draw pictures at this time? Are you a drawing expert? Exclamation mark. Don't worry, I won't say anything about you. Tell me, and I'll help you get justice. Whoever hits you, I'll make you hit back too. Hearing what he said, the child in front of him finally seemed to have some movement. Whoever hit me, you let me hit back. Of course. Lin Luoqing looked at him. Otherwise you were beaten in vain? Why? You're right. The child nodded. So, is it your classmate or your teacher? Lin Luoqing asked worriedly. Have you gone to school yet? The child still nodded. It's up. Who bullied you then? The child blinked. His long eyelashes were like feathers, and suddenly, he smiled lightly. His handsome face had a rare childish cuteness. You. He said softly. So now, do you want me to call you back? Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing. Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing? Question mark. Lin Luoqing looked at the child's smile in front of him, and felt deeply that he probably had a knife hidden in a smile, a needle hidden in a cotton, and a small smile contained great energy. He smiled awkwardly but politely, and said dryly, how could it be me who hit you? You remember correctly, I never hit children. I'm so kind. Oh? The child uttered a syllable, pulled his arm out of his hand, bent down, pulled up his trouser leg, and showed him the injury on his leg. Lin Luoqing. Exclamation mark. Hold. Original owner, you are not human. You can handle such a small child, and many more. Lin Luoqing suddenly felt as if he remembered something. Children, abuse, and living with Lin Luoqing when he was a child. In an instant, he felt like a blow to the head, and asked the child in front of him blankly, Lin Fei? Yes. The child's tone was flat. So let me call back? Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing, cack, it's too bad. He is too miserable. Ji Liu was dealt with just now, so why is it Lin Fei's turn? Lin Fei would not let him marry a dog when he grows up, but he just went straight to the Black House. He wished he could turn into a dog. Lin Luoqing's heart was broken. Other people's time travels were all princes, generals, rich sons. What about him? He was still struggling on the verge of life and death, and finally passed one hurdle, and God sent another hurdle in front of him. How could he have forgotten that at this time, Ji Liu hadn't grown up yet, and Lin Fei hadn't grown up yet, so he was still with the original owner and was being abused by the original owner. Lin Luoqing looked at the child in front of him. Lin Fei looked very handsome, and his whole body was clean. Looking closer, he could tell that he was somewhat similar to himself when he was in Ji Yuxiao's guest bedroom before. Lin Luoqing saw his current appearance in the mirror. To his surprise, he looked almost exactly the same as the original owner. The only difference was that there was a tear mole under his eye. The original owner did not. Therefore, it makes sense for Lin Fei to be like himself. After all, a nephew is like an uncle, and Lin Fei is the original owner's nephew. Lin Fei's mother, Lin Luoqing, is the older sister of Lin Luoqing family, so he has always loved this younger brother who is dependent on him. However, a loving mother has many losers, and the same is true for a loving sister. Lin Luoqing enjoys Lin Luoqing's care, but she doesn't feel grateful. She just thinks it should be. Later, Lin Luoqing passed away from a serious illness, and entrusted her son to her younger brother before she died. Lin Luoqing watched her sister dying and burst into tears. The sadness at that time was real, but the boredom afterwards was also real. No matter how precocious and sensible Lin Fei is, no matter how unwilling to trouble others, he is still a child, so there are many things he does not understand, and there are many times when he needs adults. He remembered that his mother told him that his uncle was the closest person besides his mother. Before his mother died, his mother called him to the bedside and told him to follow his uncle well and be filial to him when he grew up. So Lin Fei instinctively gave his trust and dependence to Lin Luoqing after Lin Luoxing's death, but Lin Luoqing didn't accept it. He found it annoying. Living with children was annoying. Taking children to school was annoying. Manual homework was annoying. Parents would be annoying. Parent-child sports games were even more annoying, not to mention buying clothes for children, cooking, bathing. Lin Luoqing tried to do it for a few days, and completely collapsed, especially when he heard a friend say, "You are so young, and you only carry such a big oil bottle. How can you fall in love in the future?" Lin Luoqing is more bored with Lin Fei. It directly escalated into disgust. He has someone he likes, although the other party doesn't like him and doesn't pay him much attention. But just because the other party doesn't like him at all, wouldn't it be even more impossible to be with the other party if he added another oil bottle now? He was very heartless at this time, and felt that his sister really didn't think about him, and it was fine if he died, and he still had to entrust his son to him, and he didn't think about how he would get married in the future when he was so young and had a child. That is to say, from then on, Lin Luoqing became more and more displeased with Lin Fei, and began to verbally abuse him, and when he scolded a lot, he began to attack. Lin Fei was still surprised at first, and said to him in a nice voice, "Uncle, don't do this." Later, "I probably saw clearly that my uncle could not be saved, so I stopped talking." He scolded him, and he just read a book quietly. When he hit him, he would dodge calmly, and when he was beaten, he would silently write down the account in his heart. He is precocious and smart, knowing that he is still too young, so he can't do much. If he leaves his only relative rashly, he will meet other bad people. After weighing the pros and cons, he feels that Lin Luoqing is something he's already familiar with. He would let himself go to school, so he chose to stay with Lin Luoqing. He lived calmly and grew up calmly. No matter what injuries he suffered, he would bear it until he graduated from elementary school and entered junior high school. Relying on the money he had saved, he chose to live on campus. Lin Luoqing felt at ease, feeling that he had gotten rid of this oil bottle, but he didn't know how Lin Fei grew up so fast in a place he couldn't see until one day, when he saw this nephew whom he hadn't seen for a long time and seemed to have almost forgotten. In the haze, he realized that his nephew had grown taller than him and was stronger than him, and he had become an existence he had to look up to. It was at this time that Lin Fei, bit by bit, recovered all the suffering he had suffered from him. He calmly took revenge on Lin Luoqing. When he beat him when he was a child, he had someone beat him. When he scolded him when he was a child, he asked someone to scold him. The house was locked for 7 days, and it was not until Lin Luoqing could hardly hold on that he was released and announced that he had no relationship with him. A person like him is destined to be successful, so it is not surprising that he started from scratch and became the famous cold-faced Hades in the industry. But now, the little Hades who has not yet become the cold-faced Hades is looking at him with a smile. His voice is soft and immature like a child, but what he just said is enough to make him tremble. "Can I call back? Uncle, you just said that someone hit me, and you asked me to call back. Does that count?" Lin Luoqing. "Hey, why aren't you cold-hearted at this moment? Why are you still laughing? Don't you know that people who don't usually laugh suddenly laugh? Very scary?" Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing looked at the harmless smile on his face, took a deep breath, and decided to save himself again. He hugged Lin Fei tightly, and before Lin Fei could react, he kissed Lin Fei the face twice. Lin Fei pushed him in disgust, but didn't push him away. He could only push his shoulder hard, tilt his head, trying to avoid his sudden intimacy. "I'm sorry, Fei, it's my uncle's mistake." Lin Luoqing hugged the child in his arms, crying, "Beating is pain, scolding is love, not beating or scolding your own flesh and blood. Uncle beats and scolds you because he loves you, Lin Fei." Lin Fei stared at the sky silently. Lin Luoqing let go of him slightly, and looked at his fair little face. "When I hit you, it hurts in my heart. In fact, every time I hit you, my heart hurts more than yours." Uncle's heart. Lin Luoqing touched his heart. "It's like chopping dumpling stuffing," crushed one Lin Fei. Lin Fei twitched the corner of his mouth silently. Lin Luoqing let go of his arm, and stretched out a hand in front of him, You hit me, Lin Fei, huh? I knew you wouldn't do it. Lin Luoqing said in a sad tone. Lin Fei, then. Scold me. Lin Luoqing said sincerely. Lin Fei? Question mark? You are so kind, how could you scold people? One Lin Fei, oh my god, Fei, how can you repay your hatred with kindness and forgive your ugly uncle so much? One Lin Luoqing hugged him affectionately. A child, a young child, has learned the principle of repaying grievances with kindness at a young age, and has learned to use love to influence the evil in this world. Fei, you really make my uncle ashamed and proud of you. Pitikin Wang Han Wu, the pattern is too big, Tangzong and Songzhu, the age is too far away, a generation of Xianjiao Genghis Khan, who was not as sensible as you when he was a child. You are the hope of the nation, the future of the motherland. One Lin Fei. The fan-shaped statistical chart in Lin Fei's eyes has unconsciously changed its content. Now it is 30% shocked, 30% speechless, and 40% unwilling to speak. Uncle. Knew it was wrong, Lin Luoqing said in a gentle tone. Uncle will never beat you again. From today on, you are Uncle's sweetheart. I will not sleep unless the moon sleeps. I will accompany Fei every year, as Lin Luoqing said. She wanted to kiss him again. Lin Fei immediately pushed him in disgust, and looked at him with complicated eyes. So, what you just said doesn't count? Lin Luoqing? Exclamation mark. No, son, why are you still thinking about getting revenge on your hateful uncle? Exclamation mark. Is that a bunch of words I just said for nothing? Exclamation mark. At this time, shouldn't you throw yourself into my arms and have a deep affection with my nephew? Why are you so indifferent, Ian baby? Uncle's arms are open for you. However, Lin Fei didn't want to fall into his open arms, and still looked at him calmly. Lin Luoqing. Alright, or say that he is the cold-faced king of Hades. Sure enough, he won't be moved by the rhetoric, so just hit him. It's better to let him beat him now than to be hired by him when he grows up, okay? Lin Luoqing sighed. No matter how much uncle loves you, how much he loves you, how much he cares about you, but I did hit you before, it was my fault, so you hide me bar, Lin Fei? Question mark? Lin Fei was very skeptical, Lin Fei was very disbelieving. The fan-shaped statistical chart in Lin Fei's eyes became 3 points of doubt, 3 points of doubt, and 3 points of distrust. Lin Luoqing looked at his evenly distributed fan-shaped statistical chart, and couldn't understand why he was so keen on drawing pictures at a young age. Exclamation mark. Is this trying to be a painter? Drawing pictures from dolls? Let's fight. Lin Luoqing blinked, some tears welled up in his eyes, stretched out his hand, and looked at Lin Fei sincerely. Lin Fei was really confused by his innocent appearance. No matter how smart and precocious he was only a 5 or 6-year-old child. He couldn't understand why this man called him a moron before going out in the morning. Now but he looked like he liked him and cared about him. However, it was rare for him to have a chance to take revenge, so he raised his hand without much hesitation, intending to avenge himself. Lin Luoqing watched him raise his little hand, and was ready to be hit by him. As a child, with how much strength you have, it is probably soft and painless when you fight. So he looked at Lin Fei with a gentle face, and encouraged him. It's okay, uncle doesn't hurt, you don't worry about hitting, if you hit hard, uncle doesn't blame you. Lin Fei seemed to be reminded by this sentence, and the moment he dropped his hand, he withdrew his hand. I'm going to get something, Lin Luoqing? Question mark. Take things, take what? He looked suspiciously at Lin Fei walking to the back of the kitchen door, and the next second, he saw Lin Fei coming out with a broom from behind the door. Lin Luoqing. Exclamation mark. No. Seriously? Exclamation mark. Is it so violent? Exclamation mark. Am I still your dear uncle? Exclamation mark. Oh never. Chapter 4. Lin Luoqing looked tragically at Lin Fei approaching step by step. With complicated emotions and subtle expressions he underestimated Lin Fei, but Fei. Why are you so violent? Exclamation mark. How did you learn to use external force at such a young age? Which dog thing taught you? Soon, Lin Luoqing realized that it wasn't the original owner's bastard. He hit Lin Fei with a broom, and Lin Fei followed suit. Naturally, he knew that beating people with this thing hurts more than beating people with bare hands. So, the original owner, what do you owe me? You put it back on for me. Lin Fei didn't care about Lin Luoqing's fierce inner roar, and walked in front of him calmly, holding a broom in his hand, looking at him calmly. Uncle, I'm going to call back, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing, What can Lin Luoqing say? If he promised to hide him, he would accept it even on his knees, so he could only reach out again. Only this time, he switched to his left hand. After all, his right hand still needed to eat and right. Lin Fei raised his broom, pursed his lips. Lin Luoqing turned his head reflexively, and wailed in his heart, "My left hand can play with mobile phones and throw garbage!" Exclamation mark. Then, he heard a thump, and in the next second, the expected broom did not fall, but was replaced by the child's forceful but not too heavy palm. Lin Luoqing turned around in surprise. The smile on Lin Fei's face didn't disappear, but after seeing him turn his head, he flattened the corners of his mouth, and changed into the calm expression just now. He didn't speak, turned around and walked towards the kitchen door with the broom. Lin Luoqing looked at his back and asked him, "You don't want to fight anymore? It's over." Lin Fei said, "Just for a while." Lin Fei was silent for a moment, and said in a low voice, "It's not good to hit someone. My mother doesn't like it." Lin Luoqing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Fei to be so easy to talk to. The adult Lin Fei tortured Lin Luoqing for half a year before letting him go, but now, he just hid him, or hit him with his hands, and let go of his hatred. Lin Luoqing suddenly felt sorry for him. A child like him could force him to torture the other party for half a year. Where the text he couldn't see was not recorded, what kind of physical and mental harm did the original owner do to him? But even so, he let the original owner go after he got tired of it and felt that it was boring. In fact, he was much gentler than he thought. Lin Luoqing stood up, walked behind Lin Fei, and hugged him up. Lin Fei was caught off guard by him and left the ground. He didn't panic, but he didn't have a paralyzed face, but frowned at him. "What are you doing?" Lin Luoqing smiled and kissed him the face several times. "Fei, you are so cute, Uncle love you." Lin Fei pushed his face in disgust, and told him to stay away from him. He felt that Lin Luoqing was probably crazy today, that's why he liked to kiss him so much, and who would believe him when he said he liked him? He's not stupid. Lin Luoqing was not angry at being pushed by him, but just hugged him tightly, fearing that he would fall. He looked at Lin Fei's similar appearance to himself, as if he saw him when he was a child, and he couldn't help liking him. "Let's go. Uncle will take you to eat delicious food." Lin Luoqing said. Lin Fei had no objection to this, but said, "Put me down first. I don't." Lin Luoqing refused. "If you're still young, it's safer for me to hug you." Lin Fei, "You said this morning that I'm too big." "It's not an oil bottle, but an oil barrel." Lin Luoqing, "As expected of you, the original owner, it's really hard to hear. No wonder you can make yourself so dead." "Then, I want to hold it even more." Lin Luoqing opened his mouth and said, "The oil price is so expensive now. An oil barrel like yours is like a walking RMB, a refined gold ingot. I don't want to hold it in my arms." Lin Fei? Question mark? Can you still explain it like this? Lin Fei couldn't talk to him for a while, and was carried into the elevator by him. As soon as he entered the elevator, he saw a man leading a child. Lin Fei immediately turned his head and lowered his head, wishing he could cover his face with his hands. It was rare for him to be so close to Lin Luoqing. At this time, he was suddenly hugged by the other party and bumped into by others, which made him feel uncomfortable and even a little embarrassed. Lin Luoqing looked at him, wishing he could hide his face in her arms, smiled lowly, touched his head, leaned into his ear and said, "Don't be shy. It's not shameful to be hugged by your uncle. You are still a part of our community." "Coolest pup, shut up," Lin Fei whispered. "Okay." Lin Fei deliberately teased him, "So I shut up. Fei, aren't you shy? You're just shy." Lin Fei gave him a dissatisfied look. Lin Luoqing smiled lightly and kissed him on the cheek. Lin Fei raised his little hand to wipe his face in disgust. His eyes were 3 parts dissatisfied, 4 parts embarrassed and 3 parts childishly innocent. Lin Luoqing laughed again in an instant, thinking that he must be good at mathematics in the future. After all, he is a man who is good at drawing at such a young age. The two had a meal together and went home. It was getting late. Lin Luoqing was lying on the bed, thinking about meeting Ji Yuxiao tomorrow, and took the initiative to send a WhatsApp message to Ji Yuxiao. "Brother, are you asleep? When is it better for me to see you tomorrow?" Naturally, Ji Yuxiao hadn't slept yet. When the phone rang, he picked it up and found that it was Lin Luoqing. He looked at Lin Luoqing's word brother, and always felt that he called it too fluently. Ji Yuxiao, let's change the name. Lin Luoqing thought for a while. Male god? Ji Yuxiao, too lifeless. Wanting to change the name and turn it into living, Lin Luoqing thought about the holy meaning for a while, and felt that he understood. He understands. He understands. Good guy. Quite active. I can't see how active you are. Lin Luoqing did not hesitate. Got it, husband. Chapter 5. Ji Yuxiao! Exclamation mark. Ji Yuxiao almost spit out a sip of water. Who the made you call me husband? Did I tell you to call me husband? You're welcome. Not at all reserved. No shame, no shame. He helplessly replied to Lin Luoqing, let's call him brother. Lin Luoqing felt that he was quite picky, and he was so entangled in a title, but who made him the thick thigh that he wanted to hug now, so I should just be my brother, so he followed a good example. Brother. Looking at his ecstatic wave number, Ji Yuxiao felt that he was really not ashamed at all. Lin Luoqing asked again, so when shall I go to see you tomorrow? Ji Yuxiao thought for a while, and replied, after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Row. Lin Luoqing responded. It just so happened that after looking for Ji Yuxiao, he could drop by to pick up Lin Fei from school without delay. After replying to the message, he heard movement outside the door and walked out, only to find that Lin Fei had entered the bathroom, as if he was about to take a bath by himself. Do you want to take a bath? He asked Lin Fei. Lin Fei nodded, and put the bath water in a familiar manner. Seeing this, Lin Luoqing hurried to his side, and said positively, Uncle will help you wash the clothes. Lin Fei looked calm. I can wash myself. Lin Luoqing didn't miss any opportunity to increase their intimacy, bent down and touched his head. The feeling of washing by yourself is different from that of Uncle washing for you. You can feel it today. You don't need money if you feel uncomfortable. Lin Fei, of course, it doesn't cost money to be comfortable. Lin Fei. Seeing that the water was almost full, Lin Luoqing turned off the water and prepared to help Lin Fei undress. Lin Fei was taken aback, and quickly said, I will take it off myself. He raised his hand and took off his short sleeves and trousers, stepped into the bathtub, and obediently sat in his usual seat. Lin Luoqing rolled up his sleeves, squatted beside the bathtub and began to bathe him. Tomorrow morning, can I take you to school? He asked Lin Fei while washing. I'll pick you up after school in the afternoon. Lin Fei didn't think it was necessary. I can do it myself. You're still a child. It's not safe to go to and from school alone, so Uncle will pick you up. When he said this, he suddenly remembered that Lin Fei didn't know about his marriage to Ji Yuxiao. Don't blame him. When he first came here, he didn't remember that Lin Fei was still a child and living with the original owner, so in order to survive, he had to choose the road of marriage. When I got home and saw the young Lin Fei, I was so busy saving myself that I didn't even remember getting married. Confusion caused the current situation. Lin Luoqing was a little guilty for a while, so she couldn't help but soften her voice. By the way, Fei, Uncle has something to tell you. Lin Fei turned to look at him, seemingly puzzled. Lin Luoqing smiled and said calmly, I may be getting married soon. Lin Fei, huh? Marry? Of course, I'm still thinking about it. The main reason is that this matter is also related to you, so you have to agree. If you don't agree, then I won't marry him. So, baby, do you agree? Lin Luoqing tried to persuade Lin Fei. The thing is like this, am I also at the age of marriage? You're only 22. Lin Fei said calmly, yes, the legal age for marriage. It's time to get married. Lin Fei. Lin Fei turned his head to look at him, and in his eyes were 3 points of disbelief, 4 points of contempt and 3 points of your new fan-shaped statistical chart. Lin Luoqing had no choice but to raise the corners of her lips and smiled awkwardly but politely, and continued to coax him. Well, the person I'm marrying is actually not bad, although the book says that Ji Yuxiao is glamorous, noble, erratic, and moody. Judging from his contact with Ji Yuxiao today, the original owner has said so, and Ji Yuxiao didn't even raise his hand, which shows that he is still very restrained, very educated. As long as there is no domestic violence, then other things don't matter, and he also has a child, about your size. You can just play together. Lin Fei seemed a little interested when he heard this. He also has a child? Well, it's also a little boy. It's just… Lin Luo couldn't help but feel guilty again when he said this. Their children may be more aggressive, fierce? Lin Fei was puzzled. Can you not be fierce? Although the original owner did humiliate Ji Yuxiao more than once, but how can this not be to the point of marrying a dog? Let your friends and family watch it. If you can't come, you have to live broadcast it to the other party. Could this be done by ordinary people? Compared with him, Lin Fei, the cold-faced king of Hades, is simply an angelic existence. Anyway, I heard that it might be more fierce, but you don't have to be afraid. I'm your uncle. If he dares to bully you, I'll let his father teach him a lesson. In short, you won't suffer, Lin. Fei didn't quite believe it. Lin Luoqing nodded firmly. Really, you have to trust your uncle, Lin. Fei raised his eyebrows, as if asking him, do you think you are trustworthy? Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing wiped his face with his hand, and closed his suspicious eyes. So, would you like to? He asked a little uncertainly. Under such circumstances, it's normal for Lin Fei not to be willing. He and the original owner had a bad relationship, and now the original owner is going to get married, and the married partner has a child. The child is not a good child. Which child would be willing? Just as Lin Luoqing was thinking, he heard Lin Fei's calm voice. I do not mind, Lin Luoqing? ? Would you like? Yes. Lin Fei said calmly. Lin Luoqing was overjoyed, put his arms around his neck and began to kiss his face. Fei, you are so kind, Uncle Leyu. You are really the most considerate baby in the world. Lin Fei moved to the side in disgust, but he didn't dodge. He had no choice but to be hugged and kissed several times by Lin Luoqing. It really doesn't matter to him. Lin Luoqing got married, and it wasn't him who got married. Anyway, he would be separated in the future, so it doesn't matter who he marries. He just lives with Lin Luoqing for a while, and when he grows up, he will understand the world better and he'll leave. He was just surprised that someone like Lin Luoqing would actually be willing to marry him, but it had nothing to do with him, so he was only surprised for a short time and didn't care. Seeing that Lin Fei had no objection, Lin Luoqing finally let go of the hanging heart just now. While helping Lin Fei apply the shower gel, he assured him, even if I get married, you are the most important person to me. It will treat you well, and your future aunt will also treat you well, Lin. Fei gave a calm hum without much emotion. Lin Luoqing felt that he probably had a bad relationship with the original owner, and he didn't dare to express too much opinion on his marriage, so he didn't continue this topic he had just passed through, and it was really unrealistic for Lin Fei to give up his dissatisfaction with the original owner and give him a hug within half a day. So he just needs to slowly make Lin Fei change his view of him, accept him and like him in the future, getting along with him, and that will be fine. Lin Luoqing washed the foam off his body for him, picked him up, wiped him with a towel, and then helped him put on his pajamas. He carried Lin Fei back to the room, put him on the bed, and said to him, I'm going to take a shower, and I'll come to sleep with you later, Lin Fei? ? Lin Fei thinks this is really unnecessary. I can sleep by myself. It's okay, Uncle will sleep with you, and Uncle can still tell you stories, Lin Fei. He doesn't want to hear stories. He didn't draw fan-shaped statistical charts at the moment, but his whole eyes were filled with rejection. But Lin Luoqing pretended not to see it, rubbed his little head, and said softly, play by yourself for a while, Uncle, for a while. Come here, Lin Fei. Lin Fei watched him stand up and walk out of his bedroom, covering his eyes with one hand, feeling helpless in his heart. Why are you still here? There's really no need to come here. Don't come here. Lin Fei lay on the bed, feeling really tired. Lin Luoqing quickly took a shower and returned to Lin Fei's bedroom. Lin Fei was still awake, lying on the bed and reading a book. He was reading stories of idioms with pinyin. Lin Luoqing looked at it, and suddenly thought of something, walked over and lay down beside him, and said to him, Uncle, let me tell you a story. Lin Fei turned to look at him, his eyes filled with words. Do you really want to sleep with me tonight? Lin Luoqing's answer was in the affirmative. Of course, baby, Lin Fei. Lin Fei gave up. He closed the book, lay down under the quilt, and closed his eyes. Lin Luoqing originally wanted to tell him a story, but he was too sleepy, so he yawned as soon as he opened his mouth, so he gave up and planned to tell him tomorrow. He stretched out his arms to embrace Lin Fei, and kissed him on the cheek. Good night, have a good dream, Fei. Hope, Lin Fei thought, it's best to dream about my uncle. Lin Luoqing added Lin Fei. Then it might not be a good dream. Lin Luoqing closed her eyes, hugged the child in her arms, and slowly fell asleep. He had a very long dream, in which there were many people, a weak mother, a serious father, a gentle sister, a sensible Lin Fei, and all kinds of other people, appearing in his dream like a revolving lantern. When the alarm clock next to Lin Fei's bed rang the next morning, Lin Luoqing raised his hand to help him turn off the alarm clock, only to realize in a trance that he seemed to have the memory of the original owner. Those shadowy memories finally took off the veil at this moment and entered his mind, although unfamiliar. It also gave him a general understanding of the original owner's past. Lin Luoqing sorted out his memory a bit, and saw that Lin Fei had already sat up and started changing clothes, so he didn't think about it anymore, prepared breakfast for him, and sent him to school. He went home to rest for a while, had dinner, and went to Ji Yuxiao's house. Ji Yuxiao was reading a book at this time, when he heard a knock on the door. He said come in and saw the person he had been thinking about all morning. I'm here. Lin Luoqing smiled. He smiled beautifully, like the afternoon sun, warm and bright. Ji Yuxiao looked at him and felt that he was really an unpredictable person, but that's not the point. The point now is that he has to see first whether it was a coincidence that he fell asleep unintentionally last night, or if it really had something to do with him. Sit. Ji Yuxiao said politely. Lin Luoqing sat down on the sofa not far from him, and said positively, should we talk about marriage today? This is really never forgetting your own personality. Ji Yuxiao silently commented in his heart, and replied, that's right, but don't worry, let's talk about your career first, cause? Lin Luoqing was a little puzzled. What are you talking about? You're an actor, right? Ji Yuxiao said politely, right, how are your acting skills? I think it's okay. Lin Luoqing said modestly, let me see. Ji Yuxiao leaned back slightly, leaning on the back of the chair. Lin Luoqing? Question mark? What do you think? He hasn't filmed yet in this world. Will you perform a scene for him? You can choose a familiar segment to perform, and if you need lines, I can help you play cherry blossoms. Ji Yuxiao gently gave a solution. It's a live show. If you say this, then I won't be sleepy. Lin Luoqing immediately regained her spirits, stood up and stretched her shoulders, ready to start her own showtime. What style do you like? He proactively asked, subtle and forbearing? Emotional explosion? Literary and artistic freshness? Or blank space? You choose one. I can do it. Ji Yuxiao didn't expect this to be a multiple choice question. After thinking for a while, he said, let's be reserved. After all, yesterday's emotional drama was enough to explode enough. Lin Luoqing gave him an okay gesture, turned his back to him to build up his emotions, and then turned around, already looking miserable. His face was fair and transparent, looking fragile and vulnerable. His brows were slightly frowned, his eyes were sad and teary. He looked at Ji Yuxiao, hesitating to speak. Hesitant to speak. Ji Yuxiao nodded involuntarily, secretly thinking that there was indeed some meaning in it. You. What do you mean? Lin Luoqing said in a low voice. His tone was soft and slow, as if he had been wronged a lot, and he didn't know what to say. You're like this. What should I do? This is a clip he had auditioned before, a poor and fragile young master. He liked it quite a bit, but he was not selected. Now that he is acting, Lin Luoqing can still remember most of his lines. Remember his insincere. Ji Yuxiao watched, slowly, feeling that he couldn't hear what he was saying clearly. He closed his eyes involuntarily, but he didn't want to be discovered by Lin Luoqing, so he raised his right hand with the last will. So, when the tears in Lin Luoqing's eyes finally fell, and the scene ended, when he looked up at Ji Yuxiao, he was surprised to find that his fiancé was lowering his head, resting his forehead with his hands, and put on a pensive expression posture of the person this is. His acting skills are so bad that his future husband's eyes are so hot? No way, he's not that bad, is he? Exclamation mark. But if that wasn't the case, how could he pose in such an embarrassing pose? Am I not acting well? Lin Luoqing asked hesitantly. Ji Yuxiao fell silent and fell asleep. Seeing that he didn't answer, Lin Luoqing thought he was thinking about how to reply to herself tactfully, and immediately replied, then I'll act it out again, and this time I'll change it to be more subtle. Ji Yuxiao continued to sleep deeply. Lin Luoqing turned around, let out a sigh of relief, brewed some emotions, turned to Ji Yuxiao again, and started a new round of performance. That's okay. This time he not only acted out the young master's sadness and forbearance, but also acted out his stubbornness and innocence, so it's no problem at all. Lin Luoqing was confidently ready to receive the compliment, but Ji Yuxiao still looked like a perplexed thinker. Lin Luoqing. No way. Is he really bad at acting? Exclamation mark. It shouldn't be. Could it be that those directors who said before that he has good acting skills but lack of luck and resources are all perfunctory? No. Lin Luoqing looked at the man in front of him who didn't know what to say, and said without confidence, just say what you want to say, I accept it. Ji Yuxiao was on standby. Lin Luoqing became more and more anxious. Really, brother, you don't have to worry. I will definitely accept it with an open mind and listen carefully to the audience's suggestions. Ji Yuxiao is still on standby. Seeing that he has been silent, Lin Luoqing couldn't help being a little puzzled. Why is it so difficult to speak? How bad is he? He stared at Ji Yuxiao curiously, finally noticed something wrong, walked around the desk, and walked to his side. "Brother, I saw Ji Yuxiao sleeping soundly, breathing evenly." Lin Luoqing. Chapter 6. Fortunately, he thought that his performance was poor. It turned out to be asleep. Scared him to death. Lin Luoqing snorted, but then he thought about it again. No, his acting can make people fall asleep. Isn't his acting very bad? Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing looked at her fiancé in disbelief. He couldn't be really bad at acting, could he? Exclamation mark. No way, no way. Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing felt her heart go cold. What can I do to save you? My spicy chicken acting skills that make you sleepy at first sight. Lin Luoqing sat on the sofa with a heavy-hearted glance at Ji Yuxiao, who was still sleeping with his hands on his forehead, and his already heavy heart became worse again. Lin Luoqing even began to think about whether he should change his career and change his job, or his drowsy acting skills would not be far away from retiring. Change it? He is not reconciled. Don't change it. I guess the audience will not be reconciled in the future, so whether to change jobs, whether to retreat or not, this is a question. Lin Luoqing was thinking carefully when suddenly he heard the phone ring. He thought it was his cell phone, so he quickly took it out and was about to press it, afraid of disturbing Ji Yuxiao's sleep. But when he took it out, he found that it wasn't his cell phone, it was Ji Yuxiao's. He stretched his neck and looked at Ji Yuxiao's desk. As soon as he looked at the phone, he saw movement from Ji Yuxiao. He slowly raised his head, as if he was a little dazed. He reached out to touch the phone. His voice was low as if it was embedded with a magnet because he had just woken up. "Hello." He didn't know what he said on the phone. He said him a few times, and then hung up the phone. Ji Yuxiao raised his head, and saw Lin Luoqing sitting on the sofa not far away, looking at him curiously. Only then did he remember, as if waking up from a dream, Lin Luoqing was still there, showing himself his superb acting skills. So, he fell asleep again during Lin Luoqing's performance. He watched so many movies and TV shows last night to no avail, but now, he fell asleep again during Lin Luoqing's performance. If the first time was a coincidence, then this time, it can't be a coincidence, right? Exclamation mark. Ji Yuxiao thought it was him. There is no need to try again, no matter what the reason for this situation is, and no matter why Lin Luoqing suddenly insisted on marrying him, as long as he can let him sleep peacefully, then he must first let him stay by his side. A very good performance. Ji Yuxiao calmly put down his phone and looked at Lin Luoqing with a calm expression, as if he had watched a wonderful performance instead of taking a nap just now. "Lin Luoqing? Are you kidding me? You are asleep. Sleep so soundly? Why are you ashamed to tell me that you did a good job against your conscience?" Exclamation mark. This is too hypocritical. Lin Luoqing didn't believe his nonsense at all, and took the initiative to pave a turning point for him. But, you don't seem to be very popular, with my hypnotic acting skills. It's no wonder I am popular. Science is not popular. Good guy. After so many years, he knows why he's not popular anymore. To put it bluntly, he is still not good at acting. My heart is broken. It's really not popular. Lin Luoqing said in a low voice, and she was about to quit the circle, saving every day to help the audience sleep peacefully, and letting herself and the audience go. So, you can consider changing to another entertainment company. Ji Yuxiao didn't know what effect his good night's sleep had on Lin Luoqing at all, and said according to his plan, "I have an entertainment company here, if you want. If so, I hope you can consider signing with me." Lin Luoqing? Question mark. Lin Luoqing felt that he must have fallen asleep. "Me? Are you serious?" "Of course." Ji Yuxiao nodded slightly. Lin Luoqing had a delicate expression. "No, brother, you saw my acting skills just now, right? With my acting skills, I basically bid farewell to the entertainment industry. You let me join. Isn't this self-sacrificing to save others and helping the poor?" Ji Yuxiao was puzzled. "You're not bad at acting. I think your acting skills are good. Can you watch it and fall asleep?" Ji Yuxiao, how should I put it? Lin Luoqing looked at him with a look of "I understand everything. You don't have to think about me so much. There are no outsiders in this room now, so brother, you don't need to cover it up for me. I understand everything." Ji Yuxiao pressed the center of his eyebrows helplessly, secretly thinking, what do you know? Yes, you really don't understand this. Even he didn't understand why he fell asleep while watching Lin Luoqing's performance. Can Lin Luoqing still understand? I didn't get sleepy watching your acting. I didn't have a good rest last night. I haven't been in a good mood today. Before you came, I planned to take a nap, so I just fell asleep accidentally, really. Lin Luoqing was very suspicious. Ji Yuxiao nodded. Of course it's true. Do I have to lie to you about this kind of thing? This is true. Lin Luoqing instantly cleared up. The rain stopped, and he felt that he was doing well again. Then, I'll show you again. One Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao was a little apprehensive. Or, let's discuss marriage first. If he fell asleep again after a while, it would be impossible to tell. Lin Luoqing refused. It's okay. Let's talk about the marriage later. Let's talk about career first. You just fell asleep and didn't see much of my performance, so I will do it again, so that you can correctly evaluate my acting skills. Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao was very worried about himself this time, and couldn't make a correct assessment. Lin Luoqing looked at his embarrassed look, and couldn't help but said guiltily, or what you just said was actually to comfort me. Of course not. Ji Yuxiao quickly denied, looking at Lin Luoqing's suspicious eyes. He had nothing to do, so he stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. You act, then. You won't be hypnotized by my acting skills this time. Definitely not. Ji Yuxiao said nonsense with his acting skills open. Lin Luoqing was happy, and began to brew emotions again. Ji Yuxiao looked at Lin Luoqing and said that it was too late and then soon, and a new performance started in a blink of an eye, and he couldn't help but silently clenched his fists, reminding himself that he must not fall asleep this time. He stared intently at Lin Luoqing's every movement and every expression, trying to use his firm will to stabilize his unsteady drowsiness. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, Ji Yuxiao felt that his eyelids seemed to be unable to hold on. He shook his head and tried to open his eyes, but after a while, his eyelids drooped again. Ji Yuxiao had to shake his head again and straighten his back once, twice, 3 times. Just as Ji Yuxiao struggled to open his eyes again, raised his head, and looked forward like a dream, he saw Lin Luoqing squinting his eyes and looking at him mercilessly. Ji Yuxiao woke up instantly. Chapter 7. I can explain. Ji Yuxiao took the initiative. I'm too tired. Really? It has absolutely nothing to do with your performance, really? Lin Luoqing no longer believed him. Then let's talk about marriage first, and when I leave today, I'll perform for you again. Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao felt that it was really too difficult for him. He is too difficult. Why test his will so much? He's just an ordinary insomniac. Why did you do this to him? How cruel. Seeing that he fell silent for a moment, Lin Luoqing couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips, thinking that he was quite interesting. Not only is it interesting, but he's also a nice person. It's all like this, and it has nothing to do with his performance. It takes care of his professional self-esteem. He is such a good man, and he is not at all like what others say. Thinking so, he sat back on the sofa and changed the subject. Now let's talk about our marriage. Ji Yuxiao was obviously more willing to talk about this topic. Is there anything you want? He asked. I'm happy to be married to you without AI. What more bicycles do I need? Ji Yuxiao didn't expect that he would still follow his secret lover at this time, without mentioning a single condition, so he couldn't help being a little surprised. Have you figured it out? Of course. Lin Luoqing said with a smile. You are so kind. I am already a high-ranking person to marry you, so I am very content. Ji Yuxiao, then, let me tell you about my side. Do you still have conditions? Lin Luoqing is curious. What conditions do you have? Based on my current physical condition, I don't really want to hold a wedding, so there's a high probability that we will only get a certificate. Can you accept this? Lin Luoqing had no objection. Yes, I have a child here. You should know that he is my brother's son. After my brother and my sister-in-law passed away, he has been with me. If we get married, you will most likely live under the same roof as him. Come on, would you like this? Lin Luoqing smiled slightly. It's a coincidence. I also have a child here. I don't know if you have heard of it. He is my sister's son, and he has been with me since my sister passed away. So if we get married, there will also be one more child. Would you like that? Of course. Ji Yuxiao knew that he had a nephew. After he decided to marry Lin Luoqing last night, he had already found someone to investigate Lin Luoqing. The information revealed by the investigation was not good, which was why he hesitated again this morning. He could not care about Lin Luoqing's personality, but he hoped that Lin Luoqing would treat Ji Liu well, but the information showed that Lin Luoqing didn't look like a person who liked children, so he couldn't help but hesitate. I am willing. Ji Yuxiao said calmly, so I also hope that you will be willing. I have no other requirements for you, just one. I hope you can treat Xiaoyu well, is that okay? Of course. Lin Luoqing laughed. Just kidding, does he dare not treat Ji Liu well? He is just a small supporting role, while Ji Liu is the number 2 male, the big villain, the man who can make other people fall in love with each other every minute. Even if he treats himself badly, he doesn't dare to treat a great devil like Ji Liu badly? Exclamation mark. That's good. Ji Yuxiao said gently, I have no other requirements, and you, is there anything you want me to do? Lin Luoqing shook her head, well, since you and I have no objection to the marriage, you can go home with me tomorrow and meet my family, Lin Luoqing. Exclamation mark. Tomorrow one too fast. Ji Yuxiao chuckled, you can get the certificate after meeting the parents, don't you want to get the certificate as soon as possible with your male god? Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing could only smile and nodded, I think, I dream about it, but happiness comes too suddenly, it's okay. Ji Yuxiao leaned back in the chair, what did you just say? He thought for a while, and found those 2 words, sacrificing oneself to save others, helping the poor at a fixed point, this year you are my fixed point poverty alleviation unit, and it is what I should do to quickly help you get rid of poverty, Lin Luoqing. I thank you. Then I'll pick you up tomorrow. Ji Yuxiao said, send me your address on WeChat later, after. He finished speaking, he thought of something and added, after we get the certificate in 2 days, you can move to my place, oh. Lin Luoqing replied in a low voice, after meeting my family tomorrow, do you need me to accompany you to meet your family? That's not necessary. Lin Luoqing didn't hide it from him, I don't have a good relationship with my family, so there's no need. Ji Yuxiao didn't ask much, just said, okay, the 2 said a few more words, and after confirming the meeting time tomorrow, Lin Luoqing was about to leave. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and looked up at Ji Yuxiao, almost forgot, I have to show you one more time, Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao thinks this can really be forgotten. Lin Luoqing smiled, brother, you are not tired now, are you not sleepy, can you seriously watch my performance? Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao felt that he was already tired, please. He gestured helplessly. Lin Luoqing smiled and said, I'll change the clip, this time it's a happy one, maybe the previous clip was too depressing, so you're sleepy watching it, Ji Yuxiao felt that it was definitely not the case. The segment of Lin Luoqing's performance outside the car last night was so bloody, he couldn't sleep soundly, but he couldn't say that, so he could only cooperate. Okay, Lin Luoqing turned his back and began to brew his emotions. After a while, he turned around again, with a little anger on his face. Ji Yuxiao looked at it with great interest, but just looking at it, he found that his thoughts became chaotic again. He originally wanted to call it a stop, and wanted to tell Lin Luoqing that it was good to end here, and he acted very well. However, the chaotic thoughts kept him from opening his mouth. Instead, he lowered his head, leaned on the back of the chair, and closed his eyes. Lin Luoqing turned her head after the last scene, and saw Ji Yuxiao was lowering her head. Unable to see her face clearly, he called out suspiciously, brother? No response. Male? God? There was silence. Lin Luoqing was speechless. Husband? Ji Yuxiao still bowed his head and said nothing. Well, sure enough, I fell asleep again. Lin Luoqing tiptoed over to him, squatted beside him and looked up from below. Ji Yuxiao was fast asleep, her beautiful phoenix eyes were quietly closed, and all she could see was his long eyelashes drooping densely, as if a rain curtain covered in fog. He is so good looking, Lin Luoqing said silently in his heart. He is so good looking even when he is asleep. He blinked slightly, and quietly squatted on the ground with his chin resting on his cheeks, looking at the person in front of him. Although getting married was an accident, it was a good thing to be able to marry such a good-looking person. At least he didn't feel bad about it. That's how could his fiancée be so tired? And how could his acting skills be so poor? Lin Luoqing sighed in her heart, thinking that Ji Yuxiao's poverty alleviation work might not be so easy to do. He stood up, walked to the sofa, picked up the blanket from the sofa, and carefully covered Ji Yuxiao's body. Since you are so sleepy, sleep more. Lin Luoqing bent down and wrote him a message on the open notebook, then secretly glanced at him, and then quietly left Ji Yuxiao's study. It was almost time for Lin Fei to leave school, and he was going to pick Lin Fei up. Lin Fei packed his school bag, stood up, and walked out of the classroom unhurriedly. He remembered that when Lin Luoqing sent him to school this morning, He said that he would pick him up after school in the afternoon, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, 9 out of 10 sentences Lin Luoqing said were farting, and only those who annoyed him were true. He still remembers that last semester, it didn't rain when he went to school in the morning, but it rained after school in the afternoon. He watched the raindrops fall, and the outside of the school was crowded with parents picking up students, but Lin Luoqing was nowhere to be seen. It was raining heavily. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment, took out the mobile phone in the bag. The mobile phone is not new, the mobile phone case is pink, and there are shiny rhinestones on it. This is Lin Luoqing's mobile phone. Lin Luoqing is dead. Lin Fei took over the phone and carried it with him every day. As if his mother was still by his side, he dialed Lin Luoqing, and the phone displayed brother, which was Lin Luoqing's note to Lin Luoqing. Lin Fei didn't change it, he didn't change anything, and he didn't want to change it. Lin Luoqing picked it up very slowly, and asked him lazily, "What's wrong?" "It's raining." Lin Fei said, "Can you come pick me up? Can't you come back by yourself?" Lin Luoqing asked impatiently, Did it bring sand?" Lin Luoqing sighed helplessly, "Understood, just wait, seeing what he said." Lin Fei hung up the phone and waited quietly on the steps in front of the teaching building. He waited for a long time until it was dark and the rain had subsided. The passing teacher asked him in surprise, "Student, why haven't you come home yet?" Lin Fei looked at his watch. More than 2 hours had passed since Lin Luoqing said to wait. He calmly said, "I didn't bring sang." "Where is your home?" "The teacher sent you off." Lin Fei was silent for a moment, then shook his head. He wanted to wait. He wanted to see when Lin Luoqing would come, or if he would come. "Thank you." He refused softly, "But no need, my uncle is coming soon." Upon hearing this, the teacher told him a few more words before leaving. Lin Fei watched her leave and stood quietly alone. The rain was still falling, pattering, and occasionally thunder rolled across the black night sky, as if angry, but Lin Fei didn't get angry. His mood was like a puddle under his feet. Raindrops fell into it and rippled in circles. However, those ripples were only clear and shallow, and they couldn't even splash water, let alone other things. It wasn't until the security guard came to patrol the building and asked him why he didn't go home, that Lin Fei finally let out a low laugh. The voice is very soft, with some breathy sound, almost inaudible. "I'll go back right now," he said softly, with a smile on his face that still hasn't dissipated. The smile was very weak, and in the eyes of others, it seemed that he was happy. Seeing that he was good-looking, the security guard asked with concern, "Where are your parents? Didn't they come to pick you up?" "I don't need it," Lin Fei said indifferently. He picked up his school bag and put it on his head, then stepped down the teaching building and ran all the way to the school gate. He ran fast, ran all the way to the bus station, swiped his card, and got on the bus. The school bag can't help him resist too much wind and rain. His face and clothes are still wet, but his expression is too calm. He doesn't look embarrassed. It can only add a little pale and fragile feeling. However, Lin Fei didn't feel that he was fragile. He looked out of the window calmly, thinking that he would put an umbrella in his bag when he went out in the future, otherwise he would get caught in the rain. No one will come to pick him up anymore, so he needs to do everything by himself. He needs to grow up, although now, what he can do is still very limited. Lin Fei went home and saw Lin Luoqing sitting on the sofa playing games. Lin Luoqing didn't seem to expect him to come back, and said in surprise, "You're back? Didn't I tell you to wait for me?" Lin Fei said, "It's 9 o'clock, fuck. 1 inches." Lin Luoqing was surprised. "Why is it so late? I obviously just played twice." As he was talking, the voice of his teammates came from the game. Lin Luoqing quarreled with his teammates, cursing, and then he was busy playing the game again with his head down. Lin Fei looked at him silently, went back to his room without saying a word. He took his pajamas and went to the bathroom to put hot water on it. Then he took off his wet clothes and soaked in the hot water to warm up his body. He didn't soak for too long, changed his clothes and went out of the bathroom, drank a large cup of hot water, and carefully made himself a pack of banlangen granules before going back to his bedroom to read in peace. After Lin Luoqing finished playing the game, he remembered that he hadn't eaten yet, so he ordered takeaway and delivered some to Lin Fei along the way. "Here, dinner." Lin Fei put down his book and started eating. He didn't speak. Lin Luoqing didn't bother to talk to him, and went back to his bedroom to play games. He didn't take it seriously that he didn't pick up Lin Fei because he was playing games, just like Lin Fei himself didn't take it seriously since then. He never called Lin Luoqing again because there is no need. There is no need. Lin Fei recalled the incident silently, and walked towards the school gate unhurriedly. There are many people around the school gate, and the parents who pick up their children are always eager to see their children. Lin Fei picked a place with few people and walked out. Heading towards the bus station, he walked very calmly, but suddenly felt that someone seemed to be following him. Lin Fei was startled, and remembered the human traffickers that his teacher and his mother had said, but his face was still calm. There are many parents and teachers here, so he was not afraid. He stopped decisively, and when he felt that the other party had lightened his steps, he suddenly turned back to look at the other party. Lin Luoqing froze for a moment, and stood in front of him unconsciously, her outstretched hands froze in mid-air. He looked at the child in front of him. He had never seen Lin Fei with sharp and fierce eyes. His face, which is so handsome that it is not like an ordinary child, shows a sense of oppression that does not match this age. It is a very aggressive aura. It seems that in the next second, he will crush your throat with fists. It's just that this kind of momentum was quickly withdrawn after realizing that Lin Luoqing was behind him. In just a second, he became the calm child Lin Luoqing saw yesterday, who seemed unaffected by anyone or anything. He asked Lin Luoqing in a familiar and steady tone, "Why are you here?" "Didn't I say in the morning, I'll pick you up in the afternoon?" Lin Luoqing's hand, which was frozen in mid-air, came down, placed it on the top of Lin Fei's soft hair, and rubbed it lightly. "I wanted to play with you to guess who I am, but now I can't." Lin Fei. Lin Fei felt that he was too naive. He turned around and continued walking towards the station. "Let's go." Lin Luoqing grabbed his school bag. "Actually, I took a taxi." After he finished speaking, he pointed to the taxi not far away. "You are still clocking in, young master, so let's get in the car first." Lin Fei. For the 10,000th time, Lin Fei felt that he was too prodigal, too wasteful. Lin Luoqing bent down with a smile, and hugged him horizontally. Lin Fei looked at him angrily. "What are you doing?" "Save some money, master." Lin Luoqing said with a smile, "I can walk faster than you, so I will carry you there." "That's not a waste of your own," Lin Fei retorted. Lin Luoqing nodded with a good temper. Yes, I wasted it, and I insisted on picking you up and taking a taxi." Lin Fei, "I didn't ask you to pick me up," he whispered. "Yes." Lin Luoqing hugged him and walked towards the taxi. "It's all my fault. It's my fault for missing you so much. It's my fault for wanting you to take a taxi. It's all my fault." Lin Fei. Lin Fei lowered his head and closed his microphone. Lin Luoqing looked at his awkward look and asked him, "Does Fifi miss me?" "I think Fifi so much, so Fifi should also think about me." Lin Fei glanced at him indifferently, but didn't speak. Lin Luoqing was not annoyed. She raised her hand to stroke his hair, and carried him into the car at the same time. Ji Yuxiao was finally awakened by the knock on the door. He moved slightly, and the blanket slid off his shoulders. Ji Yuxiao looked at the thin blanket on his body, and couldn't help but look towards the sofa. Lin Luoqing had disappeared. There was another knock on the door. Ji Yuxiao raised his head and said softly, "Come in, Mrs. Zhang opened the door and walked in, asking him, "Sir, what are you having for dinner tonight?" Ji Yuxiao casually reported a few dishes he and Ji Liu liked, and Mrs. Zhang went out. He watched Mrs. Zhang close the door, and then leaned back in the chair again, only feeling the rare peace and tranquility of the sleep just now. Just as he was thinking, his eyes touched the book spread out on the desk. On the white paper, the black text in the center looked particularly conspicuous. Ji Yuxiao reached out and brought a notebook in front of his eyes, and saw the words Lin Luoqing left for him before he left. "I'm leaving first. You have a good rest. I wish you a good dream." Followed by a kiss expression. Ji Yuxiao couldn't help laughing. Thanks to him, he did have a good dream. He looked at the kiss expression on the notebook, raised his hand and pressed it, then slowly withdrew his hand, closed the notebook, and put it back on the table. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. Lin Luoqing and Lin Fei were also preparing to eat at this time. "What do you want to eat?" Lin Luoqing asked Lin Fei while flipping through the menu. Lin Fei felt that something was really wrong with him these 2 days, otherwise why would he pick him up and ask him what he would like to eat? Did he always only order what he likes? Sweet and sour pork? Lin Luoqing asked him. "You kids seem to like this kind of sweet and sour pork, do you like it?" Lin Fei nodded. "The kung pao chicken?" Lin Fei continued to nod. "Sauced pork with pickled vegetables." Lin Fei then nodded. "Pumpkin pie?" Lin Fei still nodded. Lin Luoqing closed the menu abruptly, looked at him and laughed. Wow, Fei, you are a little sweet bean. I didn't expect you to look so cool, but actually so sweet, Lin Fei. Lin Fei silently shifted his gaze and looked out the window. Lin Luoqing smiled, and stopped teasing him, called the waiter over, added a piece of boiled beef and a piece of mapo tofu, and then placed the order. He looked at Lin Fei's fair face, held his chin and said to him, "Let's go to the supermarket in a while." "What? Buy something?" Lin Luoqing said. "The refrigerator is empty, so don't buy something to fill it up." Lin Fei wanted to fill up the refrigerator a long time ago, but he had no money, and Lin Luoqing was away from home all day long, and he didn't care if there was anything in the refrigerator, so the refrigerator became a decoration. He looked at Lin Luoqing and thought to himself, he is really different these 2 days. Is he sick? Is it dying too? That's why it happened all of a sudden. Lin Fei felt a little worried all of a sudden. Although he didn't like Lin Luoqing was his guardian. If Lin Luoqing died, what would he do? His mother once told him that a child can't grow into an adult by himself, and he must be watched by an adult before he can grow into an adult in peace, so he has to stay with Lin Luoqing obediently and cannot leave him. But what if he died? "Are you going to die?" Lin Fei asked him. Lin Luoqing almost spit out the tea after taking a sip. "Why? Did you ask so? My mother got sick and died. You are her younger brother. Will you get sick too? Will you die too?" "Everyone will die," Lin Luo said calmly, "but everyone's death time is different. For now, I should not die for the time being. Then, when will you die? As long as you don't abuse me, and Ji Liu doesn't want me to be in love, I can definitely live to be 100 years old." Lin Luoqing was very ambitious, probably in 80 years. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words. Fortunately, it's not just that he's about to die, at least until he grows up. He doesn't want Lin Luoqing to die, so if he wants to die, let's wait until he grows up. After Lin Fei solved the doubts in his heart, he stopped talking to him and looked out the window quietly. Lin Luoqing just looked at him, wondering if she was so good looking when she was a child. Good guy, then he should be a child actor. This face value. It is also the most handsome in the child star circle. I am so sorry. It seems that hundreds of millions have been missed. Not long after he regretted it, the waiter came over and began to serve them food one after another. Lin Luoqing picked up a piece of tenderloin and put it in Lin Fei's bowl. "Eat." As he spoke, he continued to pick up other dishes for Lin Fei. This is the second time Lin Fei enjoys this kind of treatment at his place. It was the first time last night, and now it is the second time. Lin Fei is really not used to it. He said, "I can do it myself," while eating quietly with his head down. Period. Lin Luoqing saved some snacks, and noticed that he was the same as yesterday, not picky eaters, but his taste was sweeter, probably because he really likes sweets. Lin Luoqing thought, he can buy him a small cake or something when he goes back later. He paid the bill, asked the waiter to pack the leftovers, and went to the supermarket with Lin Fei. When the two returned from the supermarket, Lin Luoqing saw someone standing in front of his house. As soon as they got out of the elevator, the man was dressed very richly, with jet black hair tied behind his head, and 10 pearl hairpins were inserted in total, all of which were valuable emeralds, just like a peacock spreading its tail. Lin Luoqing stood still silently, thinking about who this is. Does he know him? The man turned his head, and when he saw him, the corners of his eyes began to twitch. Lin Luoqing felt that she probably went to the wrong door. Looking at the strength and frequency of the twitching, the place she really wanted to go should be the ophthalmology department. However, before he had time to remind the other party that the ophthalmology department was not on this building, he saw the other party shouted "Lolo" and rushed towards him. Lin Luoqing hurriedly took a step back, dodging her attack. I saw the man's legs were slightly bent, and his hands were lowered, which was actually a bit like the posture of a court lady saluting in ancient times. Lin Luoqing couldn't help laughing, and said to her, "Be flat, other side." Lin Luoqing watched her stand up quickly, and began to twitch the corners of her eyes again, looking like she was about to cry, but suddenly felt like she remembered something. At this age, with this kind of dress, he would still be called Luo. It must be the narrow-minded stepmother of the original owner. Then he almost knew the purpose of her coming here. After all, the original owner thought that he was going to replace Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao in marriage after hearing her words, so she appeared here at this time only for one thing: let the original owner replace her son and marry Ji Yuxiao. Really, it came just in time. Lin Luoqing opened the door and let Chen Feng, the original owner's stepmother, enter the room. "Sit. Whatever you want," he said politely. Lin Fei glanced at Chen Feng while changing his shoes, but didn't speak. Lin Luoqing waited for him to change his shoes, then pulled him into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and put the things in his hand in batches. In the future, if you are hungry, you can come here directly to get food. But you are still young, so don't start a fire easily. If you are hungry, eat some bread, biscuits and other cushions, and wait for uncle to come back and cook for you. Lin Fei looked up at him, skeptical about the phrase "I'll cook for you when uncle comes back." Lin Luoqing looked at his 3-point suspicion, 3-point disbelief, and 4-point puzzlement eyes, stretched out his hand and pinched his face, and thought to himself why he started drawing again without paying attention. If this continues, he will become a professional illustrator. Trust me. He shook the flesh on Lin Fei's face that he was pinching. Lin Fei let out an "oh," and didn't bother arguing with him about it. Only then did Lin Luoqing let go. Seeing that his face was a little red from being pinched by herself, she rubbed it for him with a smile. Lin Fei slightly avoided it, but did not avoid it, so she let him go. Let's go. Lin Luoqing stood up and supported his shoulders. You should do your homework after dinner. Lin Fei didn't speak. Lin Luoqing sent him back to the room, stood against the door frame, and said to him, I have something to talk to the grandma outside. After I finish talking, can you come out again? Chen Feng not far away? Question mark. Grandmother? Exclamation mark. How did she become a grandma? Chen Feng was so angry that he gave Lin Luoqing a hard look, and because he had something to discuss with him today, he had to hold back. Lin Fei nodded and sat down at his desk. Lin Luoqing saw that he took out a book from his school bag, closed the door, and walked towards Chen Feng. However, as soon as Lin Luoqing left, Lin Fei put down the book. He has seen this grandma, Lin Fei thought. She remembered that she had come to her house before, and she didn't know what she said to his mother, and his mother's eyes were red in the end. So what is she doing here this time? Is it related to him? Is it about his mother? Thinking so, Lin Fei stood up, quietly walked to the door of his bedroom, and lay down on the door, wanting to listen to the movement outside the door. Lin Luoqing walked back to the living room and sat down on the sofa opposite Chen Feng. He looked at Chen Feng and said with a smile, Auntie, why are you here? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng smiled and said softly, Luo, I'm here today because I have something good to tell you. What? Good thing? Of course it's your marriage. Chen Feng said, your father has already decided that you will replace Xiaojing and marry Ji Yuxiao. We all know what kind of family Ji's family is. Xiao gets married, this is really marrying into a wealthy family, and the future glory and wealth will be inexhaustible. Lin Luoqing smiled lightly, thinking that it's been a while. Why are you still chatting with him here? To put it bluntly, before Ji Yuxiao was disabled, Chen Feng and Lin Luoqing saw Ji Yuxiao's status as noble, handsome, and wealthy, and wanted to climb high. Chen Feng and Lin Luoqing were unwilling to have such an opportunity for Lin Luoqing to advance. They neither wanted to marry a disabled person, nor did they dare to publicly refuse to offend Ji Yuxiao, and they still wanted to marry the Ji family and break into the upper class of the wealthy family. That's why they thought of Lin Luoqing, the Lin family who had been expelled from the family early. I want him to marry instead of Lin Luoqing. When the original owner heard the news, he acted preemptively, went to Ji Yuxiao, told Ji Yuxiao clearly that he was unwilling and humiliated Ji Yuxiao, and thus completely cut off the Lin family's retreat. Lin Luoqing looked at the woman in front of her, and she had already made up her mind. He took a sip of water unhurriedly, and said calmly, I don't have the guts to fight with my brother for such a good thing. Let Xiaojing and Ji Yuxiao get married. Chen Feng quickly said, it's okay, your father and I agreed, and Xiaojing has no objections, so you can marry Ji Yuxiao at ease, but Ji Yuxiao is now a cripple. Lin Luoqing hesitated, I'm a star, how can I marry a cripple? Chen Feng silently rolled her eyes in her heart, and said to herself, what kind of star is your name? Are all the internet celebrities in the live broadcast better than you? Although he has a disabled leg, he is rich. Am I short of money? Lin Luoqing looked disdainful, I'm a star, and I will be rich in the future. Chen Feng, it has been said that internet celebrities are more popular than you. Where on earth do you have the confidence that you will have money? Anyway, your father has already decided on this matter, so Luo, you don't have to think so much, as long as you show up on time and go with Ji Yuxiao to get the certificate. Lin Luoqing laughed mockingly, so what if Dad decides? Is he married to Ji Yuxiao? If I don't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, can he still pretend to be me? If I don't go to the wedding scene, he can still go by himself. Do you make up like me and Ji Yuxiao exchanging rings? While Lin Luoqing became a little excited when he thought of this, the picture must be very beautiful. I'm looking forward to it, Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at his unscrupulous look, and said angrily, so you don't want to? Of course I don't want to. Lin Luoqing crossed her arms and said, which celebrity got married so early? After I get the 3 gold medals, I'll think about whether to get married or not, Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt that she might not be able to wait in this lifetime. Lin Luoqing won the 3 gold medals, and that tortoise can drive a jeep. Seeing that this trick was not working, she had no choice but to soften her expression and decided to change it. Lin Luoqing watched, and saw her eyelids twitched again, frowning while twitching, her eyes getting more and more sad. Lin Luoqing. Could it be that she wanted to perform a crying scene, but couldn't cry, so there was only thunder and no rain, right? This is really a gangster. Guan Guang is playing a bin knife in front of him. Why do you think you should do it? Chen Feng squeezed for a long time but failed to shed tears, finally gave up, and said sadly, Luo, you can help your brother, you can marry Ji Yuxiao, you have an oil bottle, and he also has one. Toyobo, you two can drag Yao Abo to contact you, Lin Luoqing. Chen Feng twitched his eyes again. I know you don't like him, but as long as you marry Ji Yuxiao this time, your father is willing to let you return to the Lin family. Isn't this a good thing for you? You want to go back to your father? I really don't want to, dear. Sorry to interrupt. Lin Luoqing looked at her curiously and said, may I ask, do you want to cry? Chen Feng. Well, you can't do this. Lin Luoqing shook her head helplessly. Come, look at me, and follow me. After he finished speaking, he blinked his eyes, pursed his lips, and his expression suddenly became sad. He looked at Chen Feng, tears slowly appeared in his eyes, and his eyes were wronged and innocent. It's Dad who doesn't want me, and it's not me who doesn't want me. Why should I come back to him again? I don't care. After finishing speaking, tears fell down without disappointment. Lin Luoqing turned her head and raised her hand to wipe away the tears, with a stubborn and pitiful look. Chen Feng, your father was wrong and kicked you out, but have you learned it? Lin Luoqing turned her head and looked at her again, crying. Scenes, we have to act like this. Tears follow emotions. At the beginning, they can't fall, expressing the protagonist's forbearance and grievances, and then slowly slipping down, showing his sadness and stubbornness. I don't know if you just twitched the corners of your eyes like I thought you had cramps in your eyes, so I wouldn't be moved by it at all. I just want to advise you to seek medical treatment as soon as possible and recover soon. Chen Feng, who thought he was really crying just now. Chen Feng, who is now annoyed and furious. Exclamation mark. However, Lin Luoqing was still continuing his acting teaching. Come on, do it again. This time, you must be full of emotions, tears in place. Don't just twitch without raining. This way it won't infect people, and the director will call out, Chen Feng! Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing, you are enough. Chen Feng said angrily, what are you doing? Crack. Lin Luoqing raised his hand and patted it. The tone is impatient, the expression is too ugly, like a villain. Start again, Chen Feng? Question mark. Do you find this interesting? Cut. Lin Luoqing continued to play the board. The emotion is not rich enough, the tone is too bad, your lines are not good enough. Try again, Chen Feng. Chen Feng was almost ashamed of his anger. Let me tell you, you don't have to come here. You and Ji Yuxiao are married. Lin Luoqing was dissatisfied. Kakaka. Tears. After talking for so long, what about your tears? You are really the worst class of students I have ever taught. One Chen Feng. Chen Feng was so angry that he wanted to turn around and leave, but because he wanted to leave the marriage to him, he could only grit his teeth and look at him. His eyes were full of anger. Seeing that Chen Feng stopped talking, Lin Luoqing said slowly, actually, it's not that I can't do it at all. Chen Feng's eyes lit up instantly. What did you say? Can you say that again? 30 million, give me 30 million, and I will promise you to marry Ji Yuxiao. You're dreaming. Chen Feng refused. You want me to give you 30 million when you get married? You're thinking beautifully, then. Let Lin Luoqing marry a disabled person. Chen Feng, 3 million. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. For 3 million, you will marry Ji Yuxiao. 50 million. Lin Luo said calmly. What? Did you say one? Chen Feng was shocked. Lin Luoqing, You are such a lion. Open your mouth one, then you can let Lin Luoqing marry him and become a father directly. In one step, you can hug your grandson on the spot. Are you happy? Chen Feng, 10 million. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, 100 million. Lin Luoqing didn't even blink his eyes. If you keep haggling, I'll continue to add more. Anyway, I don't care if it's successful or not, and you don't care either? Chen Feng had never felt that he was so difficult. She looked at the person in front of her. Her teeth were about to gnaw, but it didn't help. After a long time, Chen Feng finally made up his mind. Just as you said at the beginning, 30 million, I will give you 30 million, and you will go to Ji Yuxiao tomorrow and say that you like him and you want to marry Xiaojing instead of him. One deal. Lin Luoqing smiled, and he slowly took out a bank card from his wallet. Come on, dear stepmother, write down my card number. When the deposit arrives, I will go to Jiu the time of the sky. Chen Feng was annoyed, but he had no choice but to take his bank card, took a photo, and returned the card to him. She looked at Lin Luoqing and vaguely felt that he seemed different today than before, but she was so angry that she didn't want to talk to him anymore, so she stood up and walked out. Lin Luoqing waved her hand. Walk slowly. Come here often when you are free. Who will come here often? Chen Feng complained in her heart. Seeing you feels annoying. She closed the door with a bang and went downstairs bitterly. Lin Luoqing smiled and glanced at the bank card in her hand. She was in a very good mood. She made 30 million yuan the next day after passing through, which is really cool. It would be great if I could wake up with 30 million more every morning. Lin Fei listened for a long time, but only heard the word marriage. He knew that Lin Luoqing was going to get married, so he didn't take it seriously, and returned to the desk to continue reading. When Lin Luoqing knocked on the door and came in, he saw him obediently writing Chinese homework stroke by stroke. So cute, Lin Luoqing said, and put the washed and cut apples on his desk. Is that Grandma gone? Lin Fei asked him. Well, Lin Luoqing said, tell me about my marriage, and then leave. Lin Fei nodded, thinking that he really wanted to get married, so he didn't think much about it. Seeing that he was busy with his homework, Lin Luoqing didn't bother him, rubbed his head and left his bedroom. He went back to his bedroom, planning to pick out clothes for going out tomorrow. After all, he was going to meet Ji Yuxiao's family, so he had to make a good impression on them. Lin Luoqing opened the original owner's closet, looked at the clothes full of it, pondered for a while, and finally clicked on widget. Lin Luoqing, are you asleep, bro? After waiting for 2 minutes, he received Ji Yuxiao's reply, not yet. Lin Luoqing immediately took out a suit of clothes, took a photo and sent it to him. Can I wear this tomorrow? Ji Yuxiao looked at it and commented, it's too serious. Seeing parents is a serious matter, Lin Luo said with a clear heart, but he didn't hesitate, and quickly chose the second set of clothes, and sent it to Ji Yuxiao again. Is this not serious? It's too simple. Ji Yuxiao said critically. Lin Luoqing had no choice but to choose a suit of clothes again. What about this one? It's not that plain, and it's not serious. Ji Yuxiao, that's true, but if you wear this, there may not be a 10-meter-long red carpet in front of our house for you to play. Lin Luoqing felt that he was simply too picky. He clicked on the keyboard and asked the question of the soul. So dear, are you planning to let me accompany you home tomorrow to meet your parents without any clothes on? Chapter 9. Ji Yuxiao almost spit out a sip of water, coughed twice, put down the water glass in his hand and replied, be more reserved. I know that your dreams come true and you are about to get rid of poverty, but you can't be so unreserved. Lin Luoqing snorted, and took out a new outfit. Is this alright? Ji Yuxiao looked at the basic white shirt and jeans in the photo, and thought there was nothing wrong with it. He replied satisfied. Lin Luoqing put away her clothes, took a shower, and lay on the bed. At noon the next day, after seeing Lin Fei off, he returned home to catch up on sleep. He hadn't slept long before he received a call from Ji Yuxiao. I'm downstairs at your house, come down. Lin Luoqing sat up quickly, changed his shoes and ran down, and saw a Rolls-Royce parked downstairs. The license plate number was exactly what Ji Yuxiao told him. Wow! Lin Luoqing exclaimed a little. Rich people. He walked to the back seat, opened the door and sat on it. Ji Yuxiao seemed to be resting his eyes with his eyes closed. Seeing him sitting in, he opened his eyes. He looked Lin Luoqing up and down, nodded and said, not bad, that is, you picked it yourself. Lin Luoqing replied to him. Ji Yuxiao smiled, took a box from his side and handed it to him. Lin Luoqing took it curiously, and opened it only to find that it was a watch. This is, put it on. Ji Yuxiao said concisely. I'll see you off, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing looked at the sign on the box, wondering if the poverty alleviation work has started yet. He's going to take the first step towards a well-off society today. It is really efficient, fast, and strong in action. Seeing that he was still holding the watch, Ji Yuxiao reached out and pulled his hand over, took the watch, and helped him put it on his wrist. If you ask, just say I gave it to you. We are getting married, and my fiancé can't just do nothing. Lin Luoqing nodded, then approached him in a low voice and said, then I'll return it to you after I see your parents. No need. Ji Yuxiao didn't care at all. It's just a watch, it's nothing. When Lin Luoqing heard the words, he didn't hold back anymore. He just felt that he was really generous. He deserved to be a professional in targeted poverty alleviation. The car drove very steadily, and after about an hour, it finally arrived at Ji's old house. The driver helped Ji Yuxiao pick up the wheelchair. Lin Luoqing watched Ji Yuxiao support the driver's hand and use his strength to move himself into the wheelchair, feeling a little dazed for a moment. Yes, he thought, Ji Yuxiao's legs are inconvenient. He can't get on and off the bus normally by himself. He needs help. Thinking of this, he immediately got out of the car, walked to the back of Ji Yuxiao's wheelchair, held the handle of the wheelchair. I'll do it. Ji Yuxiao had no objection. Seeing this, the driver returned to the car and prepared to stop. Lin Luoqing pushed Ji Yuxiao to the door of the old house, and heard Ji Yuxiao say to him, I might say something bad later. Don't mind, Lin Luoqing? What does it mean? But he nodded cooperatively. Okay, anyway, he accompanied Ji Yuxiao to meet his parents, so naturally Ji Yuxiao could do whatever he wanted, as long as he was happy. Ji Yuxiao raised his hand to open the door, and leaned back on the wheelchair, looking sickly. Lin Luoqing was busy pushing him in, but didn't notice the change in his expression. He pushed very seriously. Looking at Ji Yuxiao's parents' home while pushing the villa is very large, but the decoration is a bit retro. At this time, the huge living room is empty, and it is bright and spacious under the sunshine. Really rich. Lin Luoqing couldn't help sighing again. He also wanted to bless this house. Just as he was thinking, he heard someone say in surprise, Master, you are back. Lin Luoqing heard the sound and saw a fat middle-aged woman who looked like a chef. The man came over with a smile, and asked Ji Yuxiao, why did you come back suddenly, without saying hello, and I didn't even prepare your favorite food? I will cook what you want to eat now. No need. Ji Yuxiao said indifferently. The cook looked at him with a tired expression. She wanted to say something but didn't say anything. She just said, Master and Miss Tang are eating in the restaurant. Yes. Ji Yuxiao still had that world-weary face. The cook sighed, and when she looked up, she seemed to have noticed Lin Luoqing just now, and asked in doubt, This is this? Lin Luoqing raised his lips and smiled slightly. Good question. He also wanted to ask, did Ji Yuxiao not tell his family when he agreed to come to see his parents? What does it mean? Lin Luoqing vaguely felt that his fiancé seemed to want to make trouble. My boyfriend. Ji Yuxiao said calmly. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Luoqing, seeing that Lin Luoqing's delicate face was not disturbed, so he said with peace of mind, push me to the restaurant. Lin Luoqing let out an "oh," followed his guidance, and slowly entered the restaurant door. Ji's father was talking to Ji Yun and Ji Y, and when he saw Ji Yuxiao coming in from the door, he was a bit surprised. Xiao, why are you back? Have you eaten yet? Eat. Ji Yuxiao said indifferently, I'm here to tell you that I'm getting married. Ji's father was shocked, and Ji Yun and Ji Y next to him also put down their chopsticks. They seemed to have noticed that there was another person behind Ji Yuxiao, silently focusing on Lin Luoqing's face. Lin Luoqing had no choice but to smile again, and said cooperatively, Uncle, sister, hello, I am Yuxiao's boyfriend. Hearing this, Ji Yuxiao looked back at him, thinking that this is Yuxiao, and he really couldn't wait. But there was a rare smile on his face. And aloha? Ji Yun and Ji Y looked at each other. Father Ji said angrily, nonsense, you didn't discuss such a big matter with your family in advance. What is your boyfriend's name? What does he do? I don't know anything. You come back now and say you want to get married now. What is this? Send a notice? One. Ji Yuxiao said lazily, oh, that is indeed a notification to you, Father Ji. Father Ji looked up at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing could only smile again, and said proactively, my name is Lin Luoqing, and I'm an actor. Really? Father Ji said coldly, I've never heard of it. Ji Why also answered in a low voice, I haven't heard of it either, because it's not popular yet. Lin Luoqing said frankly, you will hear it when it becomes popular in the future. Ji's father sneered, and turned to look at his son. You have been so arrogant for so many years, you don't like this one, you are dissatisfied with that one, and in the end, you just fell in love with such a low-level actor? Ji Yuxiao sneered, still looking sickly. What else can I be proud of now? Don't you see what I am like now? I am a useless person. It is good if someone likes me. Care about anything else? What are you talking about? Ji's father is dissatisfied. You just have crippled legs, just a pair of legs. What affects you when it's just a pair of legs? Ji Yuxiao looked at him. His voice was cold and self-deprecating. Dad, you said it so easily. Why don't you try to break a pair of legs too, father? Father Ji turned his head angrily. Ji Yuxiao leaned on the back of the chair and said calmly, since I'm here today, I'll just settle everything at once. I won't go to the company. I've already sent the resignation report to your email. In the future, I'm only responsible for Xing Yi's affairs, and I'm not involved in anything else. Ji Yun and Ji Wei were both taken aback when they heard the words. Ji Yun said in shock, brother, what do you mean? Ji's father couldn't help scolding. What are you talking about? You don't want the company just because your leg hurts now. Then what do you want Starlight to do? Why don't you want both of them? Ji Yuxiao pointed at Lin Luoqing calmly. My wife is an actor, and Xingai is reserved for him. Otherwise what would I do with an entertainment company, father? Ji Yun, Ji Wei. Lin Luoqing looked at the three people in front of him with 6 pairs of eyes, showed his gentle and polite smile again, and said softly, thank you husband. My husband is so kind. You're welcome. Ji Yuxiao patted his leg. It's a grievance to let you follow me, and this entertainment company will take it as compensation for you, father. Ji couldn't stand his son like this, and said angrily, I don't agree. Either you continue to come back to work in the company, or you don't want anything. Find such a person, and give him an entertainment company to make him popular. You are simply giving up on yourself and looking down on yourself. Ji Yuxiao snorted coldly. I have nothing to think highly of myself. What's the point of living for me now? I might as well die in that car accident with my brother. He looked at his father. I won't argue with my brother when he was alive, and I won't argue with him after he dies. I have already said that I don't want to be the general manager of the company. When he's alive, I won't argue with him. That's what I said, and I still say that now. Ji's father fell silent when he heard him mentioning his dead eldest son. There was silence in the room. Lin Luoqing looked at the person in front of him, and thought, what exactly does he want to do? The 2 times they met him was in the study. He was completely unrestrained and calm, without a trace of decadence. Even if he was tired, he would still make himself look confident and charming, but now, he put on an appearance he had never seen before, decadent, tired, world-weary, presumptuous. What is he trying to do? Or, did he act like this to make his father do something? I only want Xingai. In the silence, Lin Luoqing heard Ji Yuxiao's cold voice. Luoqing is still a newcomer. He belongs to me, and I hope his future will be smoother, so I want this, father. Ji didn't speak, but he didn't get angry again. Ji Yun and Ji Wei looked at the father and son anxiously, not daring to speak. Lin Luoqing watched and decided to give Ji Yuxiao some support, so he took the initiative to say, it's okay, brother, I don't care, I don't need Xingai, you need it. Ji Yuxiao said softly. Lin Luoqing tilted her head and approached him, her tone soft. You are enough for me, Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao looked at his crooked eyes, squinted them slightly, and thought to himself that you can just stand upright at this time. You don't need to be loyal to your character design and show off your acting skills. Ji's father couldn't see his son getting bored with such a person who wanted nothing but nothing, so he stood up and said to Ji Yuxiao, come here with me. Ji Yuxiao lazily said, I'm in a wheelchair, I can't go up the stairs, and I can't go to your study, father. Lin Luoqing looked at their father and son and stopped talking again. He actively broke the ice and said, it's okay, brother, I can carry you up. After he finished speaking, he seemed to be afraid that Ji Yuxiao would not believe him. He bent down and picked up Ji Yuxiao's knee, and hugged him up. That's all, Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing looked at Ji's father, gentle and courteous. Uncle, let me carry him up, father. Ji's father looked at his son who was held in his arms, instantly relaxed his body, and leaned on his son quite naturally. His whole face turned dark. "Come down for me. Don't feel ashamed." Ji Yuxiao ignored him, hooked Lin Luoqing's neck with one hand, pinched his chin with the other and shook it, and said softly, "Baby is so good." He looked at his father, and his words were full of disgust. "How can I get up when I get down? You hug me." Ji Yuxiao scoffed. "Then I'd rather let Luoqing hug me, father." Father Ji turned around and left the restaurant angrily. Chapter 10. Lin Luoqing saw that he went out without saying a word, and lowered his head to look at Ji Yuxiao. "Are you still going up?" Ji Yuxiao nodded. "Go." He hooked Lin Luoqing's neck, feeling the steady embrace of the other party, and suddenly found that his fiancée was quite strong. Not only strong, but also durable. "This has gone up 3 floors, and the legs are not soft. I really can't see it." Great for his fiancée, Lin Luoqing followed Ji's father up the stairs, and carried Ji Yuxiao into his study. He put Ji Yuxiao on the sofa, bowed his head and said to him, "I'll get you a wheelchair." And Ji Yuxiao said warmly. Lin Luoqing looked up, nodded slightly at Ji's father, and went downstairs to fetch Ji Yuxiao's wheelchair. Ji Yun and Ji Wei were talking about what happened in the restaurant just now. When they suddenly saw the person involved, they quickly fell silent. Lin Luoqing didn't say much, smiled at them, and pushed the wheelchair out of the restaurant. He was a little hesitant to send it up immediately at this time, fearing that he would disturb Ji Yuxiao and his father if he heard something he shouldn't have heard, but he thought about it again. Ji Yuxiao is unable to move now. If he doesn't send the wheelchair up, if they quarrel, then Ji Yuxiao won't be able to slam the door and leave. Thinking of this, Lin Luoqing didn't hesitate anymore, took the wheelchair upstairs, knocked on the door and sent the wheelchair in. Ji's father obviously wanted to talk to his son alone. As soon as Lin Luoqing came in, he turned his back and stopped talking. Ji Yuxiao sat in the wheelchair again, looked at Lin Luoqing, who was looking down at him as if asking if he needed his company, pinched his face, and said to him, "Go downstairs and turn right, and the 3rd room is my room. Go take a break, and I'll call you later, okay?" Lin Luoqing replied, "So cute." Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. Lin Luoqing smiled, "Then I'll go first." After he finished speaking, seeing Ji's father's speechless expression, he smiled politely, and as expected, he saw Ji's father's disgusted eyes. Lin Luoqing felt that there was really no need for him. His son had brought his fiancée home, whether he liked it or not. At least give him some face, otherwise he would embarrass his son. So he deliberately turned around to look at Ji Yuxiao, bent down and hugged him, and said sweetly, "Husband, come to me soon after you finish talking." Father Ji almost lost his temper. Ji Yuxiao smiled, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said meaningfully, "Got it, baby. So clingy." He whispered. Father Ji felt that his ears were starting to hurt. Lin Luoqing was satisfied, so she reluctantly left the door and walked towards the stairs. There must be a problem between Ji Yuxiao and his father, Lin Luoqing thought, although he didn't know what the problem was. But Ji Yuxiao was obviously hiding his true self after being injured. What does he want to do? Keep a low profile. Why? Lin Luoqing suddenly remembered Ji Yuxiao's sentence, "I am now, what's the point of living? I might as well die in that car accident with my brother." He remembered that the reason why Ji Yuxiao was disabled and why Ji Leyu followed him was all because of a car accident. In that car accident, the 4 people in the car, Ji Yuxiao's brother and sister-in-law, both died, and only Ji Yuxiao and Ji Leyu survived. From that day on, Ji Yuxiao lost his legs, Ji Leyu lost his parents. So, is it related to this car accident? But hasn't the driver who caused the accident been arrested? Lin Luoqing thought silently. Standing against the stairs, he didn't want to go to Ji Yuxiao's bedroom to rest. He was worried that Ji Yuxiao would quarrel with his father. After all, his legs are inconvenient, and even with a wheelchair, he couldn't go down the stairs, so he wanted to wait here, so that, in case the quarrel started, Ji Yuxiao left angrily, and he didn't think he couldn't leave. Lin Luoqing took out his mobile phone and checked his mailbox. The crew that had auditioned before did not send him another email. He took the initiative to ask his agent, who was probably busy and didn't reply him. Lin Luoqing had no choice but to turn on Xiao Li and began to play Xiao Li patiently. He was playing when he suddenly heard a sound coming from far and near. "What's going on, cousin? Why is it so sudden?" "I heard Brother Mew say that my cousin seems to be like this all the time after the car accident. Probably because I saw my elder brother's death with my own eyes, and his legs were also disabled, so the whole person's heart is gone. He has become bitter and self-defeating. No wonder he hasn't been to work lately." "What work do you still have?" I see my cousin like that. It's clear that he only wants to fall in love now, and he doesn't want to fight anymore. When Ji Yun heard what his sister said, he thought of the man he had just seen, that Lin Luoqing. Is he called Lin Luoqing, right? Apart from having a better face, what's so good about it? Lin Luoqing touched his face, thinking that a good face is not bad. What's wrong with a good face? But the two people downstairs obviously don't think so. That's right. I don't know what my cousin likes about him. I just searched for him on the internet. I have acted in 2 online dramas, both of which are supporting roles, and they are all bad movies. Tang Ruo so popular. For so long, my cousin didn't even look at it, but now it's a good thing. I've fallen in love with an 18th line. It's outrageous, isn't that right? He's obviously not from our circle. If he wants to have a background, he doesn't have a background. If he wants to be famous, he doesn't have a famous name. I don't know what my cousin likes in him. Lin Luoqing rested her chin, feeling that this was quite right, but she didn't know why Ji Yuxiao fell in love with Lin Luoqing, so she could agree to him. Not only did he easily agree to him, but he also promised himself to replace Lin Luoqing. What was he trying to do? Really help the poor? If you want me to say that it's not that he will come, look at just now. He is not shy at all when he speaks and does things, and he just hugged his cousin in public. He must be able to coax people, and he caught up with my cousin and went out at this moment. This matter, physically and mentally exhausted, so let him take advantage of the loophole. Ji Yun sighed. Then I hope he really likes my cousin. How is that possible? Ji said with a smile. I've seen a lot of stars like him, and 11 out of 10 are all for money. No, I asked my cousin to help him get Xingyi before we got married. Well, no matter how ordinary Xingyi is, it is also an entertainment company, and when he enters, he will be the proprietress, and he will not let him choose the resources. Lin Luoqing couldn't help but let out a wow in her heart. Her heart made sense, and she really felt refreshed immediately. Ji Yun hesitated. No way, my cousin is so good, he can't just do it for money, right? Ji laughed. It's not a question of whether you are good or not. Sister, think about it, no matter how good my cousin is, he is now a disabled person. Would you marry a disabled person? What's more, he will become popular when the time comes. See more people. Are you still willing to continue guarding a disabled person? And Ji lowered his voice slightly. Lin Luoqing stretched his ears curiously to listen, and then heard Ji say, cousin is like this now, most likely he can't go to bed with him and drive. This man is an animal that thinks from the lower body. Cousin can be forced to stop thinking. Can Lin Luoqing do it? Especially when the filming crew is filming, the fake show is real, there are live dragons and tigers, and there is a pool of stagnant water here. It's not that I look down on my cousin, it's just that he is like this, and I expect people to love him sincerely, which is really embarrassing for the other party. Especially, his partner is still a man. Lin Luoqing couldn't hold back when she heard this, and laughed. He didn't hold back his laughter, which was especially obvious in the empty stairwell. Ji Yun and Ji, who were chatting against the handrail of the stairs, were taken aback for a moment, then rushed up the next second and saw Lin Luoqing, who was standing at the stairs on the 3rd floor. Ji Yun became embarrassed in an instant, but Ji, seeing him leaning on the handrail of the stairs, with a clear smile in his eyes, suddenly became angry from embarrassment, raised his head and said, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong? She sneered. I've seen a lot of little stars like you. I don't know what kind of person you are. You want to marry my cousin because you want to be popular. When you become popular, how can you still be famous? Can you stay by the side of a useless person like my cousin? When the time comes, you probably can't wait to file for a divorce. Lin Luoqing looked at her, the smile in his eyes gradually faded, and finally turned into a half-smile, slightly mocking eyes. He looked down at the girl in front of him, slowly straightened up, and walked towards her. He didn't get too close, but only went down a few steps, maintaining a posture of looking down, and said softly, is that how you see him? Ji was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, what, you keep saying that you look down on your cousin, but you keep saying that he is disabled and useless. Is that how you respect your brother? Ji retorted sharply, isn't what I said the truth? He is disabled, am I wrong? After she finished speaking, she laughed mockingly. He gave up on himself, stayed at home every day and dared not go out, and it's your turn to complain here. That's his life. He can squander or give up on his own life, but you are not qualified to comment on other people's lives. Lin Luo said calmly, with a sister like you, Ji Yuxiao is really a relative very handicapped, but it's okay, he smiled. You're not his biological sister after all, so it's normal to be mean, stupid and ignorant. What do you mean? One Gy said angrily, you are the one who is mean, stupid and ignorant. Lin Luoqing picked out her ears, and said softly, sister, your current appearance vividly interprets these 8 words, G.Y. Exclamation mark. G.Y. opened his mouth, and was about to say something, when Lin Luoqing said with a smile, by the way, I'll tell you something, although your cousin's legs are indeed injured, but the key parts are not damaged, so we can not only drive on the road, but also have a very pleasant journey. How should I put it? It is probably as quiet as a pillar of the sky, moving like a dragon entering an abyss. Heo is rushing to thunder and suddenly moving, fluttering like a feather and ascending to immortality. It can be said that you want to live and die, and you can't stop it. I quite like it. Lin Luoqing finally concluded, however, as soon as he finished summarizing, he heard a familiar voice behind him. What do you want to live and die? You can't stop, you like it, Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing turned her head stiffly, and saw Ji Yuxiao was sitting in a wheelchair, propping her head, squinting her eyes leisurely, and looking at him with a smile. Lin Luoqing, fuck. How did he come out so soon? Father Ji, can you do it? Chapter 11. Lin Luoqing laughed awkwardly, and then laughed again. You finished talking? It's pretty fast. Ji Yuxiao's tone was gentle. After all, when my wife left, she specifically told me to finish the conversation quickly. I love you so much, so naturally I don't want you to wait too long. Lin Luoqing, Ji Yun and Gy behind him. Ji Yuxiao looked at the stairs in front of him and said calmly, aren't you going to carry me down? Lin Luoqing hurried up, bent down and hugged Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yun also ran up, picked up the wheelchair, and whispered, brother, let me help you get it down. Yes. Ji Yuxiao didn't object. Lin Luoqing hugged him and walked all the way down. Gy glanced at Ji Yuxiao with some guilt, then immediately lowered his head and followed behind Ji Yun. It was not until the living room on the first floor that Ji Yuxiao sat back in his wheelchair again, and said to Lin Luoqing, let's go. Go back. Lin Luoqing let out a no and pushed him out the door. The driver had been waiting outside, and when he saw Ji Yuxiao coming out, he immediately drove over. He took the initiative to open the door and stood at the door, ready for Ji Yuxiao to use his strength to move himself up, but he saw his young master lazily leaning on the wheelchair, and said in a leisurely tone, aren't you going to carry me into the car, driver? Question mark. The driver looked down at him silently, and said to himself, don't you always get in the car by yourself? Why do you still need to hug? But thinking of his generous salary and the fact that their young master was disabled at a young age, the driver sincerely planned to expand his business, and would carry his young master into the car in the future. However, just as he was about to approach, he saw that someone had already bent down and hugged Ji Yuxiao. Who is this? The driver, Xiao Li, recalled what his young master said when he came to pick him up. Tisk, I can't tell, the young lady looks weak, but she has so much energy. But since the young lady hugged him, he is not needed. So Xiao Li quickly put the wheelchair in the trunk as usual, and returned to the driving seat. Ji Yuxiao leaned on the car, adjusted a comfortable posture, and then looked at Lin Luoqing again. Lin Luoqing was also looking at him, and seeing him looking over, she smiled at him and asked him, what are you going to do next? Don't do anything, I'll take you home. Ji Yuxiao said. Lin Luoqing asked suspiciously, don't you want to eat? Ji Yuxiao seemed to realize this. You didn't eat, Lin Luoqing. Of course, Lin Luoqing didn't eat. They made an appointment to meet at 12:30. This time seemed to be a meal time, and the two of them were going to meet their parents, so he took it for granted that they were going to Ji's house for dinner. It's good now, it's past 2 o'clock, and he hasn't eaten a bite yet. Ji Yuxiao knew from his expression that he probably hadn't eaten. He reviewed himself and felt that he did not make it clear yesterday. He only said that he came to see the parents, but he didn't say that he didn't plan to stay at home for a long time, let alone eat. He nodded and said softly, I was negligent. I didn't make it clear, and I didn't notice that you haven't eaten yet. Let me treat you. No need. Lin Luoqing guessed that he should have eaten. I'll just eat it myself. There are quite a lot of restaurants over there. It's okay. Ji Yuxiao smiled. You've worked hard too, So let's have a meal together, Lin. Luoqing looked at him and thought to himself, what does this hard work mean? Does it mean that he hugged him up and down several times? That was really hard work, so he didn't refuse anymore, just asked, what do you want to eat? What do you want to eat? Steak. Lin Luoqing said with a smile, yesterday and the day before yesterday, I ate stir-fried vegetables. Let's change to something else, okay? Ji Yuxiao looked at Xiaoli, reported the name of a steak shop, and then turned his attention to Lin Luoqing again. He looked at Lin Luoqing without saying a word, just watched quietly. Lin Luoqing was a little puzzled by him. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? Are you curious? Ji Yuxiao asked him, about today's matter, our family's matter. Lin Luoqing nodded, I'm a little curious, then. Is there anything you want to ask me? No, why? Ji Yuxiao smiled, aren't you curious? Lin Luoqing curled her lips, thinking that rich people like them are really troublesome. Honey, I'm married to you, not to your family, so if you want me to know, I just need to know. If you think I shouldn't know, I don't need to know. Curiosity is one of the factory settings of human beings, so it is normal for me to be curious, but I am too curious. How can I know everything? What is the end of the world? Will people still be conscious after death? If so, there is reincarnation, so how can I keep the memory of my previous life? I am curious about these, but I don't know the answer, so not every curiosity needs an answer. Ji Yuxiao didn't expect his fiancée, who was worthless as shown in the information, to say such a thing, and was quite surprised, but this is naturally the best. He raised the corner of his lips, and said softly, it's a bit troublesome to talk about now, wait until later, I will tell you slowly later, okay? Lin Luo said calmly, however. He looked at Ji Yuxiao, your little sister named Gy is not very nice, well. So you ignore her, then? You'd better ignore it. Ji Yuxiao nodded slightly, and asked him something, so what were you guys talking about just now? What, you can't stop, you like it very much? Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing lowered his head to look at his legs. What did he say? How dare he say such things, especially when there are outsiders here? He was embarrassed, when he heard a low voice coming from his ear, accompanied by the other party's breath, hitting his ear. I heard it, Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing turned her head, and saw Ji Yuxiao was already close to his face. Her beautiful phoenix eyes raised slightly. Her tone was soft and slow. It is as quiet as a pillar supporting the sky, and as moving as a dragon entering an abyss. Your description is quite vivid, Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing was instantly ashamed. I was just talking casually. Nonsense. It's not nonsense. It's in line with the actual situation. Ji Yuxiao stamped to seal Lin Luoqing. I just can't see that you like it so much. If I knew you liked it so much, I should have let you open the box and inspect the goods that day, right, Lin Luoqing? Lin Luoqing silently covered her face. Ji Yuxiao looked at his blushing ears, but felt that he was quite cute. He smiled, stopped bullying others, and leaned back to his original position. He waited until Lin Luoqing finally felt less ashamed, before he said, come here. Lin Luoqing turned to look at him, eyes full of suspicion. Ji Yuxiao beckoned, I'm not teasing you, why? Lin Luoqing approached him and asked. Ji Yuxiao raised his hand and pinched his ears, and said with a smile, the ears are red. Lin Luoqing, is it because you like it too much? He tilted his head and asked, after all, you want to live and die, and you can't stop, Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Didn't you tell me not to tease him? Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing pushed him away angrily, and moved to the other side of the seat. Ji Yuxiao couldn't hold back, and laughed softly. Listening to his laughter, Lin Luoqing was so angry that she turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. Come here. Ji Yuxiao said again. Lin Luoqing ignored him. Ji Yuxiao leaned on the back of the chair and said warmly, the male you have been secretly in love with for many years is here. Do you think it is appropriate for you to sit so far away? Lin Luoqing, humble and affectionate. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing silently moved a little to the side. Irrepressible. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing moved a little to the side again. Ji Yuxiao chuckled, the unattainable loyal loved one hold. Isn't this the nonsense he used to fool Ji Yuxiao when he first came here? He even remembered it. Lin Luoqing moved to Ji Yuxiao's side helplessly, turning her head away from him. Ji Yuxiao resorted to his trump card. Do you still want to marry your male god, Lin Luoqing? Lin Luoqing snorted, You just rely on me liking you. Ji Yuxiao was not ashamed. Yes, Lin Luoqing? Question mark. Why is he so shy, huh? Exclamation mark. Is he shameless? Exclamation mark. Seeing the shock in his eyes, Ji Yuxiao smiled happily. Although I don't know why Lin Luoqing and his investigation seem to be different, but I have to admit that he quite likes this unexpected deviation. Very funny. It also made him very happy. At almost 3:10, Ji Yuxiao's car finally stopped in front of a Western restaurant. Lin Luoqing originally planned to carry Ji Yuxiao down, but probably out of face, Ji Yuxiao didn't really let him hug him this time, but just supported his hand and moved himself onto the wheelchair with his strength. Lin Luoqing didn't say anything, and pushed him into the Western restaurant. At this time, there were not many people in the restaurant. The manager of the restaurant saw them at a glance, greeted them quickly, and chatted with Ji Yuxiao kindly. Lin Luoqing had been hungry all afternoon, and now smelling the aroma of steak in the restaurant, she felt even hungrier. He was thinking about what he would eat later, when he suddenly heard someone say in a drawn-out tone, "Hey, long time no see, isn't this our second young master Ji?" Lin Luoqing looked up, and saw a man with a cropped head walking towards them. Together with them were two men who didn't look too good. When they saw Ji Yuxiao, they smiled politely. Ji Yuxiao ignored them, and Lin Luoqing didn't stop, continuing to push him forward. Unexpectedly, the person who spoke just now saw this, and opened his mouth again. "Hey, what's wrong with young Master Ji? Why are you still in a wheelchair?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized, "Look at my memory, why did I forget? Our Ji Xiao's legs are crippled, and he has become a cripple." Lin Luoqing felt that he talked a lot of bullshit, but the other party not only talked a lot, but also approached him. "Who is this? I haven't seen it before, and it's quite unfamiliar. It can't be the nurse hired by Ji Xiao, right?" Lin Luoqing rolled her eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to him. "Tisk, the nurse has a bad temper." Lin Luoqing smiled slightly. "It's not your brain, what did you say?" The other party's expression changed instantly. Lin Luoqing looked at him with a smile. "It is said that your brain is not very good. It is probably a useless person, and it is a pity that no one has installed an auxiliary device for your brain, so it is really miserable to let you become a useless person like this. The man said. He raised his hand and hit Lin Luoqing. Before Lin Luoqing could make a move, he saw a hand firmly grasping the opponent's hand in front of him. Ji Yuxiao leaned on the wheelchair with a calm expression, as if he was holding a jumping grasshopper. "Stay away from him." Chapter 12. Fang Yu looked down at him angrily, and was about to speak, but felt his wrist swell with pain. He looked at Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao was still calm and breezy, and he couldn't see the ruthlessness of his subordinates at all. He let go, threw the person aside, reached out and asked the restaurant manager for a tissue, and slowly wiped Fang Yu's hand. "Just now, let me introduce, this is my fiancé." Fang Yu froze for a moment, then looked at Lin Luoqing in disbelief. "Him? Your fiancé?" Lin Luoqing listened to the shocked words of the other party, felt the concentration of eyes on the scene, and slowly raised the corners of her lips, showing a gentle and sunny smile. "That's right, Fang Yu." He was about to say something more, but he heard a surprised voice not far away. "Yuxiao, why are you here?" Lin Luoqing looked for his reputation, and saw a person wearing a white t-shirt walking out of a corner not far away. The person looked very pleasant, with clean eyebrows, and it was easy to make people feel good about him. He walked over quickly, walked up to Ji Yuxiao, and said happily, "Are you willing to go out? You are finally willing to come out." Ji Yuxiao said calmly, "Well, Luoqing wants to eat steak, so I will accompany him out for dinner." After saying this, the smile in the white t-shirt in front of him disappeared instantly. It seemed that he only noticed a person standing behind Ji Yuxiao's wheelchair at this time, and slowly raised his head to look at Lin Luoqing. "Xiao, you don't know him yet," Fang Yu added impatiently while standing aside. Ji Yuxiao said this is his fiancée. When Chu Siwen heard this, his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. He looked at Lin Luoqing, as if he wanted him to deny it, but Lin Luoqing just hooked the corners of his lips, and responded softly, "Well, we're getting married soon." Chu Siwen opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but closed it again. He looked at Lin Luoqing carefully, his hands trembling unconsciously. He lowered his eyes to look at Ji Yuxiao, who was sitting in a wheelchair. "Is he your fiancé?" Ji Yuxiao's face was a little bored. He didn't answer the question, but turned to Lin Luoqing and said, "Aren't you hungry? Let's go." The tone is gentle and soft, and Chu Siwen is like a needle prick. Is he really your fiancé? Otherwise. Ji Yuxiao looked at him lazily. There's so much nonsense, Fang. Yu immediately jumped out and said angrily, how can you talk to Xia Aon like this? He still cares about you. Ji Yuxiao didn't respond, just looked at Lin Luoqing. Aren't you hungry, Lin? Luoqing was still thinking about going to the theater, so upon hearing this, he had no choice but to push him forward. Chu Siwen looked at his back and did not move for a long time. Fang Yu felt sorry for him and stood beside him to comfort him silently. However, after a few words of comfort, Chu Siwen turned around and followed Lin Luoqing's back into the private room. It just so happens that I haven't eaten yet, let's eat together, he said as he was about to pull up a chair and sit down. Ji Yuxiao said indifferently, I'm having dinner with my fiancé. What's the matter with you, Lin? Luoqing sat down quietly, picked up a piece of watermelon from the fruit plate that had been prepared on the table, and ate it. Yes. Fang Yu also persuaded, let's go, Xia Aon, what is there to eat with this kind of person? Can you eat it? However, Chu Siwen didn't want to leave. He looked directly at Ji Yuxiao and asked him, don't you dare, Lin. Luoqing silently said wow in her heart, and continued to eat melons he was eating. When he saw Ji Yuxiao put down the menu, looked up at him with a smile. Lin Luoqing's hands shook while eating the melon, and the melon almost didn't take the wish. Is it delicious? Ji Yuxiao asked him. It's okay. Lin Luoqing blinked, pretending to be obedient. So, you've had decent food. What should you tell your future husband, Lin Luoqing? Lin Luoqing could only take the watermelon again and walked over, asking him, do you want to eat it? After speaking, he handed the watermelon to Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao took a sip to save face. It's not bad, that's right. Lin Luoqing said happily, I think it's okay too. What else do you want to eat? Ji Yuxiao picked up the menu and showed it to him. Lin Luoqing went over to have a look, and found that they were all things she hadn't eaten much. Go ahead, you are more familiar with this place, okay. Ji Yuxiao didn't refuse, said a few words to the manager, and let him go out. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing quickly handed over the watermelon in his hand again. Are you still eating? Ji Yuxiao was amused by his cleverness, lowered his head and smiled for a while, raised his hand to touch his head, and then slowly took a bite. Chu Siwen looked at the smile on his face and his acting like no one else, finally turned around and walked out. Fang Yu hurriedly chased him out. Seeing them leaving, Lin Luoqing thought to himself that there was nothing to see. He raised his hand, took a bite of the watermelon in his hand, and heard a gentle voice from beside him. Is the watermelon I bitten so delicious? Can't wait. Lin Luoqing took a mouthful of watermelon and almost choked it into his throat. After coughing for a long time, his face turned red from coughing, and he explained helplessly, I just didn't pay attention for a while. Yes, you just didn't pay attention for a while. You didn't plan to kiss your male indirectly, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing's face turned even redder seeing him like this. Ji Yuxiao laughed again, leaning on the back of the chair, looking at the person in front of him leisurely. Take it back and eat. The male rewarded you, and gave you the honor of kissing him indirectly. Lin Luoqing was so angry that she turned around and walked towards her seat, angrily finished eating the watermelon in her hand. He had been hungry for noon, and the steak hadn't been served yet, so he simply ate the fruit in front of him. Seeing this, Ji Yuxiao rang the bell and asked the waiter to serve him some pastries. Put the cushion first, don't just eat the fruit. Lin Luoqing didn't pick anything, and ate the cake with a small spoon. After the food came out, seeing him eating quietly without asking any questions, Ji Yuxiao understood his temperament a little bit. He likes me, he said calmly. Lin Luoqing immediately raised her head and looked at him curiously. The one in the white t-shirt is called Chu Siwen. He likes me, but I don't like him, so there's nothing wrong with the two of us. Don't worry, I'm not worried at all, Lin Luo said with a clear heart, but gossip, everyone likes it. So Lin Luoqing nodded and continued to look at him with curious eyes. Ji Yuxiao looked at his eyes that suddenly lit up, and squinted. What kind of eyes are you? Very interested, of course. Lin Luoqing spoke convincingly. You are my fiancé, and he likes you. Isn't that coveting my private property? It's fine if you don't say it, but I must listen carefully if I say it. Ji Yuxiao chuckled. So what else do you want to hear? Who is the one who wants to hit me? What's the relationship with him? Fang Yu, he likes Chu Siwen. Oh? Lin Luoqing nodded. He licks him. They are destined not to be sweet, no. Wonder he talks to you like that. Lin Luoqing said in a low voice. Ji Yuxiao nodded slightly. If you meet in the future and he wants to do something again, you can tell him that if he dares to touch you, I will make Chu Siwen pay you back twice. Lin Luoqing's hand holding the spoon paused for a moment, looked up in surprise, and asked him uncertainly, really? Of course, who made me your male god? Ji Yuxiao smiled. Lin Luoqing, alright, you can bear what you say, and admit the lies you tell. Who made him insist that Ji Yuxiao is his male god? Now that Ji Yuxiao is addicted to being a male god, he can only continue to admit it. That's not right. Ji Yuxiao said again. Lin Luoqing raised her eyelids to look at him. I just heard him say, not only your male god, but also your husband. I'm so happy, my secret love has come true. I really envy you. It's really enviable to fall in love with such a perfect person since I was a student. Lin Luoqing, where is this narcissist? Father Ji, are you there? Come and see your gloomy, decadent, self-defeating son. Chapter 13. After dinner, Lin Luoqing returned to Ji Yuxiao's car, ready to go home. As soon as he got in the car, the phone rang. He opened it and saw that it was a text message from the bank. Chen Feng had already transferred the money to him. At the same time, there was also a call from Chen Feng. Lin Luoqing picked it up, and heard the other party say, the money has been given to you. You should go see Ji Yuxiao as soon as possible. Lin Luoqing glanced at Ji Yuxiao beside him, and thought to himself, why not hurry up? He is sitting beside her right now. Understood, he replied. Regardless of what Chen Feng wanted to say, he hung up the phone directly. Seeing that he hung up the phone, Ji Yuxiao said, send you home. Lin Luoqing looked at his watch. It was almost time for Lin Fei to leave school, and he wanted to pick Lin Fei up. Send me to Hanming Primary School. My nephew goes to school there. I'll pick him up. Hearing this, Ji Yuxiao remembered that he still had a child, so he hesitated. Then I'll meet him too. There's no need for that. Lin Luoqing refused. I didn't tell him before that you wanted to see him. I'm afraid that he will feel embarrassed if we meet suddenly. Did you tell him you were getting married? Ji Yuxiao asked him. I said it, but getting married and meeting are two different things. He knows that I'm going to marry you, and he sees you right away without mental preparation. This is different, Lin Luoqing said in a good voice. Next time I will tell him in advance that you are coming, and then you will meet again. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Ji Yuxiao said, we are going to get married, and now our parents have met. Why don't you move here in 2 days and live with me, Lin Luoqing? Question mark. This is too fast. Seeing the shock on his face, Ji Yuxiao laughed. What? You have been in love for so long. Don't you want to get along with your male god, Lin Luoqing? Lin Luoqing could only smile and said, I think, of course I want to. It's just that happiness came too suddenly. I'm so excited. Ji Yuxiao smiled slightly. Don't be excited. After all, you are such an excellent male god, and I am very sympathetic to your crush, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing thought he was so narcissistic. Okay, he said in a low voice. After getting out of the car, Lin Fei was picked up. During dinner at night, Lin Luoqing and Lin Fei talked about moving. Lin Fei paused while eating, and asked doubtfully, where are you going to move? Aren't I going to get married? So I'm going to move to the house of my marriage partner. Lin Luoqing put down his chopsticks and explained to him, he was in a car accident before and was injured, and his legs and feet are not very convenient. If he lives in our house, there will inevitably be bumps, so let's accommodate him and go to his place. Okay, Lin Fei blinked and asked him, what do you mean your legs and feet are inconvenient? You just need a wheelchair. You know you need a wheelchair. Now, Lin Fei understood that he was a disabled person. He lowered his head to eat the rice in the bowl, and said softly, when will you move? The day after tomorrow. You pack your things in these 2 days, and then we move. Lin Fei nodded, didn't say much, and was as quiet as ever. Lin Luoqing looked at it, and felt that he was not sensible like a child of this age, who didn't cry or make trouble, and didn't even talk much. He raised his hand to pick up a piece of tenderloin for Lin Fei and put it in his bowl. Sweet and sour, you like it? Hearing what he said, Lin Fei realized that today's sweet and sour pork tenderloin was specially made for him by Lin Luoqing. He raised his head and glanced at Lin Luoqing, with 3 points of surprise, 3 points of doubt and 4 points of inexplicable emotion in his eyes. Thank you, he whispered, and continued to eat obediently. After dinner, Lin Fei wanted to wash the dishes, but was stopped by Lin Luoqing. Go and read a book, as long as uncle comes for such things. Lin Fei looked at him again with that complicated look, and went back to the room somewhat puzzled by his thoughts. The next afternoon, Lin Luoqing was packing her luggage when she heard the sound of rain. He got up and walked towards the window, only to find that it was raining. The rain was heavy, crackling on the branches outside the window, and many leaves fell in a hurry. Lin Luoqing looked at his watch, took his umbrella and went out. He took a taxi, reported the address of Lin Fei's elementary school, and asked the driver to drive forward. I don't know if he has an umbrella or not, Lin Luoqing thought. No matter whether he has an umbrella or not, he is so young. If it rains, parents should pick it up. Lin Luoqing looked at the rain scene outside the window, and only hoped that the rain would end tonight. After all, we have to move tomorrow, and no one likes to move on a rainy day. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but think of Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing took out her mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Ji Yuxiao. It's raining. If it's still raining tomorrow, I'll move there the day after tomorrow. Ji Yuxiao looked at his WeChat, looked back at the rainy scene outside the window, and replied, yes. It's really inconvenient to move on a rainy day. Lin Luoqing quickly came back. Thank you, brother. Kiss, kiss. Ji Yuxiao looked at it and chuckled lightly. What are you doing? He asked Lin Luoqing. To pick up Fei from school. Fei is my nephew. His name is Lin Fei. Ji Yuxiao, well, speaking of which, my nephew should be leaving school soon. His name is Ji Liu. You can call him Lei or Xiaoyu. I know, Lin Luo said with a clear heart. I also know that he is handsome, has a bad temper, has a perverted personality, and is cruel by nature. Lin Luoqing shook his head silently, and decided that after he moved in, he must let Ji Yuxiao discipline Ji Liu. At the very least, let him know that humans and beasts are not allowed. Absolutely not. It is good. Lin Luoqing replied to him. Then we will see you tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Ji Yuxiao replied. Lin Luoqing put away her mobile phone, supported her head and continued to look out the window. After Lin Fei packed his school bag and went out, he saw that it was indeed raining. The other students around me walked towards the school gate in groups of 3s and 4s holding umbrellas, wanting to get in their own cars as soon as possible. Lin Fei's relationship with his classmates was mediocre, and he didn't have any friends along the way, so he just opened the umbrella in his bag silently and left the teaching building unhurriedly. He walked very carefully, avoiding places with a lot of underground water, and didn't get his shoes dirty. He looked at his white sneakers, and felt a little distressed. He knew that he would not wear these shoes today. He just changed the shoes this morning, and he washed them very clean, but the bus is always crowded on rainy days, and if you don't pay attention, you will be stepped on. I have to brush my shoes again when I go back. Lin Fei thought. He walked around the dense crowd at the school gate, carefully watched the road under his feet, and walked out slowly. However, just a few steps out of the school gate, Lin Fei heard someone calling him. Fei. The voice was clear and cheerful. Lin Fei turned around in surprise. It was indeed Lin Luoqing. He watched Lin Luoqing standing not far away holding an umbrella and waving at him. The rain was pouring down. He stood on the other side of the rain curtain, looking at him with a smile across the not-so-wide road. Lin Fei didn't move. Lin Luoqing had already walked towards him. He walked quickly without looking at the road under his feet. Lin Fei watched quietly for a long time before blinking. Slowly heavy rain fell on his umbrella and on the watery ground in front of him. Lin Fei saw ripples in the stagnant water in front of him, circle by circle, obvious and clear. He listened to the sound of raindrops falling, crackling, like pouring beans. He didn't understand. He obviously didn't call Lin Luoqing. Why did Lin Luoqing come to pick him up on this rainy day? Does he not play games? Just as he was thinking, Lin Luoqing had already walked in front of him and hugged him. Lin Fei was startled. The umbrella in his hand tilted unconsciously, and the raindrops accumulated on the umbrella gathered together, making a squeak like stringed beads, and fell heavily into the stagnant water in front of him. Splashing small, the splash of water returned to calm again. Lin Fei was puzzled and said, I have mulberry. Lin Luoqing hugged him and walked forward. It's okay. The rain is too heavy. You take small steps. Be careful when your shoes get in the water. It will be uncomfortable. Lin Fei looked down at his shoes. His shoes were still clean. Although they were covered with a thin layer of mist, the uppers were not dirty. He went to look at Lin Luoqing's shoes again, and Lin Luoqing's shoes were already dirty. Lin Fei leaned in his arms, not knowing what to say. For a moment Lin Luoqing hugged him and approached the taxi, then put him down, took his umbrella and let him get into the car, and helped him collect a mulberry. Let's go. He got into the car and said to the driver, Why are you here? Lin Fei asked him. It's raining. Lin Luoqing replied him naturally, I'll pick you up, don't you play games? Lin Fei asked. Lin Luoqing was a little puzzled, what does this have to do with my playing games? Lin Fei didn't speak. He didn't understand what this had to do with Lin Luoqing playing games. He just thought that Lin Luoqing should play games at home at this time. That's normal. This is him instead of like now. He didn't call, but he came. Seeing that he stopped talking, Lin Luoqing didn't ask any more questions, and just said, is it cold? He picked up the coat he gave Lin Fei from his seat and put it on him. It's autumn, and when it rains, it's time to cool down. Feeling his movements, Lin Fei felt even more strange when he looked at the coat on his body. He looked at Lin Luoqing with obvious doubts in his eyes. This was not the Lin Luoqing he was familiar with. The current Lin Luoqing was too strange. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Luoqing was puzzled. Lin Fei raised his hand and touched his head, and then touched his own head, thinking that he might not be sick either. Lin Luoqing, feeling his touch on her forehead, Lin Luoqing couldn't laugh or cry. Do you think I have a fever? You asked me if I was dying, but now you think I have a fever, so you can't expect me to order it. Lin Fei blinked, but did not speak. Lin Luoqing sighed helplessly, and hugged him into her arms. Don't worry, I'm fine, only. Then did Lin Fei give a low hum? Lin Luoqing touched his forehead. Very well, you don't have a fever either, Lin Fei. Lin Fei's eyes turned into disgust again. Lin Luoqing was helpless. Can't you be nice to your dear uncle once in a while? You know you dislike me every day, so can't you just smile at me? Lin Fei, smile. Or not, smile or not. Lin Luoqing reached out to scratch his waist. However, as the cold-faced Hades, Lin Fei didn't have itchy flesh. Even if he was a cold-faced Hades who hadn't grown up yet. Seeing him looking at her innocently, Lin Luoqing said depressedly, you don't even laugh at this. Lin Fei was puzzled. Can you laugh? After he finished speaking, he curiously stretched out his hand to scratch Lin Luoqing's waist. Lin Luoqing never thought that this body would be so ticklish. Lin Fei just scratched it twice and then he couldn't help but wanted to hide to the side. Who told you to scratch me? Don't scratch me. Why are you making inferences? Ha 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 ha. Seeing him hiding while laughing, Lin Fei couldn't help but increase his strength, and the other hand also struck at his other side of the waist. Lin Luoqing pushed him quickly, and seeing that he was young and did not dare to push hard, she could only keep backing up and shouted, enough is enough, Lin Fei. Ha ha ha, stop scratching. Ha ha ha, you are endless. As he spoke, he raised his head, and saw Lin Fei's hand looking at him with a smile, with a rare joy that belongs to a child on his face. Lin Luoqing couldn't express his feelings for a moment, as if he had planted a flower with his heart. Although the flower hadn't bloomed yet, he finally showed some signs of sprouting from the soil. He smiled and let Lin Fei make trouble on him for a while, hugged him into his arms, and lowered his head to kiss Lin Fei on the face. Why are you still bullying uncle? Lin Fei looked up at him, and said in his heart that you are only allowed to bully me, and I am not allowed to bully you. Then he felt Lin Luoqing kiss him on the face again, and said softly, but I still like Fei. Fei looks so pretty when she smiles. Lin Fei. Lin Fei turned his head silently. His honest ears felt hot. Your ears are red. Lin Luoqing leaned close to his ear and whispered. Lin Fei turned back to stare at him in embarrassment. With obvious childish coquettishness in his eyes, Lin Luoqing covered his ears with a smile, and coaxed him, it's okay, I'll cover your ears for you so that others can't see it. Lin Fei. Lin Fei felt that his ears were getting hotter. Chapter 14. When he got home, Lin Luoqing was ready to cook. On a rainy day, he planned to make hot pot to warm himself up. Go and read. Lin Luoqing said to Lin Fei, Uncle washes the dishes, and we'll have hot pot later. Lin Fei nodded and entered his room. Lin Luoqing was washing the dishes when he heard the phone ring. The caller ID reads Little Horse. Lin Luoqing recalled it. It seems that this is one of the original owner's friends. When he picked it up, he heard Xiao Ma say loudly, come to Luoqing quickly, young Master Tan is here. Lin Luoqing? Tan Xiao? He had no choice but to think about it again, and then he remembered that this young Master Tan was the one the original owner really liked and had been watching, but he had no interest in Tan Xiao, so he refused. No, I'm busy. What are you busy with? Xiao Ma smiled. What could be more important than young Master Tan? Lin Luoqing chuckled, thinking that was too much. Hang up. He finished and hung up the phone. Xiao Ma seemed unable to believe that he could really refuse Tan Xiao's temptation, and quickly called again. What are you doing? It's rare that Tan Xiao came here today, And you don't want to see him? Let me tell you, after passing this village, there is no such shop. I don't want to. Lin Luo said calmly, I'm not interested in young Master Tan right now. Xiao Ma sneered, you're here again. Every time he gets close to someone else, you say you don't love him anymore. How many times has this happened? It's true this time. Lin Luoqing smiled, so you don't have to tell me about him in the future. Xiao Ma didn't believe it. Anyway, young Master Tan will be here all the time tonight. Let me explain clearly to you. Don't say that brothers are not righteous, and Lin Luoqing hung up the phone, thinking what's the future? His future is to be the father of Ji Liu, the perverted villain. Isn't this more exciting than what Tan Xiao? Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing quickly washed the vegetables, cut up potato slices and sweet potatoes, and rolled out the fat beef. He put the pot on the dining table, put the hot pot base, added water, and then went to call Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked at the hot pot in front of him and felt a little hungry. Lin Luoqing mixed sesame paste for him, and the two of them sat at the dining table and ate together. After finishing your homework later, remember to pack your things. If it doesn't rain tomorrow, I'll move directly after picking you up after school tomorrow afternoon. Lin Fei was surprised. Are you coming to pick me up tomorrow? Yes. Lin Luo said calmly, Uncle is not busy recently, and if he has time, he can just pick you up and drop you off from school. But you used to not pick me up when you had time. Lin Feixin said. He looked at Lin Luoqing, and the familiar fan-shaped statistical chart was in his eyes again. Lin Luoqing was used to it, and put a piece of fat beef into his bowl. Eat meat. Lin Fei took a sip and let out a slight hiss. Spicy. Lin Luoqing looked at him with a smile. Let you dislike me again? He said so, but he was just teasing Lin Fei, and when he was done teasing, he handed over his bowl. Give it to me. Lin Fei looked at him, lowered his head and picked up the sliced meat in the bowl. Just when Lin Luoqing thought he was going to give it to him, he suddenly turned his chopsticks and stuffed it directly into his mouth. I can eat spicy too. Lin Fei said, unconvinced. Lin Luoqing was amused by his childish behavior, opened a bottle of yogurt for him with a smile, and put the fat cow from the clear soup pot into his bowl. While Lin Fei was eating, he looked curiously at the red oil pan on his side, and tentatively picked up the dishes from his side. Be careful. Lin Luoqing reminded him. I'm not afraid. Lin Fei dipped in the sesame paste, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Lin Luoqing thought he was quite cute, so she let him go. After eating, the two of them began to organize their things. Lin Fei's luggage is actually not much. He himself moved from his mother's house to Lin Luoqing's house, and now he moves to other places. He still needs to pack his small suitcase and carry his school bag on his back. Lin Luoqing's luggage was about the same as his. He was not the original owner, so naturally he had no affection for most of the things in this house. He only packed some clothes and newly bought daily necessities. He was cleaning up when he heard thunder outside. The rain still didn't stop. Lin Luoqing turned his head and looked at the window. Will the rain stop tomorrow morning? After Ji Yuxiao checked Ji Liu's homework and went back to the bedroom, he heard thunder. One sound disturbed him. His head hurts, and his mood also became restless. Ji Yuxiao knew that it was time for him to go to bed. It had been more than 50 hours since he slept peacefully last time. His body began to remind him that he needed sleep and rest, but he just couldn't fall asleep. Ji Yuxiao pushed the wheelchair to the balcony of the bedroom, watched the rain outside, and slowly lit a cigarette. When he first suffered from insomnia, he was once confused as to why this happened until one day, he suddenly remembered, because before that, he himself started to reject sleep. At that time, he had just been discharged from the hospital. Every day when he closed his eyes, he felt as if he had returned to the scene of the car accident. His brother was protecting his wife in the passenger seat. He hugged her so tightly, pressing her under his chest, hoping that he could protect her. But she lay in his arms forever, and never opened her eyes again. They died in that car accident just like that. He protected Ji Liu in his arms, but watched his brother and sister-in-law die in front of him, on the same car as him. Ji Yuxiao woke up from the dream again and again, sweating her clothes again and again, so he began to refuse to sleep. He didn't want to go back to the scene of the car accident. He didn't want to whip himself to death again and again, and let himself be immersed in depressed emotions. What he did was so successful, even so successful, that he never dreamed about the scene of the car accident again because he couldn't sleep at all. He has insomnia unless he was forced to sleep with drugs. He couldn't sleep at all, of course. Ji Yuxiao knew that medicine was 3-point poisonous, especially sleeping pills, which were still addictive and could not be taken too much. So he controlled them carefully, and only indulged himself in taking medicine when he was on the verge of a critical point due to insomnia, but every time he took the medicine, he would have nightmares again and again. Unable to wake up like a ghost pressing the bed, even if he opened his eyes the next day, he would still have a headache and be in a trance. He knew that this was not going to work. When the time came, he hadn't done what he wanted to do, but his body would be unable to bear it first, so he actively cooperated with the treatment, but it was useless. No matter whether it was a physical or psychological doctor, they were helpless against his illness. Just when he himself almost gave up, he met Lin Luoqing. He found that Lin Luoqing could actually make him fall asleep, and he slept peacefully. No nightmares, no ghosts pressing the bed, and he woke up refreshed, just like before he experienced a car accident. This is not bad news, so he chose to tie Lin Luoqing by his side without hesitation. He came at the right time, Ji Yuxiao thought, not only for his insomnia, but also for other aspects with him. The image of his painstaking efforts is more real. He is truly a gift from God. Thinking of this, Ji Yuxiao calmed down a little and wanted to see him a little. He took out his mobile phone and sent Lin Luoqing a WeChat message. What are you doing? Lin Luoqing's WeChat messages are always timely. Pack up your luggage. Are there many? Let Xiaoli pick you up then. Well enough. Lin Luoqing said, not many, thank you. You are welcome. There was another sudden thunder in the air, which upset him, so he took the initiative to send Lin Luoqing a video invitation. Lin Luoqing looked at the video invitation in front of him in surprise, thought for a while, and sat on the bed to answer it. Ji Yuxiao was wearing a black nightgown, and his face was a little pale. He was leaning on the wheelchair with a lazy expression, like a flower in a mirror, beautiful and illusory. It was the first time Lin Luoqing saw him like this, and it was different from what he remembered. He pondered for a while, then hesitated. Brother, do you still want to make up your video with me? The male airs are too much. The widening filter used is almost wider than their walls, so there is no need for it. You are already handsome with me. You are the most handsome man in the world, so there is no need to turn on any additional filters. He persuaded Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao never dreamed that the opening remarks of their video would be like this, and suddenly laughed. Lin Luoqing was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Yes. Ji Yuxiao nodded. You're right. But, he looked at Lin Luoqing with a gentle tone. Why do you think that your male and you video will turn on the filter? Don't think about maintaining a perfect image every day when you meet a male god. Put a filter on yourself, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing felt that he really thought too much, but seeing him smile, Lin Luoqing felt relieved. At the second when the video was connected, Ji Yuxiao was faintly sick under that laziness. Lin Luoqing had never seen him like this before. He was used to Ji Yuxiao's confident and cheerful appearance when facing him, so he instinctively hoped that he would be happier. Just like now, he has returned to his familiar appearance. Don't turn on the filter. I'm pretty good looking too. What kind of filter do I need? Lin Luoqing said proudly. Why did you suddenly find me for a video? Oh. Ji Yuxiao said calmly. Isn't it thunder? What's wrong with the thunder? Lin Luoqing teased him with a smile. It's not like someone who is brilliant on the surface is afraid of thunder secretly, right? Hearing this, Ji Yuxiao slowly raised the corners of her lips. No, I just remembered a word. What? The smile on Ji Yuxiao's face gradually deepened. It's probably as quiet as a pillar of the sky, moving like a dragon entering an abyss, so vast that it rushes into thunder and suddenly moves, fluttering like a feathered immortal. It can be said that you want to live and die, and you can't stop one. He looked at Lin Luoqing with a sincere tone and sincere eyes. I'm not very good at classical Chinese. What does this vastness mean? Is it used to describe his fast, accurate and ruthless, or powerful? Does it mean his actions or his strength? What about the voice? Can you explain it to me, Lin Luoqing? Lin Luoqing lowered her head in shame and indignation. Your wife is offline. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15. Ji Yuxiao watched the other party hang up the video call after a disagreement, and finally changed his mood after a day of restlessness, and laughed happily. He sent another video invitation to Lin Luoqing, but Lin Luoqing hung up without hesitation. Ji Yuxiao, what are you doing? The male you had a crush on for many years sent you a video, but you actually hung up? Ji Yuxiao, twice. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing felt that he wanted to change to male god Lin Luoqing. I now feel that for some feelings, it's good to just stay in secret love. Ji Yuxiao raised his eyebrows. Oh? Lin Luoqing, maybe what I love is just the you in my fantasy, not the real you. Ji Yuxiao, perhaps what you love is only the that I can make you want to stop, not my interesting soul. Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Do you have the nerve to say that? Are you the funny soul? You clearly just want to off my soul. Ji Yuxiao, hey, take the video. After he finished sending, he sent another video invitation. Lin Luoqing picked it up helplessly, and looked at him with pursed lips. Ji Yuxiao saw that his cheeks were almost puffed up, and said with a smile, don't worry, I won't tease you anymore. You also know that you are deliberately teasing me. Ji Yuxiao nodded. Yes, Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. You are okay, you again, how dare you, you are so proud of being favored. You are blatantly relying on me liking you, so you deliberately teased me. Ji Yuxiao confessed. Yes, are you okay? This is the truth, Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. God knows, you know, I know, why should I pretend to be no, how could it be? Don't worry, your male is not such a hypocritical person. Lin Luoqing snorted coldly. You're wrong, isn't my male such a hypocritical person? My male is clearly not human. Ji Yuxiao laughed lowly. That is, to you, how can he be a human being? He is a god, a male god. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing stretched out her hands to cover her face, thinking that he was really too narcissistic. Ji Yuxiao smiled. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, let's get down to business. What business? Lin Luoqing asked. Look at your acting skills. I will contact Xingai's manager in a few days, and then you will be signed under Xingai's banner. Lin Luoqing didn't expect that he really wanted to sign him. My contract with a broker over there hasn't expired yet. I will ask Xingai to help you pay the liquidated damages. It's not good. So you prefer to stay with the original company? That's not true. Judging from his agent's attitude towards him these days, the original owner's agency should have given up on the original owner. It's useless to stay there. It's better to find another way out. That is, don't you really think my acting skills are bad? If I think so, I won't sign you. Then you fall asleep every time. Lin Luoqing complained. This is duali. Ji Yuxiao pressed the center of his eyebrows. It must be more tiring than you can imagine. Lin Luoqing. So you try again tonight. Ji Yuxiao said softly. I'm not as tired as I was before these 2 days, so I probably won't fall asleep again, should. Lin Luoqing was very suspicious. Ji Yuxiao nodded. Maybe. Lin Luoqing curled her lips, but did not refuse. What type do you want to watch this time? You can play on your own. Give you time to brew, and I will send you a video after you brew. Oh, Ji Yuxiao heard the words and hung up the video. Lin Luoqing looked up at the ceiling and thought for a while, then thought of another scene from the previous audition, so she quickly replied, I'm fine. Ji Yuxiao, who just walked to the bed and was about to move from the wheelchair to the bed. This is really fast. Ji Yuxiao moved herself onto the bed skillfully, sat on the bed, and then sent Lin Luoqing another video invitation. Lin Luoqing watched him move himself from the wheelchair to the bed as soon as he hung up a video, feeling speechless for a while. Are you planning to sleep right away? Of course not. Ji Yuxiao refused to admit it. Lin Luoqing snorted. Why don't you just lie flat and lean against the head of the bed? It's so convenient to lie flat. When the time comes, when you close your eyes, you don't have to move, and you don't have to move, and you can go straight to your dream. How cool it is. Hearing this, Ji Yuxiao thought about it for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You're right, Lin Luoqing? Question mark? What he is talking. Then he saw Ji Yuxiao holding up the phone and moving it down, laying down in the quilt, leaning on the pillow and saying to him, okay, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing felt that he had lost. The tree didn't need its bark. It would surely die. People were shameless. They were invincible. Ji Yuxiao is obviously the most shameless one. Aren't you starting yet? Ji Yuxiao asked. Lin Luoqing raised her lips and laughed twice. What are you starting to use as a special sleeping pill for you? Exclamation mark. He snorted angrily, helplessly picked up his phone, and started his performance. Ji Yuxiao lay on the bed and watched, and found that he was acting as a criminal suspect this time. He sat calmly, as if he was being interrogated by the police. Calmly and indifferently, Ji Yuxiao watched quietly, and didn't say until he finished the performance, "Not bad, the performance looks decent, that's it," Lin Luoqing said proudly, but just after he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. "You didn't fall asleep this time, Ji Yuxiao." Yes, he didn't fall asleep this time. Ji Yuxiao was a little puzzled, wondering what was going on. Did Lin Luoqing have to stand in front of him and act for him in front of him? Otherwise, how could it be possible before, but not this time through the mobile phone? He was puzzled, but the corners of his lips slowly curled up on his face, and he laughed. "They say I'm not so tired today." Lin Luoqing smiled. "So it wasn't because I acted so badly before that it made you sleepy?" "Impossible," Ji Yuxiao said. "You have too little confidence in yourself, isn't it because you watch it once and sleep once, and those who don't know think I'm a sleeping pill?" Ji Yuxiao laughed and said to himself, "Then you are really good enough." He said a few more words to Lin Luoqing, then hung up the video call, raised his hand to turn off the light, and closed his eyes. However, an hour later, the lights in the bedroom turned on again. Ji Yuxiao reluctantly opened the drawer, took out the bottle containing sleeping pills, and poured out a few pills. It's just that the moment he took the medicine, he hesitated to put the medicine back. He didn't want to have any more nightmares. Ji Yuxiao sighed. If only Lin Luoqing was by his side at this time, but fortunately, soon, he will be completely by his side. Ji Yuxiao turned off the light again, lay on the bed, closed her eyes and waited for the sky to shine. In the early morning of the next day, Lin Luoqing opened the curtains, and saw a large area of sunlight pouring into his bedroom unscrupulously, accompanied by the fresh air after the rain. "The rain has stopped and it's time to move. I'll pick you up this afternoon, and we'll go to your Uncle Ji's house together, and then we won't be going home," Lin Luoqing told Lin Fei while having breakfast. Lin Fei was stunned for a moment, and after a few seconds of silence, he gave a low hum. When he went out, he stood at the entrance, looking softly at the house he had lived in for several months. Lin Luoqing noticed the reluctance in his eyes, bent down and touched his head, and comforted him. "Aren't you reluctant? It's okay, Uncle will come back with you later." "Okay," he said. "Let's go to live with Uncle Ji for a while. If you don't like Fei, I will discuss it with your Uncle Ji to see if he is willing to move to our place. He is not in good health, so we will move in first." "How about him?" Lin Fei nodded. He wasn't really reluctant, he was just a little sad. He moved here from his mother's house, and moved out from here to a new house. He couldn't say how he felt, but he felt sad for no reason. It seems that he can't stay in any place for long, as if every place doesn't belong to him. The young Lin Fei couldn't describe his current mood well with precise language. He just felt that he was like a dandelion, which fell on the ground for a short time, and when the wind blew, it floated up again. There was no flower pot, no can't take root, can only be passive, forced to move forward in the direction of the wind. He wanted a flower pot of his own, one that stood firmly and was not affected by the wind. He blinked, lowered his head and put on his new sneakers, and walked out with Lin Luoqing looking at the sunny sky outside. Ji Liu ate the egg custard in a good mood. "Uncle Lin, are they moving here today?" he asked Ji Yuxiao. Chapter 16. "It should be. He said before that if it doesn't rain today, he will come here this afternoon after Lin Fei is released." After he finished speaking, he explained to Ji Liu intimately, "Remember Lin Fei, it's you. The child of Uncle Lin's family is also a little boy, 1 year older than you." Ji Liu nodded and laughed. "I know." Ji Yuxiao also laughed. He raised his hand to touch Ji Liu's head, and said softly, "When I see Uncle Lin, be good, eh?" "No." Ji Liu elongated his tone and gave him a wink. "I've always been very good." "That's true." Ji Yuxiao said. He remembered something and said to him, "If you are unhappy, you should tell Dad, and if you are unhappy with Uncle Lin in the future, you should also tell Dad, understand?" His tone was very gentle, and his eyes showed the care and concern of the elders. Ji Liu looked at it, but for some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable. He wasn't like this before, he thought. His uncle wasn't like this before. This is the look that belongs to Dad, but it is not his look. What was he like before? Ji Liu racked his brains for a long time before finally thinking of a more appropriate description. "Like a much older brother. I will take him out to play, help him avoid his father's scolding, play football with him, archery together, and go to the racetrack to ride horses together whenever." His father said helplessly, "Don't spoil him, he hasn't finished his homework yet." His uncle would smile handsomely and say, "Xiao is so smart, It's not a big deal if you finish writing in a while. They high five out of his dad's sight, and he sneaks him the ice cream that dad won't let him eat. He is like a big brother who plays with him and makes trouble with him. They are even very happy to see their father's helpless and indulgent smile. However, after that car accident, he changed. He has become like his father, caring for him, taking care of him, gentle and pampering. But Ji Liu knew that it wasn't him. He was not like this. He just took on his daddy responsibilities and started being his daddy. Ji Liu didn't know if he was happy like this, but he wanted him to be happier, so he didn't object to his marriage. Marriage is a good thing. His father said that the happiest thing in his life is to marry his mother, so his uncle must be very happy when he is getting married now. Are you happy? He asked Ji Yuxiao with his innocent and beautiful face. Uncle Lin moved in. You got married. Do you like him? Are you happy? Ji Yuxiao smiled. You still care about this at such a young age? Am I curious? Ji Liu looked at him with a smile. Are you happy? Happy? Ji Yuxiao pinched his face. Eat quickly, and let the driver take you to school after eating. And Ji Liu nodded. If he said he was happy, he was happy too. If he is happy, then he will welcome Lin Luoqing to come, be nice and obedient, and please him. He only has such a family member, so he just needs to be happy. Ji Liu will always remember that day. When he opened his eyes, the ward was noisy, and he heard his grandfather say that his parents were gone. What's missing? He asked confusedly. His grandfather sighed, and said to him in a hoarse voice, Lei, your parents are gone. The doctor didn't save them both, so they are gone. Only then did Ji Liu understand that they were dead. He lay silently on the bed, tears welling up unconsciously. He wiped them for a long time. His grandpa approached him and wiped his tears for him. It's okay, Lei, you still have me. Grandpa is still here. Don't be afraid. Where's my uncle? He suddenly remembered the last moment before he fell into coma. He remembered that the second before he lost consciousness, Ji Yuxiao hugged him and protected him under his body. He's injured and hasn't woken up yet. When he wakes up, Grandpa will take you to see him. Ji Liu sat up on the spot, and was about to get out of bed after throwing off the quilt. Ji's father and other relatives of Ji's family persuaded him for a long time, but they couldn't persuade him, so they could only carry him to Ji Yuxiao's ward. Ji Yuxiao was wearing a hospital gown, lying pale on the hospital bed. Ji Liu looked at him for a long time, then slowly pulled away the quilt on his hospital bed, got in, and lay beside him. He didn't speak, just hugged him silently. Father Ji sighed and didn't force him to go back. Ji Liu waited for a day, and finally waited until Ji Yuxiao woke up after the first few seconds of chaos. Ji Yuxiao asked him anxiously, Are you okay? Ji Liu shook his head. It's okay, that's good. Ji Yuxiao breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately asked, Where are your parents? How are they? Ji Liu's eyes turned red instantly. He looked at Ji Yuxiao and began to cry uncontrollably. The more he cried, the sadder he became, and finally he hugged him unbearably. He didn't say anything. Those words were too difficult for him. He couldn't speak them. He could only cry in pain. There was still something Ji Yuxiao didn't understand, but he didn't want to accept it. He pulled out the needle in his hand and was about to get out of bed, but found that his leg couldn't move. He looked at his legs in astonishment, and heard Ji Liu's immature voice. You are hurt. He said, When I grow up, I will be filial to you, okay? Ji Yuxiao looked back at him. Ji Liu had tears in his eyes. He touched his head, and said to him, It's okay, it's not a big problem. He didn't have time to be shocked, to be angry, to digest this sudden accident. Ji Liu was by his side. He was still young. Ji Yuxiao instinctively cared about his mood, so the moment he touched his eyes, he suppressed all emotions. While they were talking, the doctor and Ji Yun walked in. Ji Yun said pleasantly, Brother, are you awake? The doctor also came over and examined him. Ji Yuxiao heard him ask his sister, How is the eldest brother and sister-in-law? Ji Yun's face changed instantly. The surprise on her face was gone. Only sadness remained. She shook her head, then shook her head again. Her voice was dry and difficult. I'm sorry. Ji Yuxiao was silent. The doctor patiently finished the examination and announced that he had minor injuries except his legs, and he just needed to recuperate well. Ji Yuxiao wanted to ask about his leg, but because Ji Liu was still there, he could only press it down, planning to ask later. Soon, Ji's father also came. He looked at his son who had just finished the race with the of death, and he seemed to be relieved. He comforted Ji Yuxiao and himself. Fortunately, Xiao, you are fine. It's okay. It's okay, the driver who caused the accident has been caught. Ji Yu nodded. Brother, don't worry, I want to see him. Ji Yuxiao said calmly. He confessed. He has already been sentenced, and he will be in prison for the rest of his life. Life would be better than death, Ji's father said. I want to see him. Ji Yuxiao said the same thing. But your body, I can't die. Ji Yuxiao said indifferently. Father Ji had no choice but to agree. That's fine, Ji Yuxiao glanced at him, but didn't speak. He stayed in the hospital for another day, and the next day, he was ready to go home. Ji's father saw that his legs were inconvenient, so he took the initiative to discuss with him about Ji Liu. You are still recovering, so let me take care of Lele temporarily. I will raise him. Ji Yuxiao interrupted him. He lives with me, and I will be his father from now on. Of course I agree with you to raise Lele, but you are not in good health now, and you still, I'll take care of him. Ji Yuxiao's tone was undeniable. My brother is gone. He is my son. Ji's father persuaded him for a long time, but he couldn't persuade him, so he could only persuade Ji Liu. He looked at his grandson and reasoned with him. Your uncle is not in good health now. You live with grandpa first, let him take care of you, and then go live with him when your uncle is well, okay? Ji Liu shook her head. I want my uncle to take care of me, but if you do this, uncle may be distracted, so that his body will recover very slowly. Lele, don't you want uncle to hurry up? Ji Liu thought, but he also knew very well that he only trusted Ji Yuxiao. I want him to take care of me. He remembered what his father once said to him. Do you like Uncle Yuxiao? I like it. He smiled and picked up the jigsaw puzzle to put together the picture in front of him while fighting with him. His father told him, your Uncle Yuxiao also likes you the most, so when you grow up, in addition to being filial to your parents, you must also be filial to him, you know. I know. He looked at his father proudly. So cute. His father rubbed his head and looked at him lovingly. I can take good care of myself and won't let my uncle worry about it. Don't worry, Grandpa. Ji Liu stood up. Ji's father wanted to keep him, but he didn't after all, and he went back to Ji Yuxiao's ward. He saw Ji Yuxiao waving at him, and ran over anxiously. Ji Yuxiao looked at him, eyes full of tenderness, just like his father once did. He said, Xiao, from now on, I will be your father, okay? Ji Liu nodded at that time. Although he saw the change in Ji Yuxiao's eyes, he was still young, and he only felt that he was very much like his father at that moment. It wasn't until later that Ji Liu vaguely realized that he had become his father, but he hid the him he knew best. Maybe it's not hiding, it's just that he, like himself, is not as happy as before. So Ji Liu hoped that he would be happy. As long as he is happy, he will be happy too. Lin Luoqing was sitting in the car sent by Ji Yuxiao to pick him up. Seeing Lin Fei coming out of the school gate, he got off the car and waved at him, shouting, Fei. Lin Fei is now very used to him picking him up from school, not to mention that they have to move today. He walked towards Lin Luoqing, and when he got closer, he realized that the car behind him was not a taxi, but a car that looked similar to the private car that his classmates usually take. This is your Uncle Ji's car. Lin Luoqing explained to him. He asked the driver to pick us up, so we don't have to take a taxi ourselves. Ji Yuxiao was even afraid that there would be too much luggage, so he asked Xiaoli to drive an SUV. Lin Luoqing pulled Lin Fei into the car and helped him unload his school bag. I have put the small suitcase you packed in the trunk, so you do not need to worry. Lin Fei nodded and said to him, thank you, Lin Luoqing pinched his face. You're still so polite to me. Seeing that someone received it, Xiaoli started the car and drove towards Ji Yuxiao's house. Sitting in the car, Lin Fei felt that the route was different from his usual way home, thinking silently that he had to change the bus route, and wondered if there was a bus to their school in front of Uncle Ji's house. Of course, there is no one in front of Ji Yuxiao's house. Although he lives in a relatively remote area, he is in a villa area, and there are few taxi stops in the surrounding area, let alone buses. Lin Fei was a little worried. How would he go to school without a bus? He turned his head and glanced at Lin Luoqing, planning to talk to him about it at night. Xiaoli sent the man to the door and drove to the garage to park. Lin Luoqing stood in front of Ji Yuxiao's villa, took a deep breath, and looked down at Lin Fei. Are you ready? Lin Fei still had that flattering look. Yeah. Seeing him like this, Lin Luoqing couldn't help worrying again. Do you remember what I told you before? He bent down and looked straight into Lin Fei's eyes. If Uncle Ji's child bullies you, you have to tell me, don't bear it by yourself, and don't say anything. Lin Fei blinked, with some doubts in his tone. Isn't he younger than me? Little ones can bully people too. Lin Luoqing emphasized, please, that's Ji Liu, the most ruthless Ji Liu in the whole text. As the saying goes, 3 years old is old. He is so perverted when he grows up. Can he be a good baby when he was a child? Don't think that younger brother is younger than you. He is very fierce and not good at all, so if you have a conflict with him, you must tell uncle in time. What is a conflict? Lin Fei asked. No children of his age haven't learned a lot of written language, but most of the children don't care about it, and pass by with perfunctory promises. Lin Fei will ask him seriously to figure out the meaning of each word. It's just a quarrel or a fight. Lin Luoqing explained. Lin Fei nodded. He thought it was nothing. He didn't like to quarrel with others. If Ji Liu wanted to quarrel with him, he just ignored him. He couldn't quarrel alone. As for fighting, Lin Fei didn't care much. Adults have their world, and children have their world. In the world of children, fighting is a common thing. Lin Fei has no father or elder brother since he was a child, so other children will say, you wait for me to let my father, my brother beat you when they are wronged. Lin Fei can only rely on himself. He didn't like fighting, but he was never afraid of fighting. It would be fine if he won the fight, but he wouldn't dare to say anything if he won the opponent. So, if Ji Liu wants to fight him, he doesn't care. He won't take the initiative to trouble Ji Liu, but he won't let Ji Liu bully him either. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't take Ji Liu seriously. How fierce can a child younger than him be? Still bullying him? How is this possible? Seeing that the indifference in his eyes was almost overflowing, Lin Luoqing immediately felt a little funny. He had seen a lot of Lin Fei's calm and composed appearance, but rarely saw his cool, handsome and domineering appearance, so he stood up and said softly, okay, I hope you can keep being so aggressive, but don't be taught to be a man by the villain. After he finished speaking, he rang the doorbell. When Mrs. Zhang heard the doorbell ring, she wiped her hands and wanted to open the door, but she was stopped by Ji Liu as soon as she left the kitchen. I'll drive. It must be Uncle Lin and the others. Ji Liu excitedly said. Mrs. Zhang didn't understand why he was so happy, but she didn't stop him, and said with a smile, okay, you go, little fish. Ji Liu ran out quickly, opened the door, ran across the courtyard, and came to the gate. He opened the door, looked up at his immature and pretty face, looked at Lin Luoqing, and asked him sweetly, are you Uncle Lin? Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing looked at the soft and good-looking child with a joyful face in front of him, and said hesitantly, you are. This must not be Ji Liu. Chapter 17. My name is Ji Liu. Ji Liu replied crisply. Her amber eyes were clear and pure under the sunlight. Uncle, you can call me Lele or Xianwei. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing, over there. Ji Liu had stepped aside and said politely, come in quickly, Uncle, I'll take you to find Dad. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing could only reply awkwardly but politely, okay. After Ji Liu finished speaking, he turned his head and saw Lin Fei standing beside him. He hadn't noticed Lin Fei before, and it could even be said that Lin Luoqing was just a code name for him. He hoped that Ji Yuxiao would be happy. He felt that Lin Luoqing could make Ji Yuxiao happy, so he deliberately showed a warm and well-behaved look to welcome Lin Luoqing and please him. He didn't care who Lin Luoqing was, what he looked like, and whether he had children, so naturally, he didn't give his attention to Lin Fei, who was useless to Ji Yuxiao. But now that he saw it, he subconsciously wanted to please Lin Luoqing, so he also smiled sweetly at Lin Fei, who bore the title of Lin Luoqing's nephew. Hello, brother. Ji Liu said obediently. Her voice was soft, with a baby voice unique to children. Lin Fei had heard so much from Lin Luoqing before, and thought that he would be grumpy, big-hearted, and a full-fledged child. Now seeing that he looks like a doll and obediently calls him brother, he can't help but be a little surprised. He gave a rare smile, thinking that Lin Luoqing really knew how to talk nonsense. That's it. Is it fierce? Obviously very cute. Hello. Lin Fei said politely. After all, Ji Liu's mind was not on him, so he blinked, showing a shy expression of embarrassment, and then went to look at his main target. Let's go in, Uncle Lin. Okay. Lin Luoqing replied. Ji Liu walked forward quickly, led them into the house, and went straight to the elevator at home. Take the elevator. The elevator is fast, he said in a brisk tone, shaking his head slightly, like a cat, agile and cute. It was the first time Lin Fei saw an elevator installed in his home, and he was a little surprised, but his face was always calm, even if he was surprised in his heart. His face was still calm. Lin Luoqing, on the other hand, instantly understood why there was an elevator here. Ji Yuxiao couldn't go up and down the stairs, so the most convenient thing was to install an elevator. When he thought of this, he thought of Ji's old house again. Ji Yuxiao's leg has been injured for a while, and Ji's father didn't even install an elevator for the house. Not only did he not install it, he didn't even move his study to the first floor. He seemed to care about Ji Yuxiao a lot, so why didn't he think of such a simple matter for him? Lin Luoqing frowned, only thinking that there was something strange about the father and son. Just as he was thinking, the elevator came down, and Ji Liu led them in responsibly, pressed the floor, and closed the door. I don't use this elevator very often. He looked at Lin Luoqing and said obediently, my father knows how to use it, so I'll leave it to him. It's just that, uncle, you and your brother took the suitcase, and walking up the stairs is too tiring, so the elevator is more convenient. Lin Luoqing couldn't connect such a caring sweetheart with a man in the book who made the original owner have a carnival with the dogs. What kind of pig feet are these years? How can you turn a cute and soft sweetheart into a crazy pervert? It's so scary. That's it. Xiao is so good. Lin Luoqing smiled. The elevator door opened, and several people stepped out one after another. Ji Liu glanced at Lin Luoqing, and said in a sweet tone, Dad must be very happy to see you later. It should be. Lin Luoqing guessed. Anyway, Gao is not happy. He has already come, so he better be happy. Really? Lin Luoqing replied to him, well, he has been looking forward to your coming these days. He said he would be happy if you came. He likes you, Lin. Luoqing was amused by his words. Ji Yuxiao likes him. I like to tease him. He also specially prepared a room for brother Lin Fei. Ji Liu continued to take credit for Ji Yuxiao. It's next to my room, and Dad said that we can study and play together. Then, he has a heart. He likes you. Ji Liu said sweetly. Lin Luoqing listened to his words. The smile on his face deepened. Humans always like to listen to good things, even if they know it's false. But Lin Luoqing couldn't help being a little more happy when such a cute child said it in a cute tone. It was as if Ji Yuxiao was really innocent, and out of liking for him, he invited him to move in. Are you a lobbyist invited by your father? Help him speak like this. Lin Luoqing teased him. Ji Liu was a little puzzled, tilted his head and asked him, what is a lobbyist, Lin? Luoqing paused for a moment, then laughed. He turned to look at Lin Fei and asked Lin Fei, do you know Fei? Lin Fei said softly, then explained to Xiao. Ji Liu immediately cooperated with her probe to look at him, her long eyelashes curled up and down, blinking at him. A lobbyist is someone who helps others persuade others, Lin. Luoqing smiled and rubbed his head. Fei is really smart. After speaking, he naturally took Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei looked up at him with some doubts. Lin Luoqing looked at the puzzlement in his eyes, and thought to himself, well, he really thought too much. He was also worried that Lin Fei would feel uncomfortable because he had been talking to Ji Liu just now, but it seemed that his indifferent nephew would not. On the other hand, Ji Liu pouted and said dissatisfiedly, I'm not a lobbyist, I'm telling the truth, okay? Lin Luoqing comforted him. Xiao, tell the truth. While talking, Ji Yuxiao's study also arrived. Ji Liu symbolically knocked on the door twice, then opened it and walked in, saying happily, Dad, look who is here. As soon as Ji Yuxiao looked up, he saw Lin Luoqing walking and holding Lin Fei with his left hand and the suitcase with his right hand. Ji Liu noticed that he had put down the document in his hand, and laughed, thinking that it seems that his uncle really likes Uncle Lin. Why didn't you call me? Ji Yuxiao pushed the wheelchair and walked up to Lin Luoqing. Didn't I tell you to tell me when you arrive soon? I planned to call, but as soon as I rang the doorbell, Xiao came out, and we followed Xiao up. He smiled. I heard from Xiao that you miss what I think. Every day you look forward to my coming like a watchman. Do you like me so much, Ji Yuxiao? Ji Yuxiao turned to look at Ji Liu. Ji Liu blinked innocently. Also, that's not wrong. Chapter 18. Seeing him like this, Ji Yuxiao couldn't laugh or cry. You're just a big kid, that's what you said. You are very happy. You like Uncle Lin. Lin Luoqing said, wow, really? Can't you tell? Are you clearly in love with me? Ji Yuxiao, when did I say I liked him? Ji Yuxiao asked Ji Liu. Hearing this, Ji Liu said seriously, so you don't like Uncle Lin? He said, then you are going to get married again. I asked you before, and you also said Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao helplessly, the world of adults is always different from that of children. Adults can marry for many reasons that have nothing to do with feelings, but children only think that they are because of love. Ji Liu urgently needed to find out the answer, so he asked, "Don't you like it?" How could Ji Yuxiao say that he didn't like it in front of him? He could only sigh and asked his little nephew, "Do you really want me to confess my love to Uncle Lin right now?" That's not impossible. Lin Luoqing didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement. Ji Yuxiao looked at him with a very gentle smile. Lin Luoqing wanted to go online in an instant. Of course, it would be better if you can spend the time before and after the month and make careful preparations. You want quite a lot, Ji Yuxiao thought in his heart. Wait. He said. Ji Liu listened, thinking that they didn't want to talk about their love affairs in front of Lin Fei and herself. After all, they were still young, so the two adults had to talk about it in private. Then his uncle still likes Lin Luoqing, so it's fine. He heaved a sigh of relief, and Ji Yuxiao turned the wheelchair back to the table, and brought over a beautifully packaged small box. "This is a gift from your uncle." He turned his gaze to Lin Fei, who had been silent all this time. "Here you are. I hope you like it." Lin Fei didn't expect that he would prepare a gift for himself, and didn't know whether to accept it for a while, so he could only look up at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing was a little embarrassed for a moment. Ji Yuxiao even prepared a gift for Lin Fei? But he didn't prepare a gift for Ji Liu. But this matter is easy to solve. Lin Luoqing didn't panic. He lowered his head and said to Lin Fei, "Since Uncle Ji gave it to you, you can accept it." After finishing speaking, he turned to look at Ji Liu. "I also prepared a gift for you, but it hasn't arrived today. How about I give it to you tomorrow?" Ji Liu didn't care about any gifts. She nodded with a smile, and said obediently, "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Lin Fei saw that Ji Yuxiao's outstretched hand hadn't been withdrawn, and saw that Lin Luoqing asked him to accept it, so he stretched out his hand to take it, and said politely, "Thank you, you're welcome." Ji Yuxiao said softly. He looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei's face was calm, his expression was light, and even his eyes didn't change. Unlike ordinary children who would be happy when receiving a gift, his eyes were as indifferent as water from beginning to end, without joy or liking, just standing quietly and gracefully. Ji Yuxiao was a little confused about Lin Fei for a while. He knew that Lin Luoqing had a child before, but he didn't care. He watched Ji Liu grow up from birth to the present. Dealing with children may be difficult for other men. It was difficult, but it couldn't be easier for him. However, Lin Fei is obviously not the child he met before. He has his own protective layer, silently protecting himself. He is a very precocious and intelligent boy. Ji Yuxiao laughed, and turned his gaze to Lin Luoqing again. "Let's go. I'll take you to my bedroom." Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Hold. He really lives in his bedroom. Although he had thought before coming that maybe he would share a bedroom with Ji Yuxiao, but now that he really wants to go, Lin Luoqing is inexplicably embarrassed. He responded in a low voice, "Oh." Ji Yuxiao noticed that he lowered his head, with an evil taste. "Why, after so many years, you can finally set foot in the male god's bedroom. Are you happy?" Lin Luoqing. Very good. He is no longer embarrassed at all. He just wants to see how thick Ji Yuxiao is. Lin Luoqing snorted, pulled the suitcase out of the study. Ji Yuxiao's bedroom is very large, with a bathroom, cloakroom and a balcony, which is almost equal to the size of the original owner's house. "Put your luggage down first, and I'll talk to you later after dinner." "Yes." Lin Luoqing nodded, and put the suitcase next to the bedside table. "Let's go and see Fei's room." He put his arms around Lin Fei, but when he walked behind Ji Yuxiao, he naturally helped Ji Yuxiao push the wheelchair. Ji Yuxiao was also used to it, and the moment he pushed on the armrest, he withdrew his hand. Ji Liu observed silently. A slight light flickered in his eyes. Lin Fei's room was at the other end of the corridor, not far from Lin Luoqing's, but not too close. "I don't know what style you like, so I just pretended it. I didn't design the wall painting for you. You can see what you want. I'll send someone over tomorrow," Ji Yuxiao said to Lin Fei in a light tone. Lin Fei looked at the bedroom in front of him that was several times larger than his previous bedroom, and said calmly, "No, thank you." Ji Yuxiao guessed that he was embarrassed to tell himself, and said, "Then you can think about it more, and then tell your uncle." "Let him tell me." Lin Fei shook his head. He said, "It's already very good." Ji Yuxiao bought him a new bed, equipped with a full set of tables, chairs, wardrobes and desks, and piled up a lot of plush toys and cars. Lin Fei felt that this was enough, And there was nothing more to it. Seeing what he said, Ji Yuxiao didn't insist anymore. Lin Luoqing reminded him, if you put the suitcase here first, then we'll go downstairs for dinner and pack it up at night. Lin Fei followed suit and put his suitcase next to the bedside table, and followed him out. A meal for everyone. After the meal, Ji Yuxiao left Lin Luoqing and Lin Fei the after dinner time, and took Ji Liu to Ji Liu's room by himself, saying that he was checking his homework. Lin Luoqing glanced at Ji Liu's room. It was similar to Lin Fei's room, but with a more personal style. He looked down at his little nephew. Don't you really want to paint the walls or add something? Lin Fei shook his head. I don't want to. Lin Luoqing pushed open the door of his room. So this room is okay? Lin Fei nodded and asked, otherwise? Lin Luoqing felt that he had no desires and no desires. No wonder he would succeed in starting a business and become a rich generation later on. With a state of mind, no desires can be strong. Ordinary people really can't compare. Okay, then I won't add other things to your house for now, and uncle will buy you what you like in the future. After Lin Fei answered his question, he thought of his own question. There are no buses here. He looked at Lin Luoqing. How can I go to school in the future? Lin Luoqing also thought about this problem. Before he came here, the original owner didn't care much about Lin Fei. Lin Fei set the alarm clock by himself, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and took the bus to go to school. Breakfast was bread from the convenience store and water from the school water dispenser. Later, he walked over and started to wake Lin Fei up, made Lin Fei breakfast, and took a taxi to take him to school. But Ji Yuxiao's house was hard to get a taxi, so he probably had to borrow Ji Yuxiao's car. I'll discuss it with your Uncle Ji to see if Uncle Xiaoli can send us off. Lin Fei didn't really want to bother others, but he had no other choice, so he could only agree. Okay. After he finished asking the questions he had been worried about, he was about to pack his bags and do his homework. Lin Luoqing packed his belongings with him, and teased him, your clothes are well folded, neat and tidy, you little expert at home. Lin Fei was a little proud. My mother taught me. Then, your mother is amazing. Lin Luoqing laughed. Lin Fei heard this and looked up at him. Lin Luoqing looks very similar to his mother. He can often see his mother's shadow on his face, but he has never liked her very much. Of course he knew that his mother liked his only brother very much, but because of this, he didn't like him even more. His mother likes him, but he doesn't like his mother that much. He doesn't deserve his mother's likes. But in the past few days, he has inexplicably changed a lot, not like before, but a bit like his mother. Lin Fei lowered his head and blinked, then quickly picked up other things in the suitcase, stood up and put them on the desk. Lin Luoqing helped him pack up, put away the suitcase, and saw that he had already walked to the desk with his school bag, so he didn't bother him anymore. You do your homework. I'll go and discuss the car with your Uncle Ji. Yet, Lin Fei looked back at him. Lin Luoqing closed the door and walked towards Ji Yuxiao's bedroom. Ji Yuxiao has already returned to the bedroom, lowering his head as if he was sending a message to someone. Seeing him walk in, put away his phone and asked him, how is it? Is Lin Fei getting used to it? Lin Luoqing nodded. I've packed up my things and started doing my homework. Ji Yuxiao was relieved now. Does his room need anything else? Not for the time being. Lin Luoqing approached him. I just asked him, and he is quite satisfied, so there is no need to buy anything for now. I will buy him what he wants later. Okay. Ji Yuxiao said helplessly. Lin Luoqing looked at him like this, smiled, and comforted him. Lin Fei is different from other children. He has no father since he was born, and his mother left later, so he is far more mature than other children of this age. He is very sensible. He is a kid who has his own ideas. Although he doesn't talk much and is slow to get up, he doesn't seem to be very talkative, but he has a good temper and is willing to get along well with others, and he doesn't care too much about it many. So, he is really satisfied with the room you prepared for him, and he really doesn't think there's anything else that needs to be added. He is not being polite, but feels so from the bottom of his heart. Ji Yuxiao already knew Lin Fei before, but now hearing him talk about Lin Fei's situation face to face, he still couldn't help but feel emotional. He is quite similar to Xiaoyu. He whispered, Xiaoyu's parents are gone. Normally, if both parents are still there, or one of them is still there, how can it be your turn to be raised by uncles like you and me? Lin Luoqing stood up and walked to her suitcase. Okay, let's not talk about Xiaoyu and Fifei. Which wardrobe am I? It's time for me to pack my things. Ji Yuxiao pushed the wheelchair into the cloakroom, and opened the wardrobe on the right, This row is all yours, Lin Luoqing. Fuck. Damn capitalism. He doesn't have as many clothes as someone else's wardrobe. Is it not enough? Seeing that he was silent, Ji Yuxiao thought about the star industry for a while, and added, if it is not enough, the guest room next door can be converted into a cloakroom for you, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing felt that he really came to help the poor. You have worked so hard to descend to earth. It's so hard. Enough is enough, more is more, Lin Luoqing looked at his normal-sized suitcase, and then at the entire row of cabinets in front of him. He was really shabby. The shabby Lin Luoqing quickly put his clothes in the cabinet, let alone a cabinet. A quarter of the cabinet was not full. It seems that I need to add some clothes for you, Ji Yuxiao said lazily, leaning on the wheelchair Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing silently closed the cabinet door. There is something I want to discuss with you, he said to Ji Yuxiao while arranging other items in his suitcase. Can you lend me Xiaoli for a few days? It's not easy to take a taxi here. I want to let Xiaoli drive Fei to school for a few days. After a while I get my driver's license and buy a car. I will send Fei to school by myself, but I have to trouble Xiaoli recently. He actually had a driver's license before wearing the book, but the original owner didn't, so he had to take the test again. Hearing this, Ji Yuxiao said generously, you don't need to buy a car for your driver's license test. I have several cars. You like to drive casually. As for sending Fei to school, I also plan to let Xiaoli send him there. Since I let you and Fei move here, I will naturally solve these unnecessary troubles for you. Thank you so much, but the car is fine. I don't have a driver's license yet. Then you can call Xiaoli directly when you go out in the future, and let him pick you up. What if it conflicts with your schedule? Lin Luoqing looked back at him. No. Ji Yuxiao said concisely, I don't go out often now. Lin Luoqing's doubts arose again. Why don't you go out often? He doesn't look like the kind of guy who would be downcast with broken legs, so why trap himself in this house? He really was full of doubts. However, Lin Luoqing didn't intend to ask more questions, so he just nodded cooperatively and continued to pack his things. Seeing that he had finished packing, Ji Yuxiao looked at his watch and was about to take a bath when Lin Luoqing heard that he was going to take a bath. She stood up quickly and pushed him into the bathroom. Ji Yuxiao pressed the wheelchair. What are you doing? Don't you want to take a shower? Yes. Ji Yuxiao was puzzled. Why do you want to wash it this time? Lin Luoqing, you want to take a mandarin duck bath with me so soon? Ji Yuxiao, I did not say so. That's what you think? Who thinks so? I think you have been coveting the male for a long time, and you can't wait to bathe with a male now. I don't have love, Lin Luoqing denied. I am Plato to you. Spiritual love. One. Ji Yuxiao snorted. Spiritual love that is as quiet as a pillar of the sky, and as moving as a dragon entering an abyss? Ji Yuxiao looked up at him. I understand, I really understand, you know what a fart. Lin Luoqing cursed in her heart. Who was loud for? Isn't it for you? Exclamation mark. Scumbag. I just want to simply push you in and help you take a bath. Lin Luoqing teased, but some people, who haven't received their marriage certificate, can't wait to share a bedroom and a bed with me. You won't? Are you secretly in love with me in a place I don't know? Don't we two have a two-way crush in the legend, right? Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao felt that he was really good at putting gold on his face. He just wanted to sleep peacefully, so he decided to share a bed with him. Otherwise, when he goes to bed at night, will Lin Luoqing come to his bedroom to perform, or will he go to Lin Luoqing's bedroom? What if he passed by and fell asleep, and Lin Luoqing woke him up again and asked him to go back to his room to sleep? Then he really wouldn't be able to fall asleep. He just wanted to sleep. Sleep in the noun sense. That's all. I'm thinking about the children. Otherwise, if we sleep in separate rooms, Xiao and Fei will definitely feel strange, wondering if there is something going on between us. Lin Luoqing smiled softly. Yes, for the sake of the child, everything is for the sake of the child. I understand. You definitely don't have a crush on me. You definitely don't have a crush on me. I understand too well. Don't worry, Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao felt that his tone of voice was not reassuring, especially the content of his words. What do you know? You don't understand anything. Ji Yuxiao had no choice but to let go. I'll go in and wash myself. Bye. Lin Luoqing persuaded him. We are going to get married. So it's normal for me to help you. I can do it myself. I'll help you save time and effort. Can't you go about your own business? You are my top priority. Lin Luoqing came as soon as he opened his mouth. Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao gave up. Tell me the truth. Do you want to inspect the goods? Lin Luoqing smiled. Brother, what you said, am I that kind of person? Then you are so right. But you've said that, so I have no choice but to be respectful rather than obedient. Lin Luoqing's tone was gentle. Ji Yuxiao? Question mark? Just like this, you still have the nerve to say that you are not? Exclamation mark. You can't wait, can you? Exclamation mark. Chapter 19. In the bathroom filled with mist, Ji Yuxiao sat in the bathtub, the corners of his lips slowly raised, revealing a wicked smile. Are you satisfied with what you see, Lin Luoqing? Sitting on the bed, Lin Luoqing couldn't help laughing as she thought about the picture she had made up in her head at first. He really just wanted to help Ji Yuxiao take a bath, but he was used to bickering with Ji Yuxiao these days, so he deliberately teased him afterwards. Who made Ji Yuxiao shy and want to tease him? Will he be cute too? Lin Luoqing looked at Ji Yuxiao's bedroom, glanced around, and finally settled on the door panel of the bathroom. He listened quietly and saw that there was no major movement coming from the bathroom, so he left the bedroom in peace. Lin Luoqing went down the stairs, washed some grapes, divided 2 small bowls, and took a small bowl first to Ji Liu's room. He knocked on the door, and when he heard Ji Liu softly shout, "Come in," he opened the door and walked in. Ji Liu thought it was Ji Yuxiao who came to look for him, but she didn't expect it to be Lin Luoqing, so she was a little puzzled. What is he doing here? Do you eat fruit? Lin Luoqing asked softly. Ji Liu nodded, and said obediently, "Thank you, Uncle Lin, you are welcome." He put the small bowl of grapes on the table, and looked at Ji Liu curiously. Ji Liu caught his gaze sensitively, raised her head, and said in a child's usual innocent tone, "Uncle, are you looking at me?" Lin Luoqing gave an and looked at him with great interest. "You're cute," he said, "and you're pretty, so I can't help but want to see more." His tone was very gentle, and there was a smile that couldn't be hidden in his eyes. Ji Liu believed it, and showed him a shy smile. Lin Luoqing knew instantly, and thought he was too cute. Cute, soft and cute, still beautiful. How could this be the man in the book who was on the verge of breaking the law? He doesn't believe it. Then, eat the fruit first, little fish. Uncle will go and see how your brother Fei's homework is doing, and Ji Liu sweetly responded. Lin Luoqing listened, but for some reason, she became bold, raised her hand and touched Ji Liu's head. "It's so cute." Ji Liu still looks innocent, cute and innocent. Lin Luoqing couldn't help rubbing his head, but felt that his hair was also soft, so good to rub. He reluctantly withdrew his hand, said goodbye to Ji Liu, and then walked out. Seeing him leaving, Ji Liu put away the smile that had been hanging on his face. He looked at the cleaned grapes in front of him, picked one up and put it in his mouth. While eating, he thought about Lin Luoqing just now. Look, he should like himself. Ji Liu thought, not only his uncle, but also him. Yes, his enthusiasm today is not in vain. Ji Liu lowered his head and continued to watch the animation on the tablet. Lin Luoqing finished delivering the grapes to Ji Liu, went back to the kitchen, picked up the bowl prepared for Lin Fei, and went to his room. Lin Fei was reading a book, and he was not surprised to see him come in. "I told Uncle Ji that I will ask Uncle Li to send you to school." After he finished speaking, he was afraid of ambiguity, and added, "Of course, I will continue to send you to school." Lin Fei calmly said, "Yes, thank you, Lin." Luoqing raised his hand and fed a grape into his mouth. "Please be polite to me, Lin Fei." Lin Fei bit the grape in his mouth helplessly, thinking that he was really naive. Lin Luoqing looked into his eyes, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and reached out to pinch his face. He approached Lin Fei and said in a low voice, "Did I tell you before? Why is your Uncle Ji inconvenient?" Lin Fei shook his head, "Because he had an accident more than a month ago," Lin Luoqing said softly. "His legs were injured, so he can't walk anymore." Lin Fei looked at him in surprise, and asked him, "Is it never possible?" "I don't know, probably not. Medicine is so advanced now, and he is so rich. The main reason is that Ji Yuxiao's condition is too good. If he really can't get better all his life, even if he is really adaptable, he can't accept it so quickly. Shall we? It's too unscientific." Lin Luoqing is more willing to believe that he can recover, and he will recover soon. In that accident, not only your Uncle Ji was injured, but Xiao's parents were also injured. It's just that they were not as lucky as your Uncle Ji and left this world completely. Lin Fei didn't expect this to happen again, and couldn't help saying, then he's fine. Your Uncle Ji protected him, so he's fine, but his parents are gone, and his uncle was injured again. Now that we all live together, if you want, you can talk to him more in the future. Or play together, after. Lin Luoqing finished speaking, he added, of course, this is not forced. I know you have your own preferences and ideas, so I just tell you, you just follow your own ideas. Lin Fei didn't speak. After a long time, he seemed to think of something and laughed, looking at Lin Luoqing playfully. What did you tell me before? He squinted his eyes, fearful. Is this the first you said? Just him, Lin Luoqing. How could he know that Ji Liu, the well-known villain in the book who is ruthless, and does nothing about human affairs, was so soft and cute when he was a child? Exclamation mark. What about the agreed 3-year-old? Not accurate at all, didn't I also hear it from others? Lin Luoqing couldn't help it. So what does this tell us? Tell us that what others say is not necessarily correct. Practice is the only criterion for testing the truth, so we can't listen to what others say, but need to see, feel, and think for ourselves. Understand? Lin Fei really didn't expect that he could use this incident to teach on the spot, and silently lowered his head to read his book. Lin Luoqing smiled and touched his head. Good boy. By the way, he remembered something and asked Lin Fei, where's the gift from your Uncle Ji? Let me see. Lin Fei had actually seen it a long time ago. He opened the drawer, took out the small box Ji Yuxiao gave him, and handed it to Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing took it and opened it to find that it was a guanine jade pendant. The texture of jade is very good, clear and translucent, moist and unstained, and it is worth a lot of money at a glance. It's pretty. Do you like it? He asked Lin Fei. Lin Fei doesn't really care whether he likes or dislikes this jade pendant. His own desires are very low, and he has no demands on material things. Therefore, a jade pendant that others think is exquisite or expensive is not worth it to him. What an attraction! But he could feel Ji Yuxiao's kindness towards him, so he nodded and replied, I like it. That's good. Lin Luoqing returned the jade pendant to him. Lin Fei took it, closed the box, and put it back, not intending to wear it. Don't you wear it? Lin Luoqing asked him. Lin Fei thought for a while and asked him, do you want to wear it? Look at you. You can wear it if you want, and forget it if you don't want to. Lin Fei looked at the small box in front of him, and finally closed the drawer. He was afraid that he would lose it. This was the first gift Ji Yuxiao gave him. For the first time, when he moved into a new place, the other party welcomed him, so he didn't want to lose it. Lin Luoqing didn't interfere with his decision. Seeing that he closed the drawer, she didn't talk about the gift anymore. She just advised him, it's time to take a bath. Hurry up, Uncle will wash it for you. Lin Fei instantly revealed his signature fan-shaped picture, 3 points of disgust, 3 points of helplessness, and 4 points of resignation. Lin Luoqing looked at his eyes and felt that he was very childish and cute. At this moment he picked Lin Fei up and said, let's go. I'm going to take a bath for Fei. Ji Yuxiao came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, and saw her fiancé had already changed into pajamas and was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone. It's finished. Lin Luoqing squinted at him. Then it's me. Go. Ji Yuxiao said calmly. Lin Luoqing sat up straight like a carp, and went into the bathroom. Ji Yuxiao went to bed, thinking for a while how to get Lin Luoqing to perform live for him. You can't say you want to see his acting skills again. It's not this. What could it be? After thinking hard for a long time, he finally handed Lin Luoqing a book. After Lin Luoqing came out, why? Lin Luoqing teased him deliberately while wiping his hair. Let me tell you a bedtime story, Ji Yuxiao. I just want you to perform one of them. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing didn't understand why he liked watching him act so much. Is he his fan? Acting fans? Lin Luoqing looked at him, and wiped his hair with his hand, regularly and slowly. Ji Yuxiao felt guilty. Why can't it? Are you? Lin Luoqing approached him. Ji Yuxiao was so guilty that she straightened her back, left ahead of the bed she was leaning on, and sat very upright. My fan. Lin Luoqing approached him. Ji Yuxiao? What the hell? Otherwise, you ask me to act this and that for you every day. Are you my fan of acting? Will you feel uncomfortable if you don't watch my performance for a day? Ji Yuxiao, I don't have that unique taste. Then, your day, I'm your future boss. Isn't it normal to check your business ability? Is it normal? Lin Luoqing looked suspicious. You have checked it 4 times. This is the end of the first acquaintance, the retest, and the interview. Why are you still checking? Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao didn't change his face. Maybe I'm a serious person and work rigorously. Lin Luoqing. It's too strict. If you do spot checks every day, the employees should leave. Ji Yuxiao chuckled. I didn't spot check other people. Even if you quit your job, you still have to go home and continue to undergo inspections. Lin Luoqing. Is there still time for me to carry my luggage and go home? He said sincerely. Ji Yuxiao smiled and shook his head, pinching his face. I'm so sorry, it's too late my dear. He looked at Lin Luoqing's face that became swollen in an instant, raised his hand to pick up the towel covering his hair, and wiped his damp hair happily. Why don't you use a hair dryer? Isn't there a hair dryer in the bathroom? I don't have that habit. After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, she simply sat on the bed and let him brush her hair. Ji Yuxiao glanced at him and commented, lazy, it's troublesome. Lin Luoqing retorted. He took a sip of the water on the table, and waited until Ji Yuxiao had wiped it off for him, before finally opening the book Ji Yuxiao handed him. Which paragraph? Ji Yuxiao put away the towel, touched his hair with his hand, and saw that it was not so wet, so he lowered his head to read a book. He pointed at a paragraph casually. Let's go to this paragraph. When I was watching a movie a few days ago, I felt that the actor's performance was not very good. Try it. I'll see if your acting skills are better than his. Okay. Lin Luoqing was helpless. Ji Yuxiao watched him sitting next to him and seriously reading a book. His eyebrows drooped. His fair skin was like the finest suajade, but because he had just taken a bath, his face was tinged with blush. Looking pure and seductive people are so colorful. He hastily closed his eyes, leaned against the head of the bed, looked at the night outside the window, and didn't look at the people around him. After Lin Luoqing read the passage he pointed out, he almost knew how to act. The lines in this passage are not too small, and he didn't plan to memorize them all, so he turned to Ji Yuxiao and asked, can I act with a book? It's late at night, and I don't want to memorize the lines anymore. Can? Lin Luoqing stood up, walked to the side and stood up. Ji Yuxiao looked at him expectantly. His expectations this time did not come to nothing. Halfway through Lin Luoqing's performance, he felt a long-lost drowsiness of reunion after a long absence. Ji Yuxiao closed her eyes contentedly, and let herself fall asleep in front of Lin Luoqing. After a performance, Lin Luoqing breathed a sigh of relief, and said with emotion, this passage is quite difficult, and it needs to be performed in layers, and you are quite good at choosing it. After he finished speaking, he looked back at Ji Yuxiao, only to find that the other party was sitting on the bed with his head bowed, not speaking. Lin Luoqing. No, he fell asleep again, right? Exclamation mark. He acts 5 times and sleeps 4 times. How impatient he is with his acting skills. Lin Luoqing walked over cautiously. Brother, Ji Yuxiao, male. God, Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing was angry. Ji Yuxiao won. Ji Yuxiao, now there is nothing to doubt. He must have fallen asleep again. Lin Luoqing approached him, looked down at his face, and saw that Ji Yuxiao's eyelids were drooping, his eyes were closed, and his breath was steady and even. Isn't it just sleeping soundly? Lin Luoqing simply didn't understand what was going on. Why can he hypnotize people like this every time? His acting skills are not so bad. Why are there tears in his eyes? Because his fiancée loves sleeping so much? What are you sleeping on? On the first day of cohabitation, did you just sleep like this, still sleeping so peacefully? Do you think you are suitable? Exclamation mark. Chapter 20. Lin Luoqing snorted, put the book on the bedside table, then turned around, supported Ji Yuxiao's shoulder and moved him into the quilt. Ji Yuxiao adjusted his posture naturally and continued to sleep. Lin Luoqing, you really are sleeping comfortably. He was sitting by the bed, always puzzled. When he looked up, he saw the sticky note and pen on the bedside table. He picked up the pen and wrote 2 words on the sticky note, liar, then tore it off and pasted it on Ji Yuxiao's forehead. Liar, tricked him into acting for him. Before the play was over, he fell asleep first, and he acted for so long in vain. Lin Luoqing stood up, walked around the end of the bed, walked to the other side, and lay down on it with a snap. Lin Luoqing turned off the light and closed his eyes. Outside the door, Ji Liu was sticking to the wall, quietly listening to the movement in the house. Have you slept? He thought that there was no light coming through the crack of the door, and the light was turned off, so they should have gone to sleep. Ji Liu leaned against the wall and thought about what he had overheard. He felt that his uncle still liked Lin Luoqing very much, and Lin Luoqing also liked his uncle, so he tiptoed back to his room satisfied. When Ji Yuxiao woke up the next morning, he was extremely refreshed and full of energy. Unlike the drug-induced sleep brought about by taking medicine, this time he didn't feel a headache after waking up, nor did he have the feeling of confusion after waking up, and he didn't have nightmares one after another. He slept peacefully and had no dreams all night. Some are just satisfied and relaxed. Ji Yuxiao was so happy. This feeling was so rare for him now. When he thought about it, he thought of Lin Luoqing who brought him all this. He turned his head to look at Lin Luoqing, but as soon as he moved, he felt something stuck to his back, and his waist was tightly hugged. Ji Yuxiao raised his eyes and took a breath. The note in front of him moved like wings. He raised his hand and took off the sticky note on his forehead, only to see two flamboyant characters. Liar? No need to guess. It must have been written by Lin Luoqing, but why is he a liar? He didn't lie to him. Ji Yuxiao put the sticky note aside, moved her up her body. Lin Luoqing hugged him tightly, and her face against his back became even tighter. Ji Yuxiao, is his back so comfortable? Can't even move? Probably it was really so comfortable. Lin Luoqing pressed against his back, rubbed left and right along his back, hugged him tightly again, and stuck to his back tightly. Ji Yuxiao couldn't laugh or cry when he rubbed against her. She could only look back at him tentatively, but couldn't see his face clearly. He cautiously reached out his hand to take away Lin Luoqing's hand that was around his waist, but Lin Luoqing held it, rubbing against his back sticky, and said dissatisfiedly, "Don't move." The voice was low, with the viscousness of not waking up, righteous and confident, and unconsciously coquettish. Ji Yuxiao didn't move anymore, and resigned himself to his fate as a humanoid pillow. He is his special sleeping pill. He is his human pillow. Fair and reasonable, as it should be. It wasn't until Lin Luoqing turned over and let him go that Ji Yuxiao finally had a chance to move and turn to look at the person on his bed. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, Lin Luoqing rolled over again, and hugged his humanoid pillow again very naturally. Ji Yuxiao didn't dare to move, probably because she didn't find the place she was leaning on before. Lin Luoqing rubbed forward until she reached Ji Yuxiao's arms. With the leaning on, she sat on his chest contentedly and slept peacefully. Ji Yuxiao couldn't help laughing. He looked at Lin Luoqing, who was sleeping in his arms with a blushing face, turned his head, stretched out his hand, picked up the note on the bedside table, and wrote on it, "Lazy pig," then tore it off and pasted it on Lin Luoqing's forehead. Lin Luoqing didn't feel the slightest, and slept very soundly. Ji Yuxiao looked at the note on his head with a smile, and the smile on his face deepened just looking at it. His eyes moved down unconsciously, and fell on his fair and crimson face, and then on his clear lips almost instantly. Ji Yuxiao thought of how he sat next to him last night, and his heart trembled slightly. He looked at the person in front of him. The air was very quiet, and he could vaguely hear Lin Luoqing's breath. He was almost uncontrollable, like a ghost, slowly raised his hand, and gently stroked Lin Luoqing's side face. His skin is very good, warm and delicate, like a dessert just out of the cage. You can feel his sweetness almost without getting close. Ji Yuxiao stroked his face lightly, staring at him for a moment. There was silence in the room, and his heart gradually became noisy. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Ji Liu's crisp voice sounded behind him, "Dad, this morning?" Before he finished speaking, he saw his uncle looking back at him helplessly, with his right hand still covering the ear of his future aunt who just moved in yesterday, while his future aunt was leaning on his uncle's arms, put an arm around his waist. Ji Liu quickly raised his hand to cover his eyes. "I didn't see anything." After he finished speaking, he ran out quickly. Ji Yuxiao was amused by his appearance without silver hair, and after a while, Ji Liu, who had just run out, came back softly. He reached out and pressed the doorknob to help him close the door, and said thoughtfully, "You guys continue to sleep, continue to sleep." The voice was kept very low, as if afraid of disturbing Lin Luoqing, who was on the bed. Ji Yuxiao is really dumbfounded now. Where did he learn these things? He is a big kid. He shook his head, but heard Lin Luoqing muttering stickily, "What's wrong? It's okay." Ji Yuxiao coaxed him. "You continue to sleep." Lin Luoqing unconsciously rubbed against his arms until the sticky notes fell off, hugged him tightly and said, "It's time to get up." Ji Yuxiao nodded, picked up the dropped note and stuck it on his hair. Then, should you leave your male god's arms first, Lin Luoqing? Question mark. Lin Luoqing looked up at him in confusion. Ji Yuxiao pointed at his head. Lin Luoqing lowered his head, for a second, 2 seconds, as if he finally realized something, and sat up quickly. Ji Yuxiao approached him and whispered in his ear, "Is the male god's waist easy to hug? You hugged him all night, Lin Luoqing. There is one more morning," Ji Yuxiao added. Chapter 21. Lin Luoqing covered her face with her hands. "Shut up, why are you shy?" Ji Yuxiao deliberately teased him. "You are the one who is shy, and your whole family is shy." Lin Luoqing became angry from embarrassment. Ji Yuxiao nodded calmly. "That is, doesn't my whole family include you? My dear wife Lin Luoqing. We're not married yet." Lin Luoqing blushed. "Soon." Ji Yuxiao scratched his face. "After this weekend is over and the Civil Affairs Bureau will go to work on Monday, we will go to get the certificate, Lin Luoqing. So fast one, of course. Are you happy? You can enter the palace of marriage with a male so soon, Lin Luoqing. Thank you for the invitation. I'm on the bed. I already want to run away." Lin Luoqing lifted the quilt and got out of bed, but as soon as he stood under the bed, Ji Yuxiao stretched out his hand, and he fell back into Ji Yuxiao's arms in an instant. "Why?" Lin Luoqing was puzzled. "Hair?" Ji Yuxiao reminded him. Lin Luoqing reached out to touch his hair in doubt, and touched the post-it note that Ji Yuxiao had just pasted on his head. Lin Luoqing immediately took it down, and saw 2 words written in smart writing on it, "Lazy pig Lin Luoqing." Lin Luoqing was so angry that she turned her head and pasted the sticky note on his face. "You are a lazy pig. You are a liar. Are you childish?" Ji Yuxiao chuckled, and tore off the sticky note. "Do you know it's childish now? Why didn't you feel childish when you secretly posted it to me while I was asleep last night? You still have the nerve to say, Lin Luoqing is really not sleepy when talking about this. I agreed to let me perform for you, but in the end, you fell asleep again. Is my acting so bad? You watch it once and sleep once. Are you my black fan?" "That's not true. It's just that your acting skills obviously still have room for improvement, so you have to keep working hard." Lin Luoqing snorted. Ji Yuxiao had no choice but to approach him and coax him. "Really, your acting skills are actually quite good, but I'm a person who is more sensitive to acting skills, so if you haven't reached your best, I will do the same." Lin Luoqing raised her eyebrows. "Do you believe me?" "Believe it?" Ji Yuxiao persuaded him. "Otherwise, do you really want to believe that your acting skills are terrible?" Lin Luoqing: "Right, so just trust me. Your acting skills are really good. It's my problem, not yours." "Really?" Lin Luoqing was very suspicious. Ji Yuxiao nodded. "It's absolutely true. Can I still go on?" "It's more than capable." Ji Yuxiao felt that he was too modest. "You can win the best actor, I believe. Starlight's first best actor must be you." Hearing what he said, Lin Luoqing became happy again. "It doesn't have to be like this, as long as you can get it before you retire. Be humble. You are so powerful. I think you can get a few before you retire from the circle." Lin Luoqing smiled lightly and stood up. "I'm going to wash my face. Go." Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. He watched Lin Luoqing walk briskly into the bathroom, looked down at the sticky note in his hand, and smiled slowly. Ji Yuxiao opened the drawer, pasted the note in his hand with the note that Lin Luoqing had pasted on his forehead before, and put it in the bedside table. After Lin Luo cleaned up, he saw that Ji Yuxiao had gotten out of bed and was sitting in a wheelchair. He smoothly pushed the person into the bathroom, picked up the toothpaste and squeezed it onto the toothbrush, and turned on the tap to collect water. "Ji Yuxiao, do you usually take care of Fei like this at home?" And Lin Luoqing nodded. Afterwards, he paused his hand to catch the water, as if he had realized that Ji Yuxiao was not Lin Fei. He was only disabled in the lower body, not paralyzed, so he turned around and stuffed the water glass into Ji Yuxiao's hand. "Take it yourself." Ji Yuxiao suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Luoqing puffed up his cheeks and walked out, helping him close the door. After Ji Yuxiao finished washing, the two of them left the room. Lin Luoqing pushed Ji Yuxiao to the place where the 2 children lived. Ji Yuxiao opened the door and asked Ji Liu, "Have you had breakfast yet?" Ji Liu nodded. "Brother Lin Fei has eaten too." Ji Yuxiao was surprised. "You and brother Lin Fei had breakfast together?" Ji Liu gave a happy hum. How smart he is. If Lin Fei doesn't have breakfast with him, he will definitely go to Lin Luoqing to have breakfast with him, and then he will disturb his uncle and aunt to sleep. Ji Liu would never allow this kind of thing to happen. It was rare for his uncle to wake up so late, so he should sleep a little longer, and no one could disturb him, so Ji Liu took the initiative, pushed open Lin Fei's door, and asked him softly and sweetly, "Brother, do you want breakfast?" Lin Fei naturally doesn't like to bother people. After waking up, he washed his face and brushed his teeth, then took out the unfinished idiom story and sat at the desk to read. He was sensitive by nature and knew that he had entered someone else's territory, so he didn't rashly go downstairs to find breakfast in the refrigerator, for fear that he would touch something he shouldn't touch, eat something he shouldn't eat, and cause unnecessary trouble. He was reading a book when he heard the sound of the door opening. The next second, a small head came in from the door and asked him softly, "Brother, do you want breakfast?" Lin Fei looked at Ji Liu, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and remembered what Lin Luoqing had told him about his parents last night, so he couldn't help feeling sorry for him. It was rare that he didn't refuse, but nodded. "Thank you, Ji." Liu laughed immediately, her beautiful eyebrows slightly curved like a rainbow after the rain. "I'll take you there, let's eat together." Lin Fei stood up and walked out of the room with him. Ji Liu walked beside him, speaking lightly. "Father and Uncle Lin are still sleeping, so we won't wait for them yet," Lin Fei said flatly, looking at his calm face. Ji Liu recalled a little bit, and was surprised to find that he seemed to have always been so indifferent. How strange, he thought. Is he not close to his uncle? It's fine if you don't kiss your uncle, and it's the same with him. Doesn't he like him? Shouldn't it? Ji Liu is simply too aware of the advantages of his appearance. How good-looking he is, good-looking and innocent. His facial features are as beautiful as a bright rose, but his eyes are clear amber, looking clean and pure. Anyone would just think he is innocent and cute, pure and beautiful, but Lin Fei, he doesn't seem to think he is cute. He turned his head to look at Lin Fei, who seemed to be thinking about something and didn't look at him. He simply kept watching until Lin Fei reached out and grabbed his arm, reminding him, "Be careful." It was only then that Ji Liu realized that he had already reached the stairs, and almost stepped on the air. Oh! He quickly withdrew his feet, feeling very dangerous. Lin Fei was puzzled. "What do you see me doing, brother? You look good." Ji Liu smiled. Lin Fei has been boasted immune by Lin Luoqing in the past few days. If compliments can be eaten as food, Lin Fei feels that he probably won't need to eat in his life. After all, Lin Luoqing can praise him 300 times a day, from appearance to character, from "Fei Fei you are so cute" to "Fei Fei you are really cute, handsome." So Lin Fei just nodded and said calmly, "Thank you, Ji Liu." Ji Liu thinks he's really weird, and he has the same expression when he praises him, and shouldn't he also praise him at this time? Why is there just a thank you? He went down the stairs, ate the breakfast Mrs. Zhang made for them, sat on the sofa talking to Lin Fei, and silently observed his expression. In the end, no matter how he looked at it, Lin Fei always looked as calm as water. Ji Liu was helpless. He propped up his little chin. He didn't speak, he didn't smile, and he didn't care about his uncle. He was really strange also, not affectionate to him across the entire kindergarten. Ji Liu, who has attracted countless boys and girls to compete for him, is the trinity of garden bully plus garden grass plus garden flower. It is the first time that Ji Liu discovered that someone actually dismissed him to such an extent. Ji Liu, I think he is so abnormal, so weird. "So, you had breakfast with Xiaoyu?" Lin Luoqing asked Lin Fei. Lin Fei nodded. "Yes, it seems that you two get along pretty well." "Not bad." Lin Fei thought. Lin Luoqing rubbed his head. "That's good." Lin Fei and Ji Liu had already eaten, so only Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao were left in the restaurant. In the morning, Lin Luoqing was eating when he suddenly heard the doorbell. "Oh, go see who it is," Mrs. Zhang said. Ji Yuxiao nodded. After a while, Aunt Zhang came back. "It's Mr. Chu." Lin Luoqing instantly looked up at Ji Yuxiao. "Wow, Mr. Chu, Chusuan?" They all chased home, looking at his bright eyes. Ji Yuxiao was speechless for a while. "Do you know who he is? People who like you, do you know who you are with? Your fiancé who will receive the certificate next Monday. So, is it appropriate for you to have your eyes bright like copper bells?" Lin Luoqing lowered her head, and changed into a look of mourning, crying and complaining and hating. Ji Yuxiao was satisfied. "This is in line with your current status." He looked at Lin Luoqing. "My crush has chased me home, shouldn't you, your real marriage partner, go out and deal with it? I haven't finished my meal yet." Lin Luoqing pointed to the porridge in her bowl. "Then, let's deal with it after eating." Ji Yuxiao was very calm. "It's nothing important anyway, don't worry." Lin Luoqing nodded and continued eating happily. Chu Siwen waited for a long time, but when he saw that the door hadn't opened, he angrily rang the doorbell again. After a while, Mrs. Zhang came out again. "Mr. asked you to wait. Why are you waiting?" Chu Siwen said angrily. "Sir, you haven't finished your meal yet, so I can only see him after he has dinner." Chu Siwen smiled angrily. "Then do I need to make an appointment next time?" "One, of course not, only." Then did Chu Siwen feel better? "It's good that he knows you, because Sir doesn't plan to see you at all." Mrs. Zhang interrupted him. "Chu Siwen? Then he asked me to wait. He intends to let Mr. Lin deal with you. You know Mr. Lin, right?" Mrs. Zhang said with a smile. "It's Mr. Lin's marriage partner, the pretty one, Chu Siwen." Chu Siwen raised his hand and began to slam the door violently. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22. Lin Luoqing drank the porridge and ate the pot stickers, savored Mrs. Zhang's breakfast carefully, and exclaimed, "It's delicious, Mr. Lin. If you like it, I'll change it to other flavors of porridge and pot stickers tomorrow morning." Mrs. Zhang looked at him with a smile. "Okay." Lin Luoqing said. He put down the spoon, stood up. "Let's go out to eat." Ji Yuxiao said in a melodious tone. "Be careful, don't spit it out, Lin Luoqing." Lin Luoqing looked back at him. "So you're just sitting here, motionless?" Ji Yuxiao thought about it, and it seemed that it was really not suitable, so he raised his hands and applauded. "Come on, that's it. Do you still need the encouragement of love?" "What is the encouragement of love?" Lin Luoqing was curious. Ji Yuxiao hooked his hands, and Lin Luoqing hurried over, bending over to look at him curiously. Ji Yuxiao raised his hand to lower his neck, pressed down slightly, and touched his face lightly with his lips. Lin Luoqing stood up straight in an instant, shocked beyond belief looking at his frightened appearance. Ji Yuxiao smiled in a good mood. "Now you should be able to handle it easily, Lin Luoqing. Go." Ji Yuxiao raised his chin and gestured to the door. Lin Luoqing stared straight at him for a while, before finally turning around and walking out the door. The sun was gentle, and Lin Luoqing's face was a little hot, especially the place where Ji Yuxiao had just kissed. It was so hot that it almost burned. He raised his hand and touched the place where Ji Yuxiao had just kissed him. He still didn't understand why Ji Yuxiao kissed him all of a sudden. You can't just like him, can you? Really help the poor. But if you don't like him, why kiss him? Lin Luoqing pressed her face and walked to the closed iron gate. When Chu Siwen saw that it was really him, his face turned black with anger. "Why are you here?" Lin Luoqing was speechless. "I'm his fiancé, and I'm about to get married. Isn't it normal to live together?" "Hurry up, you're still a fiancé?" "I asked around, and no one knew about your marriage." "It's a lie. You lied to me on purpose, Lin Luoqing. You think too highly of yourself, don't you?" As he spoke, he unconsciously pressed the place where Ji Yuxiao had just kissed. "Why? You were beaten by Yu Xiao just now? You still don't have the face to see others. What are you doing all the time covering your face?" "This." Lin Luoqing put down his hands, revealing the reddened skin on his face. "Just before he came out, he insisted on kissing me. I was afraid of irritating you, so I kindly hid it." "Chu Siwen?" Exclamation mark. "What did you say?" "You too, it's too late to come." Lin Luoqing glanced at him and said with disgust, "We just woke up, so we don't have time to entertain you, so we can only let you wait." "Chu Siwen? What do you mean you just woke up and you slept together? Otherwise?" Lin Luoqing looked innocent. "Don't you newlyweds sleep together?" Chu Siwen was furious. "Where's Ji Yuxiao? I want to see him." "Then you probably won't be able to see him, he's too tired." Lin Luoqing looked at him with a face that you understood. Chu Siwen stared at him. The little yellow car in his mind ran over his brain nerves, making a deafening sound. He looked at Lin Luoqing in disbelief, and Lin Luoqing showed an embarrassed and shy smile. Everyone is a man, young and energetic, full of vigor, dry firewood, and like-minded. Who can control this? Anyway, he couldn't control it. His legs are all hurt. Chu Siwen roared excitedly. "It's not that I didn't control it." Lin Luoqing reflected. "So the two of us hit it off right away. working hand in hand, matching men and men, and working hard. Chu Siwen. Chu Siwen looked at him, gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. If you have nothing else to do, I'll go back first. Lin Luoqing said nicely, my waist is still sore now, I have to go back and let him massage me. Chu Siwen. Then I'll go first. After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, she turned and walked into the house. He exaggeratedly rubbed his waist as he walked, and murmured, really, you will bully me, Chu Siwen. Chu Siwen was angry, hated and wronged. He was so angry with Ji Yuxiao that he could do such a thing with Lin Luoqing. He hated Ji Yuxiao for being ruthless to him and wronged that his love was fruitless. He turned back to his car and patted the steering wheel bitterly several times. Lin Luoqing entered the door and saw Ji Yuxiao sitting on the sofa in the living room. Finished? He raised his head to look at Lin Luoqing. It's over. Lin Luoqing clapped his hands. It's a trivial matter. Ji Yuxiao applauded him. Awesome, Lin. Luoqing had no choice but to approach him and said, do you want to go upstairs? I'll go find Fei. You go. I'll go to the study in a while. So, you don't need me to help you? No. By the way, is there anything tonight? Ji Yuxiao asked him. No. What are you doing? Take you to meet my friends and treat them to a meal. Lin Luoqing nodded. Just now Chu Siwen said that he didn't know about it after asking around. No, he will know now. What time is it? Around 8 o'clock. Okay. He said, I'll go out with Fei later, and I'll be back before 8 o'clock. Then I'll give you Xiaoli's phone number. No, no, no. Lin Luoqing quickly refused, joking. He was trying to buy a gift for Ji Liu. How could Xiaoli see it? What if he turned around and said something wrong? I'm going to try how long it takes to take a taxi here. Just step on it. Ji Yuxiao was puzzled. Can't Xiaoli send you off? Yes, but I want to try. Lin Luoqing smiled. In this way, if Xiaoli asks for leave one day, he can take Fei to school in time. Ji Yuxiao looked at him, and wanted to tell him that even if Xiaoli asked for leave, there was still a driver who would pick up Ji Liu, so he would never need him to take a taxi. But Lin Luoqing said that he wanted to try it, and Ji Yuxiao didn't want to hold him back, so he nodded. Okay, I wish you some success. Yes. Lin Luoqing smiled. He looked at the man in front of him, lowered his head. I really don't need to take you to the study. Ji Yuxiao laughed. No, go find Fei. I'll go up by myself later. Okay. Lin Luoqing stood up straight, turned and walked towards the stairs. A large piece of sunlight came in and shone on his thin back. Looking at it, Ji Yuxiao felt that he seemed to be full of light, gentle and sincere. It is completely different from what is written in the information, almost like two people. When Lin Fei heard Lin Luoqing say that he would go out after lunch, he wondered, where are you going? Go shopping. Lin Luoqing said. Lin Fei didn't ask much, just asked him, do I have to go? Of course. Lin Luoqing pinched his face. You are uncle's little treasure, so naturally you want to be with uncle. Lin Fei sighed, 40% helpless, 40% resigned to his fate, and 200% indulgent. Okay. Lin Luoqing looked at the new part of the fan chart he had unlocked, and felt that he seemed to have some different emotions towards himself now. It seems that the close relationship between their nephew and uncle is just around the corner. Fei is so cute. I really like Fei. He moved closer to Lin Fei and said against his forehead. Lin Fei leaned back in disgust and pushed him away, thinking he was really nasty. After lunch, Ji Yuxiao went to the study to process the documents. Ji Liu went back to his bedroom to sleep. Lin Luoqing also took Lin Fei out. The weather was fine at the moment. The sun was shining brightly but not too hot. The two walked along the shade of the trees for a long time before arriving at the taxi stop. Here Lin Luoqing looked at his watch and clicked his tongue. 40 minutes. It's been a long time. Lin Fei thought. He looked at a broad road, left and right, but there were no cars. It seems that the car here is not easy to play. Lin Fei, a child, can see it, so Lin Luoqing has already seen it. He waited patiently for a long time, and felt that waiting for a car was still unreliable, so he booked a car on the app. After more than half an hour, the car about to appear in front of them. Where are you going? The driver asked. Lin Luoqing got into the car, hugged Lin Fei and answered him. City center. The driver stepped on the accelerator and headed downtown. Lin Fei didn't realize that what Lin Luoqing wanted to buy was a jade pendant until he got out of the car with Lin Luoqing, entered the mall, and came to the jewelry counter. He turned to look at Lin Luoqing. A little puzzled, Lin Luoqing picked him up. put him on the chair in front of the counter, and asked him, "Which one do you like?" "I have it." Lin Fei replied, "Uncle Ji gave it to me, it's okay, Uncle will buy you another one." Lin Fei didn't really want it, he said, "I already have it." He already had a jade pendant, so there was no need for a second one. Lin Luoqing listened to his words, looked at the unconscious firmness in his eyes, thought for a while, and carried him to the gold counter. "I'll buy you a fortune bead, make it into a bracelet, and put it on your hand." "What is a transfer bead?" Lin Fei asked him. Lin Luoqing pointed to the small beads of different shapes in the counter. "This is it. Wear the fortune beads, and you will have good luck." Lin Fei didn't believe it, and his eyes were 3 points suspicious, 3 points unbelief, and 4 points how could it be possible. "Try it." Lin Luoqing smiled. "Choose one." "I don't want it." Lin Fei said calmly. "Why? Don't you like it?" Lin Fei shook his head. "Then why not?" Lin Fei blinked and whispered, "It's not necessary." "Why is it unnecessary?" "Uncle hasn't given you a gift yet, and Uncle wants to give you a gift too." Lin Luoqing pretended to be wronged. "Fei, you are so partial. You want Uncle Ji's gift for you, but you don't want Uncle's. Uncle is so sad." Lin Fei wanted to say something, but felt that he couldn't explain clearly, so he simply lowered his head and looked at the transfer beads inside the counter. Lin Luoqing also looked down, wanting to choose one suitable for Ji Liu, so that each of the 2 children would have one, and he would have a gift for Ji Liu. Lin Fei looked over one by one, suddenly pointed to one and said to him, "Little fish." Lin Luoqing took a closer look and found that it was really a small fish-shaped transfer bead. He asked the cabinet sister to take out the transfer beads and put them in her hand to observe carefully with Lin Fei. "It's quite cute. How about giving this to Xiao? Uncle Ji gave you a gift." "It's a gift, and I should give Xiao a gift too." Lin Fei nodded. "Then you choose another one you like." "Just right, you and Xiao each have one." Lin Luoqing touched his head. "Look, I'm not partial." Lin Fei looked at the beads of different shapes in front of him, but couldn't choose them. He didn't need a transfer bead, he thought. How could good luck be brought by a bead? He didn't have that much good luck. He had already accepted it. All he wanted was a flower pot, a pot that wouldn't be a dandelion. "Can you give me another one?" Lin Fei looked up at him. "I don't want this. Can I change it to something else?" "What do you want?" Lin Luoqing was curious. It was too strange that there was something that Lin Fei wanted on his own initiative. "I want a pot of flowers." Lin Fei said earnestly. "It's not a big flower pot, it's a small flower pot." Lin Luoqing looked at him in surprise. "You want to grow flowers?" Lin Fei shook his head and nodded again. He doesn't want flowers, but he wants a flower pot. A flower pot with something in it. Lin Luoqing really didn't expect that he would like to grow flowers, but he was pleasantly surprised that he was able to tell him his preferences. "Okay," he answered Lin Fei with a smile. "Uncle will take you to buy flowers in a while, and we will buy whatever flowers you like." Lin Fei nodded. "Thank you, you're welcome." He patted Lin Fei's head. "However, flowers are flowers, and transfer beads are transfer beads, so there is no need to change them." He looked at Lin Fei with a gentle tone. "The gift is not limited to one. I like you, so I am willing to give you many gifts. You don't need to change this for that, but you can have each of them." Lin Fei didn't expect it to be like this. Blinking his long eyelashes, quiet and ignorant, Lin Luoqing put his arms around him and looked at the transfer beads on the counter. He looked at them very carefully and carefully. After choosing carefully for a long time, he pointed to a tiger-shaped bead and said to Lin Fei, "Is this good?" Tigers are beasts. The king is very powerful. When you grow up, Uncle believes that you can be as powerful as it. Lin Fei looked at the tiger he was pointing at, and there was indeed a very small word king on it. He turned his head to look at Lin Luoqing, thinking, he hopes that he will be as powerful as it when he grows up. He believes he can be as powerful as a tiger? Really? In his heart, is he really like this? Lin Fei didn't know. He used to think that he knew Lin Luoqing well, but now, he felt that he didn't know Lin Luoqing well. Maybe it's because he's still young, Lin Fei thought, and when he gets older, he'll understand. He nodded and gave a soft hum. Regardless of whether Lin Luoqing really believes that he will become a tiger when he grows up, he hopes that when he grows up, he can become very powerful, become a tiger that can protect himself, and can live on his own without relying on others. Go down, tiger. Seeing that he agreed, Lin Luoqing asked the cabinet sister to also take out the tiger's luck bead. It took a serious look and made sure there were no flaws, so he handed the tiger and the small fish to the cabinet sister. Take the black rope and weave it. It is good. The cabinet sister calculated the money for him, and Lin Luo swiped the card quickly, ready to take Lin Fei to buy flowers. When he came back after buying the flowers, the bracelet of transfer beads should be woven, he thought. What flowers do you want? Lin Luoqing asked Lin Fei, looking at the dazzling array of flower pots and flowers. Lin Fei didn't think about it. He shook his head and said, I don't know. Lin Luoqing helped him think for a while. Well, clivia, asparagus, narcissus, rose, or sunflower? Lin Fei didn't speak. His eyes swept across the potted flowers, and finally, he walked to a pot of cactus. Lin Luoqing followed him and said in surprise, Do you like cacti? Lin Fei reached out and touched the thorns of the cactus, which were sharp and prickly, like needles. He looked at the little cactus in front of him, then at the brick red flower pot in which the cactus was planted, raised his head and asked Lin Luoqing, Is this okay? Yes. Lin Luoqing had no objection. It's a gift for you, as long as you like it. See if there's anything else you like, and buy a few more pots. Lin Fei shook his head. One is enough. All he needs is a pot, and a small cactus in a pot is enough. Seeing that he only wanted this one, Lin Luoqing felt that it was easy for him to be satisfied. He looked at the small cactus that Lin Fei had picked. It was very small and verdant. The thorns on it hadn't grown hard yet, and it didn't hurt sharply when pressed with his fingers, just like Lin Fei, who hasn't grown up yet. Okay, then just buy it. After he finished speaking, he thought of something again, and discussed with Lin Fei, buy a pot for the little fish too. You can raise them together, just like the two of you grew up together, and be each other's companions. Lin Fei thought for a moment, then nodded. Lin Luoqing said softly, Then you choose a pot for him, and you give it to him when you go back. Lin Fei blinked, lowered his head, looked at his little cactus for a long time, and finally chose a relatively petite and cute little cactus. He picked up the pot of cactus, put it next to his little cactus, and looked up at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing smiled. Very cute. Fifi has really good eyesight. There was a slight smile on Lin Fei's face. He looked at the flower pots and cacti in front of him, feeling relaxed and happy. He doesn't feel lonely, nor does he feel lonely for his own growth. He is used to growing up alone and has his own world and peace. However, he does not reject Ji Liu. It was the first time for him to live under the same roof with a person of his age, who was cute and well behaved. He thought Ji Liu was very nice, so he hoped that they could get along in harmony. Ji Liu doesn't need to like him, as long as he doesn't hate him. In essence, Lin Fei's needs are very low, whether it is material or emotional. He does not need others to like him, just like he does not like others easily. Lin Luoqing paid the money and asked the boss to help him put the cactus in a bag. Lin Fei consciously picked up 2 pots of flowers. Seeing his small arms and legs, Lin Luoqing helped him lift Ji Liu's pot into her hands, and went back to the mall with him. The cabinet sister had already braided the bracelet. Seeing them coming back, she politely handed over the box containing the bracelet, opened it, and said, Do you want to put it on now? Lin Luoqing looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked down at the naive little tiger in the box, serious and quiet. He seemed to like it very much, reached out and touched the transfer bead in the box, but shook his head, not letting Lin Luoqing put it on his hand for him. Pick it up in a bag. Lin Luoqing said to the cabinet sister, It is good. Lin Fei was still looking at the fortune beads in the box, after watching his little tiger, and then at Ji Liu's little fish standing next to him. Lin Luoqing seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly laughed. I actually chose a pair of cat and fish, the big cat and the small fish, and the big cat eats the small fish. Lin Fei looked up at him with obvious doubts in his eyes. A tiger is a big cat. Lin Luoqing explained to him, cats eat fish, and big cats can also eat small fish. Lin Fei nodded. Oh, but you can't eat small fish. Lin Luoqing touched his head, bent down and said to him, You have to get along well with small fish. Lin Fei was helpless. Why should I eat him? He looked at Lin Luoqing. 3 parts side, 3 parts depressed and 4 parts powerless. People can't eat people, I know. Lin Luoqing smiled when he saw him seriously speaking such childish words. You know quite a lot. Lin Fei didn't show it on his face, but he was a little proud in his heart, and secretly said, That's right. The teller brought the bag and put the 2 boxes in it, and Lin Luoqing dragged Lin Fei out of the mall and walked back. While waiting for the car, he suddenly thought of something and lowered his head to ask Lin Fei, Do you think I treat Xiaoi well? Lin Fei looked up at him, as if he didn't understand why he asked such a question. In 2 days, I will marry your Uncle Ji. At that time, I will be Xiao's father. Lin Luoqing's voice was always gentle and slow when talking to children, as if he wanted to express his emotions through himself. The words are clearly expressed, but, no matter whose father I am your uncle, and my favorite child will always be you. Do you understand? Lin Fei looked at him with obvious confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand. Of course he didn't understand. How could he be Lin Luoqing's favorite child? He couldn't understand. Lin Luoqing looked at his confused eyes, and guessed what he was thinking almost immediately. He said with some embarrassment, I did treat you badly before, but that's all in the past, and now we are the closest people in the world. I will like you the most and treat you the best. Lin Fei didn't speak. He looked at the cactus in his hand. The spines of the cactus were still very small. The cactus was also very small, and it hadn't grown up yet. He lowered his eyes, and after a long time, he gave a low hum, as if to say that he knew seeing him like this. Lin Luoqing didn't say much. He just hoped that Lin Fei would not think too much, and not feel that he was partial to Ji Liu. So he was always thinking about him when he bought everything. Now it seems that Lin Fei really didn't think much about it. He didn't think he liked him much at all. Alice, it's all the original owner's fault, the original owner of the spicy chicken. When the car arrived, Lin Fei got into the car with Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing still hugged him after getting in the car, and physical contact would shorten the distance between people. He had always wanted to use this method to make Lin Fei get used to him and accept him, so that he could trust and like him. Earlier Lin Fei was indeed used to it, but this did not affect his distrust of Lin Luoqing. He is a very smart child, so he knew a long time ago that when others say they like you and give you all kinds of gifts, they don't necessarily mean they really like you. He has personally experienced Lin Luoqing's dislike for him, beating, scolding, disgust, not a day, not a month, but a long time of almost half a year. So he doesn't believe that Lin Luoqing likes him the most, but he didn't care, so he gave a low one before getting into the car. It's not a big deal, Lin Fei thought. Lin Luoqing said he likes it, so he likes it. He doesn't have to believe it. Other things don't need to waste time. The two returned home in the car. Lin Luoqing went back to Ji Yuxiao's bedroom, put away the bracelet, and planned to give it to Ji Liu later. Lin Fei knocked on the door, and according to Lin Luoqing's instructions, brought the cactus in his hand to Ji Liu. Give you, Ji Liu blinked. Her amber eyes were beautiful and innocent. For me? Lin Fei nodded. My uncle bought it. Oh. Ji Liu reached out to take it. Thank you. You're welcome. After Lin Fei finished speaking, he turned and left his room, leaving Ji Liu staring helplessly at the cactus in his hand. Why give him a cactus? Ji Liu doesn't understand. He put the cactus in his hand on the corner of the table with some disgust. Who would like a stupid plant like a cactus? It has exposed its thorns before others get close, so who would dare to approach it and touch it unsuspecting? How stupid. Ji Liu shook his head. He still likes roses. Roses are so smart. The sharp thorns are hidden under the gorgeous flowers. Everyone can only see the beauty of its flowers from a distance. Once you stretch out your hand, but it will be pricked by the thorns it hides under the flowers. It is much smarter than a cactus. Ji Liu smiled and tapped her tablet, and continued to watch the animation. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Mrs. Zhang cooked a meal. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao ate some with Lin Fei and Ji Liu. Seeing that it was almost time, they were ready to go out. Lin Luoqing was thinking about Ji Liu's villain design, and was afraid that he and Ji Yuxiao would leave, and Ji Liu would show his devilish steps, so he reminded Lin Fei, call me if there is anything, he whispered. You don't want the big cat to be eaten by the little fish. Lin Fei had no choice but Ji Liu? A fluffy little goldfish, can you still eat him? Why don't you worry that I ate him? Then you won't. Lin Luoqing trusted him. You are so good. He's also very good. Hope, Lin Luoqing thought. Anyway, just don't let yourself suffer. After he finished speaking, he finally gave Lin Fei a hand, and then walked out the door. Lin Fei watched him go, and continued to read with his head down. Lin Luoqing went back to the room, changed her clothes, and pushed Ji Yuxiao out the door. Xiaoli had already prepared the car, and when he saw Ji Yuxiao coming out, he took the initiative to help open the door. Seeing this, Lin Luoqing lowered his head and asked Ji Yuxiao, are you get in the car by yourself, or should I carry you into the car? Ji Yuxiao opened his hands unceremoniously. Xiaoli hurried over, ready to collect a wheelchair. Ji Yuxiao thought he was going to hug him, and withdrew his hand in disgust. It's not you, Xiao Li. I just want to simply accept a wheelchair, okay? Exclamation mark. Do you want to be so disgusted? Lin Luoqing laughed, but as soon as the corners of his mouth raised, he heard Ji Yuxiao's voice. What are you doing standing there? Xiaoli is more active than you. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing had no choice but to let go of the handle, bent down and picked him up. Xiaoli also took the opportunity to fold up the wheelchair, picked it up, and gave Ji Yuxiao a meaningful look. Did you see it? This is my goal. Holding the wheelchair, he walked to the trunk with his head held high and put the wheelchair down. Ji Yuxiao. No, why are you so proud of holding a wheelchair? It's not your wife. Ji Yuxiao hooked his wife. Very proud. The car drove very fast, and the two arrived at their destination at about 7:30. Lin Luoqing pushed Ji Yuxiao into the hotel, followed his instructions, and walked towards the private room. Zhuang Yu and Wei Jun had both arrived early, and they were eating fruit while chatting about Ji Yuxiao's fiancé. Is it true? You suddenly said you have a fiancé. Where did it come from? Who knows? Wei Jun poured a cup of tea and said in a low voice, he is also his fiancé directly. Is this planning to get married? When will we get married? Does he still want to get married? Zhuang Yu was even more puzzled. Is he still in the mood to get married now? Then how would I know? It's just that he's a fiancé, not a boyfriend. Isn't that just for getting married? Wei Jun took a sip of tea. Zhuang Yu held his chin and asked in confusion, you say this fiancé, does he like it? It should be like it, otherwise there is no need to ask us out for dinner. What? If it's here to complain? Zhuang Yu guessed Wei Jun. Then he won't bring his fiancé with him. Why are you so stupid? With your IQ, you basically bid farewell to your company's inheritance rights, Zhuang Yu. Zhuang Yu was so angry that he ate 2 mouthfuls of cantaloupe. When Lin Luoqing opened the door and came in, she saw him eating melon. Lin Luoqing saw that he was eating it with arrogance and vigor, as if eating the melon rind together, and secretly thought that the melon should be very sweet. Just as he was thinking, Zhuang Yu had already put down the melon in embarrassment, and showed him an embarrassed yet polite smile. Lin Luoqing smiled too. Seeing this, Ji Yuxiao said, Wei Jun, Zhuang Yu. He raised his finger and introduced it to Lin Luoqing. Then he pointed back at Lin Luoqing and introduced him to his friend. Hello. Wei Jun said politely, you are also good. Lin Luoqing smiled while several people were talking. The door opened again, and Chu Ying's walked in. Lin Luoqing habitually raised his head to look towards the door, and happened to bump into Chu Ying's eyes. He keenly noticed that Chu Ying's froze for a moment when he saw him, and then frowned. The movements were small and fleeting, but Lin Luoqing noticed it. Why are you so slow? Zhuang Yu complained. The road is a bit congested. Chu Ying sat down next to Wei Jun, but when he raised his eyes, he glanced at Lin Luoqing inadvertently. Lin Luoqing was confused by his little action. What was it for? Have they met before? Otherwise, why would he be weird? It's just that Chu Ying's acted like he didn't know him, so Lin Luoqing couldn't ask more questions. Wei Jun introduced him. Lin Luoqing, Yu Xiao's fiancé. Chu Ying's nodded, then looked at Ji Yuxiao again. Fiancé? Yes. Ji Yuxiao said calmly. The kind that's ready to get married? That's natural. Chu Ying's pursed his lips, and since everyone was there, he didn't say much. He just said, congratulations. As soon as the words were finished, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Chu Siwang walked in full of anger under the surprised eyes of everyone. Lin Luoqing said wow in his heart instantly. Good guy, you are haunted. As soon as Chu Ying saw Chu Siwan, he immediately stood up angrily. You're never finished, are you annoying? Chu Siwan didn't look at him, but looked directly at Ji Yuxiao. Are you really with him? Lin Luoqing turned to look at Ji Yuxiao, and saw Ji Yuxiao's expression was indifferent. Otherwise, why would I invite your brother to dinner today? Tisk. It can be said that he is very disregarding the other party's mood. Hearing what he said, Chu Siwan felt aggrieved instantly. What's so good about him? I've loved you for so many years, how could you treat me like this? Lin Luoqing silently picked up the cantaloupe on the table and ate it. Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao looked at the melon in his hand and smiled. Is it delicious? Lin Luoqing suddenly had a familiar feeling. He recalled it a little, and quickly handed the melon in his hand to Ji Yuxiao's mouth. You eat it too. After finishing speaking, he added a special sentence. Husband Ji Yuxiao condescended to take a bite out of his hand, and said calmly, he said he has liked me for many years. Lin Luoqing nodded. I heard it. Ji Yuxiao smiled. What about you? Of course I've liked you for many years too. Lin Luoqing kept her crush's character set in mind, and raised her hand even higher for feeding melons. Ji Yuxiao looked at Chu Siwen. Did you hear that? He also liked me for many years. I've liked you for 5 years. Chu Siwen said angrily. Ji Yuxiao turned to look at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing immediately said, I have loved you for 15 years. Come on, let the likes roll up. Ji Yuxiao raised his eyebrows. You have liked me since elementary school? That's right. Lin Luoqing didn't blush. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you in elementary school. Then, you are quite precocious. The main reason is that you are good looking and shine in the crowd. Ji Yuxiao chuckled. Which elementary school is my elementary school? Lin Luoqing. This is embarrassing, but Lin Luoqing didn't panic. There were policies on the top and countermeasures on the bottom. He looked longingly at Ji Yuxiao, and began to express his feelings. Some people's primary school is a specific name, some people's primary school is childlike innocence and happiness, and some people's primary school is friends and games on the playground, but mine is you. In that paragraph in the pure white memory without a trace of dirt, about elementary school, my memory is only you, Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao turned to look at Chu Siwen. Are you moved? I am moved, Chu Siwen. Chu Siwen was so angry that he wanted to beat Lin Luoqing violently. Is he moved? He was so touched. You like him so much, why didn't you appear by his side before? Chu Siwen roared. Ji Yuxiao turned to look at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing looked sad. How can a humble me be worthy of a radiant Chu? What qualifications does a person like me have to appear by your side? Then, what are you doing now? Chu Siwen was dissatisfied. Ji Yuxiao had a good time. I'm willing to take care of you. Lin Luoqing didn't even look at Chu Siwen, but looked at Ji Yuxiao affectionately. The spring silkworms will die when the silkworms die, and the wax torch will turn into ashes and tears will dry. I am willing to burn myself to illuminate you the way of the future. Wow. Ji Yuxiao nodded slightly, and looked at Chu Siwen again, so affectionate. Are you moved? I was moved again, Chu Siwen. Chu Siwen was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. I can too. You can't. Lin Luoqing said indifferently. Why? Can't I? You haven't had a crush on him for 15 years, you haven't thought about him in the snowy grass, you haven't cried heart-rendingly for him day and night, you haven't tossed and turned for him in spring, summer, autumn and winter, you haven't longed to be close to him again and again. But he didn't dare to get close, and he didn't want to forget him year after year but couldn't stop. But, I have. Lin Luoqing sighed softly. I've been like this. 15 years have passed. Ji Yuxiao was shocked, and looked at Chu Siwen for the third time. Are you moved? I'm so moved. Chu Siwen. Chu Ying's, who is inexplicably afraid to move. Wei Jun and Zhuang Yu were really shocked. Seeing that everyone was silent, Lin Luoqing sighed and said with emotion, unrequited love is a cruel and joyful romance. But to meet you, this life is worth it, Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao turned to look at Chu Siwen. Are you moved? I'm so moved that I don't know what to say anymore. You don't need to say anything. Lin Luoqing said, loving you is my long-lasting solo journey. You don't need to say anything. Your existence is enough to make me yearn for it. Fuck. Zhuang Yu couldn't hold back anymore, pointed at Lin Luoqing and said to Chu Siwen. Chapter 23. Lin Luoqing was almost amused by this sentence, and looked down at Ji Yuxiao, thinking he was quite cute, but he thinks it's cute. But Tenkai doesn't think it's cute. He looked at Ji Yuxiao, sneered, and withdrew his hand. Why did I forget? Ji Xiao, you have a crippled leg now, so you are naturally sensitive. You can't see people with healthy limbs like us. I'm being rude. I shouldn't be here. So careless in front of a cripple. Lin Luoqing turned cold when he heard the words, and said sarcastically, are your limbs healthy? I think you have developed limbs but a simple mind, right? We generally call you brain dead, and it is recommended to treat them at home. Ji Yuxiao smiled, but didn't speak. Tenkai didn't expect him to say such a thing, and looked at him in disbelief. Do you know what you're talking about? Why, not only your brain is not working well, but your ears are also not working well. Lin Luoqing pretended to be surprised. Then you'd better go to the hospital as soon as possible, and treat your illnesses as soon as possible, and don't hide your illness from medical treatment. Kai laughed back angrily. Are you expressing your sincerity to Ji Yuxiao? It seems that you are very satisfied with your new high branch. I've always been very satisfied with him. Lin Luoqing said with a smile. Really? Tan Kai said intentionally. Then when you tried every means to seduce me, why didn't you remember him who was always satisfied? As soon as he said this, both Wei Jun and Zhuang Yu changed their faces, and looked at Lin Luoqing in surprise, as if they didn't expect him to have such a paragraph. Chu Yings, on the other hand, knew what happened to them a long time ago, so his expression didn't change. He just looked at him and waited for his explanation. From the first moment she saw Tan Kai, Lin Luoqing knew that there was trouble. It's not true that he has a crush on Ji Yuxiao, but it's true that the original owner likes Tan Kai. He hooked up with him several times like a dog, but he didn't hook up. This doesn't affect the original owner's obsession with him. It's just that Tan Kai had always looked down on the original owner before, and he didn't bother to give him a look when they met, so he thought that as long as he didn't look for him, Tan Kai would definitely not come to him, and everything would be over naturally unexpectedly. It happened today. What's more, Tan Kai didn't treat him as an invisible person, but took the initiative to provoke trouble. Lin Luoqing thought he was really annoying. He sighed calmly, and thought of an excuse. Who told you that? I don't remember. I just remember too much. That's why I noticed you. Otherwise, why do you think I noticed you? Just you crooked Zhao's looks. I can't even pay for it. If I didn't see that you, like him, came from a wealthy family, how could I bear the humiliation and take you as his substitute? Tan Kai? Exclamation mark. Chu Yings, Wei Jun, Zhuang Yu. Lin Luoqing squatted down, looked at Ji Yuxiao affectionately and guiltily. There is one thing I haven't told you. Looking at his weeping eyes, Ji Yuxiao thought, there's more than one thing you didn't tell me, right? You say. He cooperated. During the 15 years I have been secretly in love with you, in the unattainable feelings for you again and again, in the satisfaction of letting go of your reluctance and missing you, I knew it was wrong, and I knew it would be useless to do so, but I did a stupid thing. I found a substitute, hoping that through this unreliable way, I could forget you and let myself stop wishful thinking. This substitute is him. After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, she raised her finger to Tan Kai. Tan Kai, Ji Yuxiao, Wei Jun, Chu Yings and Zhuang Yu on the side followed the direction of his finger and looked at Tan Kai shock. Their eyes clearly said, it's too miserable. After a long time of trouble, you turned out to be a substitute. Tan Kai, I'm not. Tan Kai said angrily. Lin Luoqing just ignored him and continued his deep affection. I'm sorry for you. I shouldn't treat him as an independent person just because I love you, and I shouldn't care about other people so much because of my feelings for you. I shouldn't do such immoral things just because I became obsessed with you. But I really can't help it. I like you so much. For 15 years, my love for you has gone deep into my bone marrow. I can't let it go. I can only use this method to try to get myself out. Sorry, Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao felt that he was no longer a talent, he was a genius. He raised his head and looked at Tan Kai, with a deep tone. I know that I can't do it, but I'm still a little moved by the affection. Are you moved? Tan Kai? Question mark? Tan Kai couldn't believe that he could say such a shameless thing. I'm so touched. Lin Luoqing, make it clear, who the is Ji Yuxiao's substitute? Hearing this, Lin Luoqing glanced at him with disgust. What kind of tone are you talking about? Although I use you as a substitute, it is also your honor to be able to serve him as a substitute. You should be content. Tan Kai? Question mark? What he is talking? Exclamation mark. Should I still thank you for not saying that I don't know how to flatter you? Don't be ignorant of flattery. The next second, Lin Luoqing added Tan Kai. Tan Kai laughed angrily. Okay, Lin Luoqing, you have the guts, that's much more than you. Lin Luoqing looked at him and said with a smile, you don't think I really like you, do you? No one really thinks that I like you, right? Tan Kai, you don't like me, you hook me up in different ways every day. As soon as I show up, you're like a fly, and you come here when you smell it. That's all, you have the nerve to say you don't like me. Lin Luoqing looked disdainful. It's not that Bai Yu Guan can't see Chinese cabbage. Seeing you can reflect his nobility and elegance, and remind me of his handsome face. Tan Kai, how am I like him? Tan Kai gritted his teeth. What? Are you kidding? Lin Luoqing asked in surprise. How could you be like him? Don't insult my male god, please. Then you say I'm his substitute. Hi, Lin Luoqing sighed softly. Some people find a substitute because they have similar faces, and some people find a substitute because they have similar temperaments, but I only find a substitute because you have similar identities, although in reality, this it is indeed an insult to my male god, but to me, your identities and backgrounds are completely different from mine, so when I see you, I know that my crush is destined to die in my heart. After all, even a fake like you doesn't like me, let alone a Baiyuguang like a male god. The male Baiyuguang laughed instantly. Gentle and kind Lin Luoqing quickly boasted, "Male god, you look so pretty when you smile." The smile on Ji Yuxiao's face deepened. He looked at Lin Luoqing, and thought he was really cute. Even if such a cute person did nothing, it would be very happy to keep him by his side. I couldn't help but be moved by such a love that endured humiliation. "Are you moved?" Ji Yuxiao, the ruthless moving machine, looked at Tan Kai again. Tan Kai. He was so touched. Not as an example. Ji Yuxiao withdrew his gaze and said to Lin Luoqing, "I don't care about what happened before because you have been secretly in love with me for 15 years. This kind of situation is not allowed to happen again in the future, of course." Lin Luoqing did not hesitate. "I can already see you every day, so I will go to see other fakes. I'm not blind, fake." Tan Kai, Lin Luoqing, you are really shameless. Tan Kai was angry. "When you flattered me back then, you wished you could kneel down and be a dog to me, but now that you've got close to Ji Yuxiao, you don't recognize me at all? What? Ji Yuxiao, don't you really believe his nonsense? Just last month, he leaned on me while he was drunk and asked me if I want to have a room with him. He's so promiscuous, and everyone, with a snap, Tan Kai only felt a burning pain on his face. He turned his head sideways and saw the paper bag fall beside him, making a heavy sound. Pay attention to your words. Ji Yuxiao leaned on the wheelchair, withdrew his hands. His tone was light and cold. "I know that I am sensitive and irritable now, so just control your mouth and don't dare to say anything." Tan Kai raised his head. The left side of his face turned red from the beating. The edges and corners of the paper bag seemed to have scratched his face, leaving a shallow mark. He gritted his teeth and rushed directly towards Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing stood up quickly, trying to stand in front of Ji Yuxiao, but Ji Yuxiao raised her hand and held her down. Lin Luoqing turned to look at him, anxious and guilty. "I didn't." He really didn't, although the original owner did have that intention, but he didn't, and the original owner didn't succeed either. "I really haven't." He looked at Ji Yuxiao, his tone imperceptibly flustered, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't believe it. "I didn't do anything with him, really." After finishing speaking, he even called out brother in a low voice. Being obedient and flattering, Ji Yuxiao looked at his helpless and innocent eyes, raised his hand and touched his head, comforting him. "I believe in you, only." Then did Lin Luoqing heave a sigh of relief, and once again scolded Tan Kai in his heart, and made complaints about the original owner by the way he raised his head, only to realize that Zhuang Yu and Chu Yingzi had already pushed Tan Kai against the wall within the few words he and Ji Yuxiao had spoken. "Be safe." Zhuang Yu said dissatisfiedly. "Isn't it just using you as a substitute? Why are you so angry and biting people everywhere? Isn't sister-in-law also trapped by love? Anyone who drinks this glass of love will get drunk, even he's drunk. What do you care about with a drunkard? You fart." Tan Kai said angrily. Zhuang Yu was afraid that what he would say would offend Ji Yuxiao again, so he raised his hand and helped him shut up. "Don't say it, don't say it. He has been infatuated for 15 years. It is useless even if you are unwilling. Admit it. It's not shameful to lose to love, but it's shameless to mess around and frame up. You will only make yourself look ugly." Tan Kai couldn't open his mouth because his heart was full. Seeing that he stopped talking, Ji Yuxiao finally calmed down his cold brows again. He asked the waiter to pack another dessert for him, left the hotel with Lin Luoqing, and got into the car. Being disturbed by Tan Kai, Lin Luoqing was always uneasy, sat on the seat obediently, got out of the car obediently hugging Ji Yuxiao, and obediently pushed him back to the room. He even asked Ji Yuxiao obediently, "Do you need me to show you any clips today?" After finishing speaking, he blinked curtly Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao felt that he wanted to laugh again. There is no way. He is always inexplicably relaxed and relaxed. Here at Lin Luoqing's place, he picked out a book and pointed out a section to Lin Luoqing. "This section, I was not satisfied with this section when I was watching the movie." "Okay. Male god, no problem. Male god, you should lie down and watch. It's easier to fall asleep this way." Of course, he didn't dare to say this. Ji Yuxiao looked at his considerate look, hooked his chin, and approached him. "So good? I've always been good." Lin Luoqing blinked her eyes and acted cute. Ji Yuxiao chuckled, shook his chin, let go, and unbuttoned his shirt. Look first, I'm going to take a shower, and you can act for me later, do you need me to wash it for you? Lin Luoqing took the initiative. Ji Yuxiao turned around. At this time, you are not good again, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing quickly retracted her head, pretending that she was a well-behaved little quail. Ji Yuxiao laughed again, took the pajamas in a happy mood, and went into the bathroom. Lin Luoqing read the book for a while, and seeing that Ji Yuxiao hadn't come out yet, she went out, and went into Ji Liu's room with the transfer bead bracelet she bought in the afternoon. Ji Liu had already fallen asleep. Lin Luoqing gently put the box on Ji Liu's desk, ready to give him a surprise when he woke up tomorrow morning. He went out, and looked at Lin Fei's room, which was tightly closed, just like when he came back. There was no light in the crack of the door, and he must have fallen asleep too. Lin Luoqing didn't bother him, and turned back to her and Ji Yuxiao's room. It wasn't until he returned to his room that Ji Liu turned on his night light and looked up at the desk. He didn't sleep soundly. Ji Yuxiao didn't come back. He was worried, so when the door opened, he woke up. He got out of bed, opened the box on the table, and found a bracelet of transfer beads inside. The transfer bead is very cute. It is a small golden bulging fish, but Ji Liu has been used to seeing these since he was a child, and he is no longer rare. So he just took a look and closed the box, putting it here at this time. I hope I will see it tomorrow morning, he guessed. It seems that tomorrow morning he has to show a pleasant surprise. It was too simple for him. Ji Liu smiled, threw the box into the drawer, and tiptoed out barefoot. He walked quietly to Ji Yuxiao's door and stood against the wall, wanting to hear what Ji Yuxiao and Lin Luoqing had to say. Adults always hide too many things from him. Ji Liu wants to know a lot, even more. So he sticks to the wall quietly like a cat. Ji Yuxiao has already taken a shower and changed into pajamas and came out. Seeing him coming out, Lin Luoqing was about to go in and take a bath. Don't wait for me next time, just wash in the next room. Ji Yuxiao reminded him. I thought you were going to say that you don't have to wait for me next time, just wash with me. Lin Luoqing didn't hide her thoughts. Ji Yuxiao. At this time, Ji Yuxiao wondered if he really liked him, otherwise he couldn't be so proactive. Are you willing? Lin Luoqing approached him. Ji Yuxiao was helpless. Do you think I really dare not? No. Lin Luoqing shook her head just as Ji Yuxiao was about to say that this was more or less the same. Lin Luoqing said with a smile, you're sorry, Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped him on the buttocks. Lin Luoqing almost jumped 3 feet high. What are you doing? Let you be bad, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing puffed her cheeks, snorted, turned and walked towards the bathroom. Ji Yuxiao looked at him with a headache. What on earth is he thinking? As he was thinking, the phone rang. Ji Yuxiao picked it up, only to find that Chu Yings had already sent him several WeChat messages while he was taking a shower. I was planning to come back to you at night when I was eating, and I met my sister-in-law and Tan Kai in the bar before. He seemed to like Tan Kai, and he showed his hospitality to Tan Kai several times, but the few times I met, there was really no intimacy touch. They should really have nothing to do. I heard from people in the bar that Tan Kai didn't seem to be interested in him, so I kept ignoring him. Tan Kai's words today are clearly aimed at provoking the feelings between you, so the possibility of nonsense is not ruled out. Is sister-in-law by your side? Or we can talk on the phone. Ji Yuxiao thought for a while, pushed the wheelchair to the balcony, and called him back. I see. He said first, thank you, it's okay. I can't hide it from you. I was really surprised to see him tonight, but I never thought that it would be like this between you. Ji Yuxiao smiled. I didn't expect that either. He really likes you? Chu Yings was curious. 15 years? Ji Yuxiao nodded. Of course, I'm so good. It's not normal to have a crush on me since childhood. Chu Yings. Chu Yings felt that his worries were useless. Then he really regards Tan Kai as a stand-in? What else? Can you still like him after you've met me? A blind man can't do such a thing. Chu Yings, are you alive again now? I've always been very lively. Chu Yings laughed, thinking that you are lying to ghosts. He remembered that after the car accident, Wei Jun and Zhuang Yu came to see him together. At that time, Ji Yuxiao was sitting in a wheelchair silently. In his hand was a very simple dagger. He was holding a cloth, slowly wiping the knife. The light of the knife was sharp, reflecting his stern eyebrows. He did not speak, The air pressure was so heavy that they could hardly breathe. Chu Yings suddenly didn't want to ask him why he chose Lin Luoqing as his fiancée. Although he didn't know the specific reason, it was obvious that Lin Luoqing's appearance relieved Ji Yuxiao's burden. He became alive again, and seemed to have the ease of the past, so it doesn't matter what the reason is. Okay, I'll tell you something to save you from misunderstanding, then you can accompany sister-in-law. I'll die. Yes. Ji Yuxiao hung up the phone and leaned back on the wheelchair. He really showed hospitality to Tan Kai, he thought. Lin Luoqing wouldn't really like Tan Kai, would he? No, he can't be so blind, can he? Thinking of this, Ji Yuxiao carefully recalled the previous scene, and finally felt that Lin Luoqing obviously cared more about him than Tan Kai, although I don't know why he was so attentive to Tan Kai in the first place, but that is also a thing of the past, so there is no need to hold on to it only. Ji Yuxiao gritted his teeth. How could he show courteousness to Tan Kai? Exclamation mark. How blind. Ji Yuxiao felt very upset in his heart. I'm so upset. Ji Yuxiao, who was in a bad mood, pushed the wheelchair to the bedside indifferently after Lin Luo came out of the shower, looked at him arrogantly, and said arrogantly, "Hold me, Lin Luoqing?" Lin Luoqing let out an "oh." Although she didn't know what kind of medicine he was selling in the gourd, she still bent down and hugged him cooperatively. Ji Yuxiao? Who told you to hug me like this? I mean, let you hug me to bed. Don't always think about taking advantage of your male god, okay? Lin Luoqing laughed. Didn't you always go to bed by yourself? Ji Yuxiao looked at him. You don't want to. Lin Luoqing smiled more obviously in an instant. Why? Are you laughing? Laughing at your cuteness, Lin Luo said with a clear heart, but he didn't dare to say it. He lowered his head and hugged Ji Yuxiao. Have you hugged Tan Kai before? Ji Yuxiao said softly. His tone was indifferent and calm. He really is. Don't care at all. Of course not. Lin Luoqing said without hesitation. Why should I hug him, and I don't like him? He put Ji Yuxiao on the bed, leaned close to him, and said affectionately, my arms are only open for you, Ji. Yuxiao didn't believe his nonsense. Really? It's not that Tan Kai doesn't want you to hug him, although the fact is indeed such a fact. Lin Luoqing firmly refuses to admit it. So he tactfully changed the direction. You ask me this, are you jealous? Ji Yuxiao? Ji Yuxiao felt that he was thinking too much. I'm jealous. What, are you kidding? He's still worthy of my jealousy with his sly eyebrows and mouse eyes. I just want to tell you that next time you choose a substitute, choose a similar one, and don't use any ugly things for me as a substitute. Did you insult me? Lin Luoqing was puzzled. Is there a next time? Ji Yuxiao. You still want to have a next time? Lin Luoqing blinked obediently. Haven't I already got by Yu Guang? Why do I need to choose a substitute? I don't want it, Ji Yuxiao. That's about the same, so just leave him alone. Lin Luoqing looked at him with a smile. I don't even remember what he looks like now. If he didn't appear suddenly, I would have forgotten that there is such a person as him. Is this how you treat my double? It's his honor to be your substitute. I advise him to accept it as soon as he sees it. Don't be confused, Ji Yuxiao was amused by his shameless speech, and raised his hand to pinch his mouth, thinking that he was really a talking, eloquent, witty little liar. Lin Luoqing was caught off guard by his pinched lips, looking at him in a daze, pouted like a duckling. Ji Yuxiao shook in a good mood. Lin Luoqing? Ji Yuxiao had teased people enough and was satisfied, so he let go. Okay, let's start your performance. After he finished speaking, he opened the quilt and lay down. Lin Luoqing. Are you really lying down? Are you polite, you? But he said it himself, so Lin Luoqing could only walk in front of him with a book and start his showtime. He acted very seriously and devotedly, but just halfway through the act, when his eyes accidentally touched Ji Yuxiao, Lin Luoqing came out of the play in an instant. Sure enough, his male fell asleep again. Lin Luoqing didn't understand just how intolerable Ji Yuxiao was to his acting skills. How could he be sleepy just by looking at it? It was better than sleeping pills. Lin Luoqing walked up to Ji Yuxiao angrily, picked up the post-it note on the bedside table, and wrote 2 words on it again, liar. Said every day to watch him act, sleep every day, big liar. But when he posted it, he felt a little guilty. After all, Tan Kai had just come out to make soy sauce. Lin Luoqing hesitated for a moment, but decided to be a down-to-earth person, not to be too careless, So he put away the post-it note in his hand that said he was a liar, and wrote a new one. The male is so handsome. This is no problem at all, Lin Luoqing thought. He tore it off and gently pasted it on Ji Yuxiao's forehead. Then he went around the end of the bed, walked to the side where he was sleeping, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Ji Liu watched the light in the crack of the door go out, thinking that they should have fallen asleep. His heart that had been hanging all this time finally let go, and his tense body finally relaxed a little. However, just as he was about to turn around and walk back, he heard a calm and indifferent voice. "What are you doing here, Ji?" Liu was startled, turned around in horror, and saw Lin Fei appearing behind him at some point, looking at him quietly as if he had insight into everything. He couldn't help tensing up, thinking of excuses quickly, but his eyes were full of innocence. Chapter 24. I miss my father, Ji Liu said softly while speaking. He stretched out his hand to pull Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei doesn't like to be in close contact with people, and subconsciously struggled when he was holding him, but Ji Liu made up his mind to take him out of here first, so he didn't let go, but raised his head, aggrieved, and looked at him pitifully. When Lin Fei saw him like this, he remembered his parents, and his heart softened, so he didn't struggle anymore. Ji Liu pulled him back, quietly, as if afraid of disturbing Ji Yuxiao and Lin Luoqing, who had just fallen asleep. He waited until he walked 2 steps away from Ji Yuxiao's room, and then said again, "I miss my dad. I can't sleep alone, so I want my dad to sleep with me. But I'm embarrassed when I get to the door." I didn't go in, and stood at the door. He looked at Lin Fei with a soft tone, and his pretty face was full of obedience and pity. "Brother, don't tell me if Dad and Uncle Lin are okay. I don't want them to worry." Lin Fei listened to his words and nodded without much doubt. He just couldn't sleep and wanted to drink water, but there was no water in his house, so he wanted to go to the first floor to get a glass of water. But he passed by the corridor where Ji Yuxiao's bedroom was, and saw Ji Liu standing at him from a distance. The doorway, stuck to the wall, is as quiet as a cat. Seeing that, he nodded. Ji Liu breathed a sigh of relief, and said sweetly, "Brother, you are so kind." Lin Fei didn't speak. Ji Liu was used to him not talking much most of the time, and he didn't care, so he continued to drag him back. However, Lin Fei suddenly realized something and stopped. Ji Liu was puzzled, and the heart that had just let go hung up again, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Lin Fei looked at his bare feet, and his tone was as calm as ever. "You're not wearing shoes, Ji." Liu quickly lowered her head, feeling panicked again. "I was in a hurry," he explained. "I had a dream. It was a terrible dream. That's why I remembered my dad. I didn't want to sleep alone." He curled up his toes slightly, his white jade-like feet retracted, and his long eyelashes drooped, as if he was very sad. Lin Fei didn't expect that he would show a distressed expression because of this, and he was a little at a loss for a while. He was used to being alone, and he didn't have any good classmates and friends even in school, so he had never encountered such a thing. It was rare. Some won't handle it. He felt that he should comfort Ji Liu, but how? Lin Fei thought for a while, imitating Lin Luoqing's way of comforting him every time, reached out to touch Ji Liu's head, and said to him, "Good boy, Ji Liu. Shouldn't you say I'm sorry or it's okay at this time? What does it mean to say good?" Exclamation mark. Ji Liu felt that his cheat brother really couldn't comfort others at all but just be good, as long as Lin Fei doesn't doubt what he said. Ji Liu nodded, and said cooperatively, "I'm good." Lin Fei saw that he had changed back to being obedient and clever, not crying like before, and felt that he had succeeded in comforting him. It was the first time he comforted a child of the same age who was younger than him, and he succeeded again. He was in a good mood, and he touched Ji Liu's head again after buying one get one free, then withdrew his hand and pulled him. "Go to your room." Ji Liu followed him, thinking that he had concealed it, and he had to be more careful next time. But when did he come? Why was there no sound at all? Strangeness. He glanced at Lin Fei and frowned slightly. Lin Fei didn't understand Ji Liu's complicated mood at all, and dragged him back to his room. It wasn't until Ji Liu entered his room that he realized that he had lost control of something and was brought to his room by Lin Fei. "Sit." Lin Fei pulled him to the chair and said concisely. Ji Liu didn't know why, so he had to sit down and prepare to see what he wanted to do. "Wait," Lin Fei whispered after finishing speaking. He turned and went into the bathroom of his bedroom. Ji Liu stretched his neck curiously to look, and saw that Lin Fei came out with a basin of water. After a while he put the basin in front of Ji Liu's chair, and said softly, "Wash your feet, Ji Liu." Well, he really should wash his feet. Ji Liu had no choice but to lift his feet into the water, but as soon as his feet touched the water, he couldn't help shouting, "It's hot, He looked at Lin Fei. His pretty little face was wrinkled with aggrievedness, and the water in his bright eyes was mellow, as if it had rained. Moist and distressing. Lin Fei tried it with his hand, but he didn't feel it was hot. But he thought about it. Ji Liu was smaller than him, and might be more heat-resistant, so he said softly, "Wait a minute." He turned around and went into the bathroom again. Ji Liu looked at his back, put his feet into the water tentatively, and lifted them up out of fear of the heat, like a dragonfly touching the water, having a great time playing. When Lin Fei came out, he saw that he was lifting his feet up and down, probably because he really couldn't bear the heat, and his fair toes were slightly stained with pink, like freshly dyed petals. Lin Fei added some water to him with a small basin. "Try." Ji Liu stretched out his feet and stepped on the water. This time he didn't feel it was hot, so he raised his head and smiled at Lin Fei. "Thank you, brother. You're welcome." Lin Fei still looked calm and composed. He handed the towel to Ji Liu, put the small basin back in the bathroom, then walked to his cabinet, took out a pair of slippers, and put them at Ji Liu's feet. These are the slippers that Ji Yuxiao prepared for him when he and Lin Luoqing moved in, but Lin Fei brought his own slippers, so he didn't wear the slippers that Ji Yuxiao prepared for him, but wore his own plain black and white slippers. Ji Liu looked at him and asked him, "Will you wear it for me?" And Lin Fei responded, "Thank you, brother." Ji Liu said sweetly. He washed his little feet slowly, and after washing, he raised his feet to show Lin Fei, "It's clean." Lin Fei looked at his white and tender feet and nodded in satisfaction. Then Ji Liu picked up the towel and started to wipe it. Walking with shoes makes noise, so every time he eavesdropped, he was used to going barefoot, but he didn't expect to be bumped into by someone this time. Thinking of this, Ji Liu looked at Lin Fei's feet. It was strange that he was wearing shoes, but there was no sound, or was he just careless, so he didn't notice? While thinking, Ji Liu dried his feet, put on his slippers, and stood up. "Pour out the water," Lin Fei told him. "Oh." Ji Liu obediently picked up her foot washing water and walked towards the bathroom. He poured the water, put the basin on the shelf, walked out the bathroom door, and was about to leave. "I'm done pouring, and the basin is ready." Ji Liu habitually showed the good side first. Lin Fei listened, nodded, patted his pillow, and said to him, "Then come and sleep." Ji Liu, who was just about to say that, he laughed. He looked at Lin Fei with doubts in his eyes. "Sleep? Don't you want to sleep alone?" Lin Fei said flatly. Ji Liu was puzzled. "So, do you want to sleep with me?" Lin Fei tilted his head and looked at him. "Otherwise? You don't want to sleep alone, and you're too embarrassed to find your father, don't you?" Ji Liu felt that he couldn't understand his indifferent, cheap brother. He walked to Lin Fei's bed. Lin Fei's bed only had one pillow. Fortunately, the pillow Ji Yuxiao prepared for him was big, and they were both young, so they could make do with it. "Come on," Lin Fei said, "I'm going to sleep." Ji Liu thought for a while, took off his shoes and got on the bed. "The quilt is on top of the cabinet and I can't reach it, so we use a quilt." Ji Liu nodded. "If you don't bother, you can get your quilt." Lin Fei added, "No need." Ji Liu looked at him with a smile. "One is enough for us." Seeing this, Lin Fei didn't say anything, motioned him to lie down, and turned off the lights himself. Ji Liu quickly laid down and covered the quilt, and then saw Lin Fei turn off the light and lie down beside him. They were very close. Ji Liu turned sideways, and softly asked Lin Fei, "Brother, you won't tell my father and Uncle Lin what happened today?" "No." Lin Fei replied. Ji Liu was relieved, and said sweetly, "Brother, you are so kind." Lin Fei didn't speak, but closed his eyes. But Ji Liu didn't want to sleep, so he continued to ask, "Brother, did you sleep with me because I said I didn't want to sleep alone?" And Lin Fei responded, "You're so kind." Ji Liu said sweetly again. Lin Fei still had that indifferent look. Ji Liu frowned silently in her heart, thinking that he was really strange. She said she liked him, but he never showed any expression to him, didn't say anything, let alone smile. But let's say he doesn't like him, and he is willing to sleep with him because he doesn't want to sleep alone. Does he like him, or does he not like him? Ji Liu, the trinity of kindergarten, grass garden, flower garden and garden bully, thought about it carefully, and felt that there were very few people who he took the initiative to show favor to but didn't like him. So he guessed that his cheat brother probably liked him, but he was just born. It's just such a deserted look. That's why it's the same look to myself. Ji Liu figured it out, so he closed his eyes and said softly, "Good night, brother." "Good night." Lin Fei said. He closed his eyes and fell asleep again in the dead of night. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fei felt someone grab him. He held him very tightly, with his arms across his chest, hugging him tightly. Lin Fei opened his eyes, and heard a faint sob. "Dad." He froze for a moment, turned his head to look to the side. Ji Liu leaned over at some point, with his head next to his, as if crying. His voice was very soft, crying faintly, calling for Mom and Dad. Lin Fei listened quietly, without moving. He should be dreaming, he thought, dreaming of his parents. Lin Fei felt that Ji Liu's hand gripping his arm was getting tighter and tighter. Although it looked soft and sticky, it was surprisingly strong. He wanted to ask Ji Liu to let him go, but just as he opened his mouth, he silently closed it again. He can't see his parents anymore, and it's rare to see them in his dreams, so let him stay with his parents for a while longer. Lin Fei opened his eyes, looked at the dark night, felt the strength of Ji Liu's men, and unconsciously thought of his mother. He hasn't dreamed of his mother for a long time, and if he can, he also wants to dream of his mother. He slowly raised the arm close to Ji Liu, and reached out to touch his head. "Good," Lin Fei said softly. This is the only way to comfort people that he learned from Lin Luoqing. He stroked Ji Liu's hair, gently and quietly. Ji Liu calmed down slowly, his sobbing gradually disappeared, the strength in his hand became much looser, and he fell asleep again. The mother in his dream hugged him, and his father touched his head tenderly. He said, "Dad misses you very much too. Mom and Dad miss you very much, but you are still young, so you can't come to find Mom and Dad." His mother kissed him and coaxed him. "Xiaoyu will come to see his parents when he grows up. Mom wants to see Xiaoyu grow up. Xiaoyu is so good looking. He must be a handsome man when he grows up. As handsome as your father." Ji Liu nodded, and said obediently, "Okay, then. Xiaoyu, promise Dad that you will live well with your uncle. Uncle likes you so much, he will take good care of you just like Dad." Ji Liu still nodded. "Okay, little fish is so good." His father looked at him with a smile, his eyes were full of kindness. Ji Liu shook his head and hugged him tightly. He is not good at all. He knows that he has never been a good boy, but he is willing to always be a good boy in the eyes of his parents. Always be Gu the good boy in Xiaoyu and Zizi can agree to whatever they say, as long as they can be by his side. "Well, I miss you so much," Ji Liu said softly. Every day, I miss you." Lin Fei turned on the night light beside the bed. The light was weak, gentle and not dazzling. He looked down at Ji Liu beside him. Ji Liu's eyelashes are dark and thick, wet, like a crow's feathers, beautiful and fragile. He slept peacefully, as if immersed in a rare dream. Unwilling to wake up, Lin Fei reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, hesitated for a moment, but still didn't get him out of bed to go to the bathroom. He turned off the light and closed his eyes again. Have a safe night. The next morning, when Ji Yuxiao woke up, he felt a familiar feeling of Lin Luoqing hugging his waist against his back. Equally familiar with this feeling is the post-it note on his forehead. Ji Yuxiao raised his hand and tore off the post-it note, and saw 4 large characters written on it. "The male is so handsome." He laughed, looked back at the person who was hugging him, and thought that he was quite good at talking. Ji Yuxiao reached out and took the post-it note on the bedside table, wrote 4 words, and pasted it on Lin Luoqing's hair with his backhand. "There is no way." Lin Luoqing's face is still attached to his back, and he can only stick to his side hair. Ji Yuxiao tried to turn over. Lin Luoqing groaned for a long time and was reluctant, until after he turned over, he hugged him into his arms and let him continue to lean on. Lin Luoqing calmed down again, like a little girl who found a landing point. The beast, holding on tightly. Ji Yuxiao looked at his cheeks that were flushed from sleeping, and reached out to touch them. The skin under his fingers was moist and smooth. He couldn't help rubbing them lightly, repeatedly, gently and restrained. Lin Luoqing seemed to have sensed his movement, and raised her hand to rub her face. Ji Yuxiao gave a low laugh, then withdrew her hand, and didn't bother him anymore. After a while, Lin Luoqing finally opened his eyes in a daze, and raised his hand to rub his eyes. "Wake up," Ji Yuxiao whispered. Lin Luoqing nodded, but soon, he realized, why, is he in Ji Yuxiao's arms again? Exclamation mark. Is the male god's embrace comfortable? Ji Yuxiao's voice sounded above his head. "I've been in love with you for 15 years, and you really can't wait until your dream comes true. For 2 days in a row, you took advantage of me to sleep. Get into my arms secretly. Tisk tisk tisk, do you like me that much?" Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing silently lowered her head, moved her head away from his embrace in embarrassment, and opened the distance between them in embarrassment. He didn't sleep so unsteadily when he was sleeping alone. Why did he become like this when he got to Ji Yuxiao's place? Do you really think of Ji Yuxiao as a humanoid pillow? Lin Luoqing smiled awkwardly. Then what? The weather is fine today. I'll get up first. After speaking, he immediately sat up and was about to get out of bed. Ji Yuxiao laughed. Are you running away in despair? You just ran away. Your whole family fled. Lin Luoqing turned her head and glared at him. What is wrong with me? We're going to get the certificate tomorrow. What's wrong with me sleeping with you? Is this normal? If I sleep with someone else, it's not normal. When Ji Yuxiao heard the words, his beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. He approached Lin Luoqing and said in a warm voice, Why, who else do you want to sleep with? Tankai? Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing panicked in an instant. What nonsense are you talking about? I just used him as a substitute. Who would want to sleep with a substitute? Ji Yuxiao raised his eyebrows. Lin Luoqing smiled flatteringly at him. You have to believe in my feelings for you. 15 years have passed, and the 2 7-year itches have passed. I'm still infatuated with you, Ji Yuxiao. Oh? Lin Luoqing nodded uncontrollably. There are trees in the mountains, and there are branches in the trees. You don't know if your heart pleases you, Ji Yuxiao smiled. Luoqing is not a heartless thing. Go wash your face, little stupid pig. Lin Luoqing? Question mark? Little stupid pig? Ji Yuxiao raised his hand to pick up the post-it note on his hair, and stuck it on his forehead with a smile. Stupid. I haven't found it for so long. Lin Luoqing reached out and took off the post-it note on his forehead, and saw 4 large characters written on it. Lazy pig is really lazy. Lin Luoqing, are you polite? I praised you for being handsome, but you actually called me lazy. Ji Yuxiao was surprised. Aren't you telling the truth? So I'll tell you the truth too, Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing was so angry that he raised his hand and pasted the post-it note on his head. Ji Yuxiao avoided it with a smile, and easily avoided the post-it note in his hand. Lin Luoqing was not reconciled, and leaned sideways towards Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao raised his hand and grabbed his hand. Lin Luoqing instantly changed the other hand. Ji Yuxiao helplessly grabbed his other hand inside Lin Luoqing. Go and wash your face, Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. Lin Luoqing struggled, but couldn't get away. Ji Yuxiao looked at him calmly, as if saying, what else you can do. Lin Luoqing thought for a while, then suddenly approached him. Ji Yuxiao was puzzled. Why? Lin Luoqing tilted his head, smiled at him, then turned his head, opened his mouth and took away the post-it note he was pinching in his hand, and put it directly on Ji Yuxiao's forehead with his mouth. Ji Yuxiao! Exclamation mark. Ji Yuxiao never dreamed that he would use such a method, and he was a little stunned for a moment, and the strength in his hands relaxed. Lin Luoqing looked at him proudly, and snorted, I won, Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao was still immersed in the scene just now. He looked at Lin Luoqing, and could vaguely feel the temperature on his lips. It was obviously very soft, but it was so hot that he panicked. His heart was beating up in an instant, with uncontrollable noise. Every sound was deafening. Lin Luoqing was completely unaware of the shock Ji Yuxiao had brought to Ji Yuxiao with his actions just now. He was filled with only the joy of victory, and proudly said, You are a lazy pig, Ji Yuxiao was amused by his untimely words, and the clamor in his heart calmed down a little. He hooked his fingers, signaling Lin Luoqing to come closer. Why? Lin Luoqing looked at him suspiciously. I'm not going there. You must have bad intentions. Is your mail like this? Sometimes my mail doesn't behave at all, okay? Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao had no choice but to take off the post-it note on his head, put it together with the one written by Lin Luoqing. Mail God is so handsome. Opened the drawer and put it in. Lin Luoqing watched his movements, but he didn't expect that he would put away the post-it notes he wrote. He was a little happy for a while, so he leaned up to him again and asked him, Why did you ask me to come here? Ji Yuxiao turned to look at him with gentle eyes. Lin Luoqing looked at the tenderness in his eyes, and always felt that something was wrong. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt his being spanked. The sound of snap, although not heavy, was exceptionally loud in the silent room. Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing suddenly became embarrassed. What are you doing? He said angrily. Ji Yuxiao reached out and pinched his face, with a warm smile on his face. Didn't it mean that your male sometimes doesn't behave like a man? Very good, he doesn't really want to be a man now, Lin Luoqing. Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing quickly pressed down on her pajama pants, and coaxed her in a loud voice, "Don't be a god. How could you not be a man? You are so handsome. You are the best person in the world." As he spoke, he tightly clutched the waist of his trousers. "Really? Now, don't you say that your male sometimes doesn't behave like a human?" Lin Luoqing's mind turned so fast that he could tell black things into white, and immediately said with a smile, "That's because my male is a god. How can it be a man every day? Unnaturally looks like a god, right?" Ji Yuxiao smiled. "Really? Must be." Lin Luoqing carefully removed her face from his hands. "Then what? Male god, take a rest first. I'll go wash up after." He finished speaking. He quickly got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. Ji Yuxiao laughed, secretly thinking that this is really a treasure. It wasn't until Lin Luoqing entered the bathroom that he breathed a sigh of relief. Good guy. The train almost left early in the morning. He took the toothbrush and squeezed the toothpaste on it, but soon Lin Luoqing realized again, no, with Ji Yuxiao's appearance, that he didn't want to help him take a bath. Can we really start the car with him? Tisk, I was lied to again. This big liar will tease him. Lin Luo brushed his teeth vigorously, scooped up a handful of water to wash his face, and then walked out. Ji Yuxiao was already sitting in a wheelchair. Lin Luoqing looked at his calm expression, and walked over with arrogance. "Ji Yuxiao? Question mark? Why?" he asked. "I thought about it carefully." Lin Luoqing looked at him. "When we get the certificate tomorrow, we will be legally married, so if you are too tired to be a man, you can stop being a man from tomorrow night." "Ji Yuxiao? Question mark?" Ji Yuxiao looked at him suspiciously, wondering if that was what he thought. Lin Luoqing smiled and bent down to look at him. "After all, tomorrow night is our wedding night. You can also take off your human skin properly and become a beast." Ji Yuxiao. Why does this sound so scolding? He looked at Lin Luoqing. "What did you say?" "I said it." Lin Luoqing was so confident that he couldn't believe it anymore. With Ji Yuxiao's performance these days, can he really start the car with him? Then nothing will happen again. He is not afraid. "Okay." Ji Yuxiao nodded. "Then tomorrow night, I will do as you wish, okay?" Lin Luoqing hummed at him. Chapter 25. Looking at his airy look, Ji Yuxiao felt inexplicably itchy. He hooked Lin Luoqing, and Lin Luoqing reflexively covered his butt. Ji Yuxiao chuckled, reached out and took Lin Luoqing's hand, and squeezed it. "Lin Luoqing? Question mark? I just want to squeeze your face." Ji Yuxiao explained, "But if you are so wary, you can squeeze your hands, only." Then did Lin Luoqing heave a sigh of relief. She bent down generously and put her face in front of him. "Squeeze it." Ji Yuxiao never expected him to act like this. He looked at the person in front of him. His heart trembled slightly. He suddenly didn't want to pinch him, but wanted to kiss him. He reached out and stroked Lin Luoqing's cheek, then lowered his neck and kissed him on the cheek. Lin Luoqing was startled, and raised her eyes to look at him. Ji Yuxiao had already let go of his hand. He smiled at Lin Luoqing, said nothing, and calmly pushed the wheelchair forward from his side. Lin Luoqing looked at his back and secretly kissed him again. This was the second time he touched the place where Ji Yuxiao kissed just now. His face was hot. The joy in his heart poked out his head a little, but quickly shrank back. Lin Luoqing pressed her face, turned and went out, and decided to find Lin Fei to cool herself down. Lin Fei was still sleeping at this time. Lin Luoqing pushed open the door and saw that he was still lying on the bed. Before he could speak, he was surprised to see Ji Leyu beside him. "How is this going?" Lin Luoqing was puzzled. Ji Leyu was clearly in her room last night. Why is she in Lin Fei's room now? Did Ji Leyu get up again after he sent the transfer beads to Ji Leyu? He took a few steps closer, and saw Ji Leyu hugging Lin Fei, her tender face pressed against Lin Fei's cheek, as if she was very dependent. Lin Luoqing couldn't hold back, picked up her phone, and took a photo of the two of them. It's not his fault. The main reason is that such a picture is simply too strange. You must know that Lin Fei and Ji Leyu are basically set in the book as the king does not see the king. Lin Fei's role is mainly in the early stage. He is the campus male whom the heroine has been secretly in love with for a long time. He is cold, talkative, and has no feelings for anything. Even if the heroine sincerely confessed to him in front of him, Lin Fei didn't bat an eye, but said calmly, "Thank you, but I don't need it." His role is mainly to contrast the gentleness and infatuation of the heroine. Every time the heroine gets hurt by Lin Fei, she will feel the warmth from the heroine over time. The heroine finally found out one day that she hadn't thought of Lin Fei for a long time, and what replaced it was her longing for the hero. Ji Leyu is different from Lin Fei. His roles are mainly in the middle and late stages. At that time, the heroine had let go of Lin Fei, and she and the hero confessed to each other, starting a sweet daily love life. So naturally a new wind and rain was needed, and this wind and rain was Ji Liu. With his love for the heroine, Ji Liu appeared paranoid and domineering. He walked step by step, thoughtful, and wandered between the heroine and heroine. The male protagonist regards him as his best friend, and the female protagonist treats him as a considerate guardian, until he tore off his hypocritical tenderness and began to press every step of the way. In the end, he even imprisoned the female protagonist by his side, letting her accompany him sickly with him. He can't say how much he likes the heroine, but the word liking is a luxury for Ji Liu, so even if he likes it a little bit, for him, the heroine must belong to him. However, that was all in the later part of the book, and Lin Fei only appeared in bits and pieces as the background board at that time, and even the highlight scene of rescuing the heroine from Ji Liu's little dark house. The author also did not. Only the male protagonist was arranged to come to the hero to save the beauty. Nothing happened to Lin Fei, so Lin Fei basically had no interaction with Ji Liu. The biggest intersection between them is Lin Luoqing. Before Ji Liu found Lin Luoqing and planned to let him marry a dog, someone around him told him, "This is Lin Fei's uncle." After hearing this, Ji Liu didn't raise her eyelids, and said casually, "So? If Lin Fei knows about this, then let him come to me." Ji Liu smiled. "I'd like to see what he can do." His smile was magnificent and charming, like a gorgeous poppy, dangerous and attractive. It's a pity that such an attraction is destined to be useless to Lin Fei, and now, people who should have much to do with each other in the book are sleeping in the same bed. Lin Luoqing felt that this was really rare and unusual, and his subordinates moved quickly, taking pictures of Lin Fei and Ji Liu in one go, and took 18 pictures, 2 squares. While he was taking pictures, he saw Lin Fei sitting up from the bed with a paralyzed small face, looking at him helplessly. Speechless and helpless, Lin Luoqing put away his phone and smiled at him. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Fei raised a finger and put it on his lips. Then, he pointed to Ji Liu beside him. Lin Luoqing was surprised. He couldn't tell, but he was very careful with Ji Liu. He raised his hand in an okay gesture, pointed to the door, and signaled that he would wait for him outside the door. Lin Fei nodded, carefully moved Ji Liu's arm away from him, and got off the bed. Lin Luoqing also retreated outside the door. He waited outside the door before Lin Fei came out after washing. "What's going on? Why did you two sleep together?" he asked Lin Fei. Lin Fei still remembered that he promised Ji Liu last night that he couldn't tell him that he missed his father, so he went to find Ji Yuxiao, but he was embarrassed to go in, so he said directly, "When he wakes up, you can ask him." At that time, Ji Liu can say whatever he wants. Lin Luoqing nodded, and asked him with a smile, "It seems that you get along well? Is acceptable, that's good." He patted Lin Fei's head, "But even though you are older than him, you are an older brother, but don't wrong yourself too much, don't be bullied by him." Lin Fei felt that he was really different from other people. Every parent he met would only say, "You are an older brother, you are older than him, so you have to give way to your younger brother and not bully your younger brother." When it came to Lin Luoqing, instead, it became, "Don't wrong yourself, you were bullied by him, does he seem so easily bullied? I won't be bullied by him." Lin Fei said calmly, "That's the best." Lin Luoqing said sincerely. While the two were talking, they heard the sound of a wheelchair. Lin Luoqing looked up, and Ji Yuxiao was pushing the wheelchair out of the corridor where their room was located. "Let's go, let's eat." He put his arms around Lin Fei and walked towards Ji Yuxiao. After dinner, Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao stayed in the living room to discuss the matter of obtaining the certificate tomorrow, while Lin Fei went upstairs and returned to his room. Ji Liu is still sleeping. He seems to have had a very good dream, and he doesn't want to wake up for a long time. Lin Fei didn't call him, but sat quietly at the desk and started reading. He looked at it, and suddenly heard movement. Lin Fei turned his head to look, and saw Ji Liu finally woke up. He was wearing white pajamas and sitting on the bed, rubbing his half-open eyes with white hands, probably noticing Lin Fei's eyes, and said softly, "Good morning, brother." The voice is sticky and milky. "Yes." Lin Fei replied softly. After finishing speaking, he turned back to look at his book again. At this time, Ji Liu's eyes have also been opened. He cried a lot last night. Although he was unconscious, his eyelids were honest and heavy. Ji Liu sat on the bed for a while, and finally woke up from the confusion of getting up early. He looked at the person who was quietly reading a book not far away, without even looking at him, as if he didn't exist at all, and became confused for a moment. What happened to him? Last night, I took the initiative to sleep with myself because I said I didn't want to sleep alone, but now I just ignore him and don't even look at him. Do you like him or not? Ji Liu lifted the quilt and got out of bed, and walked to the door wearing the slippers Lin Fei gave him last night. Then, I'm going back, yes. Lin Fei finally looked back at him again. Ji Liu, aren't you going to say goodbye to me? Ji Liu asked him. Lin Fei is as good as he is. Goodbye, so you really just say goodbye? Ji Liu bulged her cheeks and stared at him dissatisfied. Lin Fei didn't quite understand why he had such a look in his eyes. What's wrong? Are you just saying goodbye? Now Lin Fei didn't understand even more. Didn't you ask me to say goodbye? Ji Liu puffed up her cheeks again, glared at him angrily, and let out a harsh hum. Lin Fei. Lin Fei felt that he was really a child, so unpredictable. He looked at Ji Liu, with 3 points of confusion, 3 points of helplessness, or 4 points of anger and funniness in his eyes, but unfortunately Ji Liu is not Lin Luoqing, so he couldn't fully interpret the emotions in Lin Fei's eyes. He could only look at seeing the angry and funny look in Lin Fei's eyes. He pouted, closed the door and left. Lin Fei shook his head and continued to read his book. Ji Liu went downstairs to have breakfast. After washing up, he still remembered that Lin Luoqing gave him the transfer beads last night, so when he went downstairs and saw Lin Luoqing, he immediately laughed, pretending to be very happy, walked up to Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao, and asked knowingly, "Who gave me the little fish?" Hearing this, Ji Yuxiao turned to look at Lin Luoqing with a dazed look. Lin Luoqing smiled and said, "Do you like it?" And Ji Liu nodded cheerfully. "Uncle Lin, did you give it to me?" "Thank you. You're welcome." Lin Luoqing smiled and touched his head. "It's a transfer bead. I'm giving it to you. I wish you good luck every day in the future." Ji Liu smiled even sweeter. Only then did Ji Yuxiao understand, and asked curiously, "When did you give it to him?" "When you were taking a shower last night." Lin Luoqing said. Ji Yuxiao understood. "I just said why I don't know. I can't let you know everything." "Oh?" Ji Yuxiao raised his eyebrows. "It seems that you have kept a lot of things from your male god." "That's not the case," Lin Luoqing said with a smile. Ji Liu looked at Ji Yuxiao's smile when he spoke, and he also laughed unknowingly. He didn't speak, just stood beside Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao, watching them talking back and forth. His heart was full of joy. "Why are you still here?" Halfway through Ji Yuxiao's speech, he realized that Ji Liu had sat down next to him for some time, and reminded him, "Hurry up and have breakfast, it's time for lunch in a while." "I want to hear you talking to Uncle Lin," Ji Liu said obediently. "Be obedient. Wouldn't it be the same for you to come and listen to me talking to your Uncle Lin after breakfast?" "We won't leave." Ji Liu reluctantly left, but he soon walked over with his own small bowl. "I'm here for breakfast." He found a small stool and sat down in front of the coffee table in the living room. Ji Yuxiao laughed. "All right." Ji Liu smiled, took a bite to watch the two of them for a while, and then took another bite. Lin Luoqing didn't really want to take photos for registration when receiving the marriage certificate, and was hesitant to go to the photography studio to take photos. As for the marriage registration photo, if it's not taken properly by then, it will be miserable. At this time, you don't say that you are so good looking, you look good in any photo. Ji Yuxiao teased him. Lin Luo cleared up and said confidently, "Good looking can be divided into very good looking and very good looking. I want to be very good looking, so you want to take the picture and take it with you?" Lin Luoqing nodded quickly. "Is it possible?" Ji Yuxiao didn't have this plan at all, but now seeing the obvious longing in his brows, he didn't want to disappoint him. "Okay, your male loves you so much, so naturally he won't let you go." "Really?" Lin Luoqing said excitedly. "Then don't we have to prepare now? If we get the certificate tomorrow, then let's go after dinner later." Lin Luoqing suggested. He quickly thought of something again, and looked back at Ji Liu who was eating. Ji Liu was caught off guard by him, and he was still holding a white and fat steamed bun in his hand. He blinked and asked him softly, "Uncle, do you want to eat?" After speaking, he handed the bun out. Lin Luoqing only felt a knowing blow. Fuck, is this Ji Liu? Cruel Ji Liu? It's so cute. Once again, Lin Luoqing couldn't help complaining about how Tame, the terrible butcher's knife, could kill such a cute child into such a terrifying pervert. "I don't want to eat it," he said to Ji Liu gently. "Little fish, you can eat it by yourself. Uncle has already eaten it. After lunch later, let's take pictures together, shall we?" "Take a picture?" Ji Liu was a little puzzled. Ji Yuxiao looked at him incomprehensibly. Lin Luoqing nodded. Yes, anyway, your father and I are going to take wedding photos, so you and Fei will also go, and we will take a family portrait together. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Ji Yuxiao. Are you okay? Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao really didn't expect him to have such an idea, but Ji Liu was obviously willing, and said happily, okay. After finishing speaking, she looked at Ji Yuxiao expectantly. Ji Yuxiao looked at the excited Ji Liu, and then at the happy Lin Luoqing. All right, he thought, let the family portrait be the family portrait, as long as they are happy. Ji Liu cheered, bowed his head and continued to eat his little buns. Lin Luoqing also discussed other things about taking pictures with Ji Yuxiao. When Lin Fei heard him say that he was going to take pictures after lunch, he replied calmly, oh, when the time comes, 3 sheets will be washed out, and 1 will be placed in your room. Lin Fei still looked calm. Oh, Lin Luoqing felt that he was so calm. Ji Liu, the big villain, cheered excitedly when he heard the photo was taken, but when he came to him, he just said, oh, it already has that taste. After lunch, Lin Luoqing changed his clothes and went out with Lin Fei and Ji Liu. Ji Yuxiao was embarrassed to use external force to move himself into the car in front of the child, and even more embarrassed to let Lin Luoqing carry him into the car, so they got into the car first, and they were already waiting in the car at this time. Lin Luoqing let the 2 babies into the car, and then sat in it. Ji Liu was next to Ji Yuxiao, and when his eyes touched his legs, his eyes paused for a moment, but soon, he looked away again and turned to look at Lin Luoqing, thinking that everything would be fine. His uncle was getting married, he was very happy, and soon he would be as happy as before. He smiled at Lin Luoqing. Sweet and beautiful, Lin Luoqing touched his head, and then Lin Fei's head, feeling happy. Ji Yuxiao had already called before, so when they arrived, the photography studio had already been prepared, and the guests who made reservations also coordinated to change the time, leaving them free for the whole afternoon. Lin Luoqing communicated with a photographer for a while, and the photographer suggested that they take their wedding photos first. You have 2 children in the family portrait, but children have never taken pictures without the cooperation of adults, so I think it would be better to take wedding photos first. Lin Luoqing looked at Ji Yuxiao, and Ji Yuxiao had no objection. Then let's take wedding photos first. Seeing this, the staff politely took them to the dressing room to put on makeup. Lin Fei and Ji Liu were sitting on chairs, playing with a tablet provided by the staff. Ji Liu played for more than 10 minutes, but felt that it was not interesting, so she poked her head to look at Lin Fei's computer. Lin Fei is watching Animal World. This issue of Animal World is about tigers. He seems to be a little interested. He is watching intently with headphones on. Seeing Ji Liu approaching, Lin Fei blinks, then took off a headset and asked him, do you want to watch it? Ji Liu nodded. Lin Fei handed him the headset in his hand. Ji Liu leaned against him and watched. Together he was watching when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Brother, it's really you. Ji Liu looked up. It was Ji Y. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.